All right, we should be live. Hello, everybody.
Hello,
How you doing out
friends.
there?
Let me just get that tweet out. Today is a super hype day, and we're going to be so tired after today.
As we should be. Dino already here with the hype, ready to roll. And we are going to have people trickling in probably all day as
Oh,
this
yeah.
goes on. Thank you for the host, Dino. Any of your friends over on your channel going to slide on into here, keep us company as we get in through this. Now, it is still a good solid half an hour before we kick off the tournament proper, but we wanted to get here ready early so that we could hang out with all of you and enjoy the hype for this. This is the biggest ARMS tournament that has ever happened, I believe.
Yeah, this is the biggest numbers we've ever had, as far as I know. I don't know what the Japan Grand Prix looked like, but this is pretty darn huge. It is definitely the biggest online event ARMS has ever had.
So, how are all of you doing out there so far today as we are getting ready for this? Hopefully, you are having an all right day out there so far. I know it's a little early for something so big that's going to be going on for so long to kick off here. Dino having a good day. Glad to hear it.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what
And
you were
there's our
looking
auto
for. There
hosts
we
coming
go.
in.
Okay.
All right, and we've got our voices now on the screen. You can tell who's talking if you don't already know us. That's Rise.
Yeah.
Hey, long time no see,
Hey,
Rise.
Rise. What is up?
Glad to have you joining us here today. Our level 1 moderator who doesn't show up to the chat all too often, but it's all good. We know this guy. He's been helping us out over
Oh,
on the
be careful.
Discord.
You have extra moderation stuff because I was uh setting our auto moderation based on channel level. So don't get too excited. I'm hoping that moderator makes you not get timed out.
Yeah, that's certainly the hope. But we'll have to see. We are taking this whole thing one step at a time right now. And we are just waiting at this point for the actual bracket to be populated. And once the bracket gets populated, we're going to start scouting out to see which matches we're going to be streaming here on this channel. There are several other channels also going to be streaming. Hey, Hebby, how you doing? Welcome to the chat here on Mixer.
Hey, Heavy Rote!
Good to actually see you in the chat, man. I don't think we've had the pleasure of having you here with us on Mixer. Glad to have you paying us a visit today. Lacacism here popping in, getting that ARMS theme song sung in the chat.
Yeah, we got a nice background. We just threw the title screen up so we'd have the ARMS hype music.
First time on Mixer, Hebby. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay with us on Mixer. I know we have been loving Mixer ever since we found this platform. Actually, I believe we found this platform before we started Casual Arms.
Oh yeah, long before. I was following a streamer at the time and he was poking at this website back when it was still called Beam. And the lack of latency between the chat and the stream was really appealing, especially given that we run kind of a community focused thing. So there's a lot more chat interaction available on this platform compared to Twitch, where there's a few seconds delay.
Yeah, so we get to see you talking at every moment when it happens. I don't know why ARMS music is so hype, but it gets you right inside. You hear that music and it just fills your soul.
The music is so good.
Buster saying
Buster!
ARMS in the chat. Oh, thank you, Hebby. I appreciate the compliment there. We just got a hold of a second good microphone, so now even literary gets to
Yeah.
sound even better.
Big thanks to Main for helping us research audio equipment and help to optimize our audio at least a little bit. So, big shout out to him on our administration staff to make us sound so lovely.
Maine is a cool guy, Buster. Now, this today, we're settling in for this big honkin' arms tournament here, and I gotta ask, how many of you in the chat are signed up for this one right now? Because this is a crazy pile of nonsense going down today.
There are
Buster is
over
signed up.
800 people signed up today. 800.
Yeah, Himiko jumping in here. You're saying this is your first
Hey,
tournament.
welcome!
Good luck in there, Himiko. I know the first tournament that I played in, for ARMS at least, went pretty rough for me, but I'm sure it'll go better for you. We have a bit of a horror story for my first
Oh, yeah.
tournament.
See, Himiko only got ARMS this past Christmas, waited 3 years to get a Switch in this game. Well, welcome to the ARMS community. We're so glad to have you. I'm glad you can be part of this big, huge event. If you'd like to get in touch on Discord, we do have a Discord community where we run regular ARMS events every week, 4 times a week. You can check out our website for our schedule at www.casualarms.net. I should probably have that up somewhere.
Lit
Oh.
manning the stream display for us today. She's going to figure that all out as we go.
There we go. Now our website's listed up top right.
And
Hey,
thank
thank you
you
for
for
the
the
follow.
follow. Hey. And we got tacos in the chat. You know, I'm going to need me some tacos as we go through this
Oh,
chat
yeah.
because I'm not going to get a chance to eat today until this whole thing is over.
You do still have taquitos in the fridge.
We do
Or in the
have
freezer,
taquitos
rather.
in the fridge.
Though, in all
Fantastic.
likelihood, I suspect we're just going to order delivery today.
Yeah, that's going to be the plan. I don't think I'm going to be up for cooking. Normally, I like to cook some good, really hearty meals, but I'm going to be exhausted when this whole thing is over.
But it is so exciting. I'm so glad that the Battlefy staff were willing to work with the ARMS community streamers and get us all involved in this. It's super cool. We're all super hyped. This is a great time for ARMS right now.
It really is. And thanks to Dino for throwing us that supply chest to kick off this stream here. We are going to need that moving through. I think all of us here are going to need that moving through. GM Tom
has
with 4 streams.
open. Yeah, I think we have 5 community streams today. The other ones are on Twitch. So we've got Mileve, Tamashi Kanjo, Fellows TV, Save Arms, of course, and then I believe us.
That sounds about right to me. Could be missing something, but if we are, I don't know what it is
I think that
offhand.
was the 5 because then the 6th was Hamma, who is floating around for commentary help on the various channels. You'll probably see him with us hanging out for the winners top 8.
We will definitely have Hamma with us later. We will probably have, as things condense, getting towards the end, the Casual Arms stream here is going to be streaming the winners finals and grand finals. So if you are looking for the end of the tournament when we get there, this will be the place to have it. Teriyaki looking for signups for the tournament. Hopefully that will wind up in the chat soon. If somebody has the link for that, please plop that in there. You need to get a Battlefy account, and you have about 15-20 minutes left to sign up for this, so there is still time. Literary is cranking that out, trying to get it in.
Because you should be able to find it there. It's the North American Online Open, so if you live in North America, you are eligible to compete. If you do not, well, hang out and watch the stream coverage with us and our many community streamers.
And as I was saying, we are going to be slowly funneling the streams down to just a couple of places by the time we get to the top 8. And once we get there, you will get some other guest commentators popping in with us here. You may see Mileve popping in. You might see Hamma popping in. But either way, you will have myself or Literary Firearms with you the whole way today. We're going to make sure we're sticking it with you.
You'll have one of our
keeping you
familiar
company.
voices guiding you on this journey.
Dino, I understand that stress. You would sign up, but you're not feeling too good at ARMS. Don't stress about it too much, especially with this kind of tournament. If you want to jump in there just to say you participated, you might get knocked out round 1, but you will not have to wait for like an hour between matches just to get to your second match and then get knocked out again. It is gonna be pretty rapid fire with any luck as people just lock into their first rounds, play through those, and we're gonna lose a good 400 people from the tournament after round 1.
Yeah, it's just gonna keep narrowing down. It's gonna be real intense. So best of luck to all of you. And if you don't win your first round, that's fine. Come hang out in the ARMS community. We got your back. And all of our tournaments are Swiss style. So if you ever feel up for some competitive spirit again in a smaller community, then you can join us for those every 2 weeks.
Everything we do at Casual Arms is designed to cater to anyone who wants to play arms. So this big tournament is going to be for, everyone can participate, but only the best are going to really be playing for very long. Everything at Casual Arms that we do, we make sure that everyone who signs up gets to play for the entire time and hopefully gets to match up against other people around their skill level. So we like to take it from beginners to the top of the top. And we like to make sure we cater to everybody there. Oh, but we've got only about 15 minutes before we start seeing those brackets opening up. That is going to be exciting.
Oh, super exciting.
Sorry, Lackasism, didn't mean to stress you out there, reminding you that the round one Thanos snap as half of
Oh,
reality
geez,
gets
yeah.
wiped from existence.
That's certainly a way of phrasing it.
But you know what that means? The way I always looked at that with an elimination tournament, the best look that I have ever been able to give to that is a 50-50 shot of being able to relax and just have that stress go away.
And you can just watch all of the hype later on,
And
which is also
Buster,
fun.
I don't think any of us are prepared for this right now. I know
No.
I'm sure not. This is believe it or not, this is the first tournament, the first event since starting Casual Arms that I have streamed that I've not been playing in. So this is a whole different realm for me. Literary has a little bit more
Yeah, I've done a
experience
little
in
bit.
that.
I've helped with a couple of Eras tournaments to stream and commentate. But this is definitely our first time doing a proper commentary stream. Usually we are just playing and chatting.
But we're glad to try it for our first time with all of you folks here. And thank you for the follow, Real Titan. Glad you stopped in here and said, you know what, I like these voices. I'm going to come back another time because we're going to be here for many more streams to come. Yes, GM Tom, one of our members from South America, not quite in range for this tournament. We appreciate having you around the community. Love seeing you play. But it's a shame we're not going to be able to get you rolling in on this one.
But hey, we'll see. Maybe this is just the first. From what we were talking with Battlefy, it sounded like Nintendo was just gauging interest in ARMS for this tournament, so there may very well be more events. We don't know.
Udon pretending to be super disappointed in us for not playing in the tournament while also broadcasting. But you know what? That's just that's the way it's going to be.
Rise saying ARMS is back.
Himiko, yes, every Casual Arms event that gets streamed, we for the most part participate in. Occasionally, Sora Firestorm is one of our admins on the server, and he will stream some of our events as well.
And then we
Not
have various guest streamers also that will help out if they happen to be streamers and are playing during one of our events. They are welcome to stream. We are glad to plug their stuff.
and Dank Mems for Life also participating in the tournament. I'm so glad so many of you are here popping in and also planning to play. I really, really hope you have a good time.
Exciting. This
Even
is like
if
the
you
biggest thing.
it is, it's huge. And even if you don't make it through that first round, I hope you can at least like pull some good fights along the way, because what you really, really want to hope for here is to just get a good round or two, have a good fight, and go, you know what, I participated and I had at least a little bit of fun while I was here.
Rise saying he would help, but he's no streamer, just a screamer. Hey, we are glad to have your moderation help, Rise. And I know we've loved having you around the community for all of your premium memes or pre-memes.
All right, occasional silence might pop up on you here. Apologies if we
And
go
we've got
quiet.
a lot to keep up on right now.
We do have a back-end chat with the Battlefy staff that we have to keep our eyes on in case they need to be in touch with us here. So we are plugged in and scanning just about everything we can to make sure we are on top of it for all of you here in the chat.
And hey, welcome, Spring. I'm glad you got into ARMS too. Always cool to see new people and everybody settling into the online community and discovering all the little pockets of ARMS fans that we've had here the past few years.
Absolutely. I love when we see new players popping in. Someone who gets to go through that cycle of excitement and joy as you really get to learn the mechanics of it, and everything still feels super fresh and new. Still unlocking arms and going, oh, I've never used this one on this character before. That's so exciting. Now I
Yeah,
want to try and see if I'm going to keep this the whole way.
This
Oh, that's
weekend, we
great.
got to see so many people having their first party crash. We haven't played Party Crash in so long, and some of our newer members had never got a chance to witness one. So now they've been able to get in there and have a good time with the unique mode.
I really missed Party Crash, not gonna lie. That is some really special stuff, and I may be a little bit partial to some modes over others, but I really love Party Crash. It's a great time. It really stretches you on playing characters and arms that you wouldn't normally pick, and I think
I
that's healthy
didn't
for a player.
realize how much I missed it until we played it last night. And
I
I
know
was
I
like,
felt the
oh
same.
man, that was fun.
Ah, well, let's see. We are down to almost 10 minutes left.
Oh man,
Let's
the
see.
countdown is happening. Sounds like over 500 players are checked in, so this is still absolutely insane.
And plenty of time for more to finish. Did we practice any puns or gags for today's stream? No, sorry to disappoint you, Don't. You are just going to have to deal with literary coming up with puns on the spot because we have been spending all of our prep time just making sure we had any idea what was going down here
Yeah.
today.
Hey, don't let Rushika fool you. He is great at coming up with puns on the spot as well, so any of those will be fun surprises for you later in the bracket.
I will leave the puns to you. That's okay. I'm just going to keep myself composed and calm for all of you in the chat. You don't want to hear me
Oh, did I see a
straining
request for the
myself for
digits
that.
of pi that I know? 3.1415926535897932384626433383279502. I'm gonna stop. I know a few more, but
Yeah, it's funny when you commit something to memory, how long you can hold on to it. You can get things like the digits of pi out to, I believe it's 50 digits lit. Is that right?
yeah, I know about 50 or 51.
You can take just about anything. There are people who can recite an entire movie start to finish. It is crazy to see the kinds of things that people can commit to memory. And especially as we're going to be watching some pretty high tier arms play today, it is going to be crazy some of the things people have commit to muscle memory on some of those higher level players.
Oh yeah,
You
I'm
will
so
see some
excited to
crazy tech
see
out
all
there.
of the pro players come back and also all of the new faces that we're going to have in this tournament. I'm so excited to see any new people we've never met show off their skills in arms.
And that's one of the things we're going to hope to do here on this stream. So, we don't know which bracket we are going to be streaming from just yet. We'll let you know as soon as that's decided. But what our hope is to bring some people who don't normally get to catch themselves on stream, don't normally get to have that kind of attention. If they are open to it, we would love to showcase players that don't normally get to be showcased. That's kind of everything we like to do here at Casual Arms is bring some attention and support to the people that don't normally get it all. And hey, Goomba in the chat, welcome to the party, friend. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, we are all for welcoming people to this community with open arms and just grabbing people that have never seen the spotlight and welcoming them in the spotlight. New people in here, some fresh blood, or people that have been playing for a long time and just haven't had a chance to connect with the online community.
I love this Goomba. It might be frustrating for you trying to find the right emoji in the chat, but all I see is a great big pile of happy that you just cannot stop. Oh, and Dino with the excited rocks. Thank you so much. There is so much hype in this chat, you can feel it. Even Mixer is just like, I don't care what emotions you are trying to put down. We are all having a good time here.
Yeah,
We are
for
happy.
once, the mixer emotes seem perfect for this because everything is high intensity and high amplitude today.
It really is. And I am okay with that. I'm loving the hype that we have rolling right now. All right, looks like we are getting some extra
Oh, 10
details
minutes
from the
left
folks
to
on
check in.
Battlefy. All right. Where is Maine with his 7 quadrillion sparks? We'll see. Maine, another one of our admins from the server, maybe swinging in here later. We'll see if we can catch him at some point. That man farms all kinds of sparks here on Mixer and just
Just
puts
to
whatever
dump
he
on our
feels like in the chat.
community stream. He saves them all for us. If anybody is looking to grind sparks, by the way, the longer you watch any channel on Mixer, you will earn sparks, which you can spend on those cool stickers in chat that you are seeing people use. If you really want to grind sparks, you can go to mixer.com/channel1, all one word, and you'll get double the sparks the longer you have that channel up. And it features various Mixer partner streamers, which we are not there yet, but we are working our way there over the next year or so. So we're going to be doing our best as we amp up streams and try to build this community even more.
That's certainly the hope. Now, if you do want to throw any support our way, we are monetized. You can send the Mixer currency, which is Embers, our way. You are welcome to do that, but no pressure. We're just here to serve the community. So all of you having a good time is everything we want from this chat today.
And hype! We want your hype and excitement. Yeah, if you've changed your name on Mixer, it might take a few moments for it to show your new name. So just be a little patient with it. If you found the spot on your account, then it'll just refresh over time.
Look at that. I love all the little crazy stickers that come in here over time. We've got, I believe, the Easter collection of
Oh, yeah,
stickers
there's
coming
cute
in.
little eggs and stuff.
So there's cute little eggs. We got the cool egg. Dino showing that one off right there. We've got those spring flowers that I've seen. I believe during our last stream, someone was plopping those down. Covers the entire chat in flowers raining from the sky. We've even got what looks like a little watering can here, just pouring out love. This is good stuff. I always love the atmosphere here in Mixer. Unofficial dropping another one of those. Now, is
Hey,
that a
thank you for the
teapot or a
sparks.
watering can? What's the feel there?
I think it's a watering.
You're thinking watering can?
That's my lean.
We are watering the flowers. Spring is coming, and we are making everything look pretty.
Yes.
Why not both? There you go, Udon. Flowers make good tea, right? And Dino with the supply drop. Boom, there's another one.
Get
10
that
minutes
health pack
later.
for later, because we're certainly going to need it after the long day today.
We really are. Oh, but I'm glad we're going to have all of you here with us along the way. If you weren't here, we wouldn't be here either.
That's true. Okay, we are here together, sharing the hype as we are counting down. There's about 7 minutes left, and we have, I think, more viewers than we've ever had on this channel. Honestly, we've got like 20 something viewers right now.
Well, you know what? This is a bigger event than we've ever shown on this channel here, so that's about how it should be.
7 minutes.
All right, streamers out in the caster chat on the back end are starting to claim their positions. In the meantime, we are trying to figure out which one we're going to be getting. In all likelihood,
Dragon or Guardian brackets, since those are some of our favorite arms.
I think that's a nice place to be. I, in particular, run both of those when I'm playing. If I'm using my traditional set, I am a Dragon Guardian Misango player, which is just weird as heck, and I know it's bad, but I love playing it. Eminet playing off the Switch and not the TV. You are rocking tabletop mode. Very good. That is something that I never quite got used to. It was always a little too small for me with my old man eyes. I just can't see them tiny little screens.
I hurt my shoulder once playing motion on tabletop mode. I was hunched over it and slouching in the worst posture possible. So if you are playing tabletop, mind your posture. Make sure you are not sitting in an unhealthy way, because I messed up my shoulder for a good week and could not play motion at all. I'm not having the problem that motion turns on. Yeah, so long as you keep the stuff in the grip, you should be good on that. So, but I have heard people occasionally having problems with split Joy-Con slipping out of the grip or whatever and accidentally turning on motion when they are not looking to do that thing.
Yeah, that is a potential struggle for anyone who's using the Joy-Con grip. I know we've only ever really played motion, so that's the normal for us. But if you are concerned about it and you want to ease yourself a little bit on there, get a little bit of tape and just tape those down if you have any concerns at all. Just put a little bit on the top of where it connects with the Joy-Con grip, and that should prevent any accidental slides that would happen if you push the release button by mistake. That should at least cover it for you. Or use a Pro controller. There you go, Buster. I would not
Buster's
recommend duct
preferred
tape.
method.
Duct tape will leave some residue, potentially mess with the finish on there. If you're going to be using any kind of tape at all, just use some cheap stuff that comes off easy, like a masking tape or.
Thank you for the follow, Frosty Krypton.
Hey, there we go. We've got another friend up in here, keeping it casual with us. Glad to have you here. All right, Rise saying the time that you played motion with the Joy-Cons in your socks. That is some crazy way to play this game. Oh my goodness. And we've got all of our new visitors popping in here in the chat too. Rhino Official with the follow, thank you much. And Coconut Boy with the Easter Bunny. Looking the other way. We are sneaking up on that rabbit.
Sparks. Look at that dumb. Thank you so much, friend. Frosty Krypton hoping to maybe go against you in tournament. We will not be playing today. We are just casting today. But if you would ever like to play with us, check out our community. Our website is at www.casualarms.net, or there is a link to our Discord chat on your screen. We welcome all skill levels, and we run tons of events. So if you ever like to play with us, there are plenty of opportunities. And you can meet tons of other ARMS people who love the game as well.
But only a couple of minutes until we have those brackets populated, and as soon as they are, we will be able to let you know which things we're going to be streaming and share the hype with all of you in here on that front. I am looking forward to getting that information so we can actually know what's ahead of us, because now we do not.
Well, we've still got brackets to be seeded. We've still got however many people still need to check in. Last I heard, it was over 530 that had checked in.
Oh, that's so many people. Fantastic. And Frosty, good luck preparing. We will catch you later if you swing back in, but good luck in all of your matches that you happen to get, dude.
Yeah, best of luck. I hope you have a great time.
Lackacism saying, watch me play Wah in round 1, also known as Gillyboat, a pretty darn good member of the ARMS community who has been rising up through the ranks and performing really, really well as of late. I have been enjoying my rounds with Wah for a very long time.
Now, he's a super skilled player, and he uses an unconventional set that he has worked very, very hard to optimize. You can definitely see the work that he's put into that. He loves Popper Homie, which is a unique combination of arms. Most people think that Homie is a terrible arm, but Wow is determined, and he has really made that arm shine.
Yeah, Landfrog, I think we are going to lose a fair few people to the check-ins, but that is normal for a tournament of any size. There's a pretty fair percentage of people you just expect to lose, whether it be because something came up in life or they just wanted to be on the list but weren't really planning to play in the first place.
I'm still reeling at Lagacism's reference to the Thanos snap in the first round of just having the bracket.
Yeah, it is a rough moment, but we will have many moments coming in after that as we continue on through the event. Now, time for me to work our back-end tech here to get stuff up that we are going to need along the way. Okay, we're going to go ahead and turn that way the heck down. I'm sure that came through the speakers, and it shouldn't have.
Sorry, did not realize quite how high we had the TV. Get a wonderful, ethereal echo of the ARMS theme, which I'm sure you are all looking for this morning.
All right, we should be looking at check-in at this point. Things should be happening. We are in the process now, and the staff is working their way through everything to get it taken care of. Just a little bit of time as they populate the various brackets, and as soon as they do, we will be letting you know what's going on here. Yeah, Udon, that's exactly what we're doing. Throughout this entire stream, we're going to be playing Ring Fit in the background.
Oh,
I'm just
geez,
going to
can
be
you
working
imagine?
out the whole way.
Okay, but like we literally could. We could do the multitasking mode.
Yeah, no, I am not going to be doing that here. I'm going to be tired enough working my way through all this content.
I mean, I need somewhere for all that energy to go. Maybe I'm just gonna squish that Ring Fit controller over and over again.
All right, let's see here. We are constantly checking the brackets to see what is going on. And I think we are starting to see a little bit of data populating in there. Registration is over. That means we are in the process here. I am still refreshing the pages. No data for us just yet, but it is coming soon. And as soon as we have that, we will be putting stuff up on screen, and you will be able to actually see some ARMS gameplay from the moment we get our hands on a match to start plugging into.
Oh, Dino decided last minute he did sign up.
Oh, dang!
Ooh, good
Wow.
luck, man.
I hope you make it through round one, dude. All of you getting ready. We are there. This is
So
just
hype.
moments away now. We are officially started on the tournament and just waiting for things to get processed.
Yeah, we are just waiting for those matches to populate.
Now, I am still a little bit new to using Battlefy as a system. So, between Literary and I, we're going to be doing our best to figure out what all is going on down here. But I think we'll make it work one way or another. The staff was so kind as to give us a tutorial for things.
The
Uh,
Battlefy staff has been great with this. They've been really excellent to work with.
They really have, and I really appreciate when you get a solid staff on anything like this. So even though we are past kickoff here at the start of the tournament, you know they are working hard to get everything lined up for everyone to take care of it. And not all staff can really be respected in that way. You know, sometimes you get an event that kicks off and you just have no idea when things are going to actually be handled. But with these guys, you know they're on top of things, and I appreciate that a lot.
And that's also super cool. I love seeing people who have grown up to like work professionally in video games and on platforms like this. So if there's any things that you guys do for fun, you never know what can become a career.
You know, that's a real thing. There are a lot of things that, you know, in years past, gaming and streaming and all of this kind of stuff, running tournaments for video games was never something you would have thought could be like an actual career move, something you could even get paid for as like a side job. But nowadays, like that's real stuff. You can seriously settle in on those things and make a life plan out of that if you get in the right place.
Oh, I think we're getting an update from Battlefy.
All right, we definitely are. It looks like some of the brackets are getting locked in. We have at least a few of them down now, and we'll see if any of those are the ones that are assigned to us. Looking like the ones that are assigned to us, not quite filled in yet. Unless I am misreading this. Okay, yep, they are working from the bottom up, so
Oh,
we
they're
are
working from the
almost
bottom
at
up.
ours.
Okay. Okay.
All
Battlefy staff
right.
is on it. We are setting up. We are almost there, friends.
The hype is building. I'm just sitting here shaking, getting ready for when they actually give
For
us our
real
list of
though.
people that we can
So
stream here.
exciting. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have to go jump in and see if I can find one of these matches to claim.
All right, looks like Literary is going to kick us off on finding one then.
Let's see. I see one Frozen Fire. That might be a good start.
Heck yeah, let's get Frozen some attention out here. That is someone who has been playing with us in the Casual Arms community, and they have been doing some good work lately. I definitely respect seeing Frozen's play. Let's see if I zoom in a little bit here. Looks like we are scrolling down. Ooh, I see some big names in this
Oh
bracket. All
yeah,
right.
we've got Nobi in this bracket. We might have to pop in on him later. A very strong Twin Tail player.
Let's see. I'm just scrolling on through here. So one of the brackets we are going to be looking at is the Dragon bracket. And as I work my way down that list, that is a huge list of
Oh,
people. I
yeah.
see
Oh, I see
Skunky in
Skunky in there
there.
too.
There's
Super cool.
Lunagabs in there. We've got Vertical Hunger.
Just double check Maleve's not in there so we can.
I am looking for Maleev's name. It is
We got
a.
Jor in there. Okay, I
We
think
do
we're
have
clear.
Jor and Uran and Trap. Oh man, so
We've
many
got some
people in
familiar
here.
names. Super cool.
I
People that have been
am
both in
not
the competitive
seeing
scene
Maleev.
and
That's good.
around our casual community.
Looks like some people getting a bye in their first round, but that's okay. There is plenty more fight to go after that, and it looks like this is a safe bracket for us to claim. So, if you want to jump in there, Lit, and the one that you were spotting earlier, mark that for us so we
Yep,
can get
I
that set.
marked the one with Frozen Fire.
All right, I am going to leave that to you. You know what you are doing there, so I trust you to take care of it.
All right, I will send them a message, and I'm sure once they get started.
Clown Goo is so nerve-wracked right now,
Super
being
exciting!
waiting to put into that bracket, and hopefully you get put into a good one for you there. Oh man, there are so many people who are here who are hyped and excited. We've got it locked down. We know which bracket certain people are in. We are starting to claim them among the casters, so we are getting plans in place now. Very good. No, you know what, Udon? Today is a day where nobody has to go to bed. We are not sending anybody to bed
No,
today.
everybody
We are
stay
just
awake, stay
having
hyped with
fun.
us.
Now remember, as this tournament kicks off, if you are playing or if you are just sitting here being excited, got to do your best to take care of yourself. Remember, everybody, stay healthy, stay hydrated.
Oh
Grab
yeah,
yourself some
definitely
water.
today, for sure. All right, I'm going to see if I can highlight a few of these in advance.
All right, Literary is looking forward and marking us some places that we are going to be streaming in this bracket. This is exciting. The big times are starting now. All right, let's see here. So what we are going to need to do is we are going to kick off with a lobby that we're going to set up specifically for the stream that we're going to be running here. Got to make sure we get these settings correct on this.
Yeah.
All right, marking down our code so that we have it for reference for people. And we are going to set the rules here. Literary communicating with the people who are going to be popping in on this stream. Give us just a moment here so that I can get everything set up, and then we will be giving you that in-game display coming soon
As I
for
say,
you.
I am pretty sure I know, but I want to double check just to make sure.
Yeah, we got to
I'm
get
pretty
that
sure we
stage list
remove
correct.
Ninja College. Come on, load, load, load. Yeah, and I think redacted, and I think that's everything.
I know there are at least 4 stages being removed, but we have to be darn sure that we double-checked that. So
Yeah, and
that
our
is the
players have
game
to
day
also double check.
instructions. Should
So,
have the list for us here.
I think they have it just linked on the website.
Linked on the website. All right, so we got to
So
pop
I'm
that up
going
here
there.
just to
I'm
make
popping
sure.
it up right now.
All right, let's got
Going
it
to
under
the
control.
rules. Okay, to confirm, the stages that are on are Spring Stadium, Ribbon Ring, Mausoleum, Ramen Bowl, Scrapyard, Buster Beach, DNA Lab, Sky Arena, Via Dolce, Temple Grounds, and Sparring.
All right, and I think we are going to shift this on over and actually get the display for the in-game stuff open for you now. Yes, Art Rocks Literary is indeed a girl. She is my wife, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact. You've got a married couple here on stream for you.
We are
And
called the
welcome to the
casual
party.
couple, colloquially, since we run casual arms.
Now, I don't know which things I need to click in order to give us an in-game view
Okay,
here
we are
to the
getting an
stream.
in-game view is what you are looking for, sir.
So we are going to be hanging out in here, ready to roll on this. And Frozen Fire, we should already have on our friends list, so we should be able to get them in
this is our
here nice
in-game
and
view.
easy.
Super hype. I am on their match page. I believe Niagel just released the Horde, as he phrased it. Ooh, Clown Goo's in Biffler bracket. That's cool. Landfrog was hoping for Guardian bracket.
All right, apologies for the occasional bit of awkward in here. We are just trying to make sure that we are in touch with everybody we need to be in touch with.
Wait, is Coco really in Triblast bracket? Because that'd be amazing. Because
That
there
is
is one.
amazing. Oh,
Ah,
no.
bummer.
That would have been fantastic. Cocovet, known for using Triblast, that's for darn sure. Now, let's see. We are just hoping for our first match here to get in touch with us somewhere along the way so we can find them.
Yeah, I believe they are all getting in touch with stuff, figuring out what's going on.
I am popping the chat open here on my
I still have
side,
our
trying to
own
get them.
vent ping that I should clear.
All right, looks like I have that on screen. Yes, the Battlefy page is got a lot of really good features on it, but a little tricky with resizing windows. So that is something I'm trying to figure out my way
Oh,
around
yeah.
right now.
Figuring stuff out is tough.
We are just waiting for our players to get in touch with one another, but we have this open. We are ready for them to slide in, and once they get here, we're going to be starting this things off. I imagine everybody right now, all of you who are here in the chat and also planning to participate, are probably getting yourselves plugged in with your opponents, getting your contact rolling. Buster got a bye, so you get the first
So he
round
gets to
free.
chill and just build that anxiety for the next round. But I'm sure you'll do great. Take it easy, buddy.
I know a lot of people right now are navigating effectively around the Battlefy website for their first go at things, first exposure to the site. I see Frozen Fire has found the Battlefy chat, which means it shouldn't be long before we have them plugged in here. They just got to get contact with their other opponent as well. We would love to be able to give the display here to Frozen Fire and Gorilla, who is a member that I don't believe we have seen yet. Haven't gotten in touch with them, but excited to give them a chance to show what they've got to all of you there sitting at your screens waiting for the action to kick off. Spectral Dynamite, your name does indeed show up as Spectral Dynamite.
It sure does.
There it is.
Welcome to the party, friend.
And I see Stone Ant in the chat as well.
Hey,
Welcome
Stone Ant,
here.
what's up, man?
Ah,
All this
so
hype
glad
in
to have all
chat.
these names piling in here. People that we know from the community, people that we haven't even met until today. Every single one of you are just making this even more hype as we go through. You were Art Rocks. I gotcha. That was from years ago, so you have kind of changed your online presence moving forward. I'm one of those weird people who has been using basically the same username ever since I started using the internet. Or at least, well, I shouldn't say since I started using the internet, but since I started having any kind of consistent presence anywhere. Way, way, way back when the internet was first born, I used a couple of different usernames. But that is a long time ago. For those of you who may not have been here at that time, in the early ages of the internet, the thing to do was to mark yourself down with your real person name and also like a city or a zip code so that people knew who you were. And you can imagine how weird that is today because we do very the opposite and do not
Yeah,
share
I
personally
remember
identifying
one of my
information.
friends, her first username was exactly that of her first name and her zip code. See, my
Oh.
parents were a little ahead of the curve because they were both super nerds, so we all had usernames at that point. All right, we got Frozen Fire in here. We are just getting Gorilla hooked up. Sounds like they are also comfortable with being streamed.
All right, we definitely are getting that final plug in here. Fantastic. Glad to see it happening.
Okay, I'm gonna get these in real quick.
Literary
Actually, I don't know who's
adjusting
gonna
our
be. Oh no,
scoreboards.
they're gonna be whoever came in first.
Whoever came in first is our player one of the day. Give us just a moment here as we get the names locked
That's
in. We're
also
going to get our
literally
scoreboard
how it
up.
works. Got a new friend, Gorilla, popping in on stream. Hopefully, you guys all have a great time. Get some good matches in there.
All right, and we are going to get this ready for them to start playing. We've just got a tiny little scoreboard in the corner for you here today. That way you can see everything you need. The lobby is open to them now, and they are going to start playing. So this is where we start getting the good times. Now we just have to figure out our way around those camera controls that we
Oh
have never
yeah.
really used. So give
We
us a
got
little
Frozen
bit.
Fire in here playing Misango and Gorilla with a twin tail. Let's see what kind of arms they've got on the table today.
Ooh, that is very close to a default Misango coming out of Frozen
And
Fire. That's
actually a
exciting.
default twin tail over there on the right.
And we are going to start behind Frozen Fire for the first round here. You can see Gorilla across the ring, already grabbing that blue mask, getting the speed down. Fire wants to get mobility for this one. We'll see how Gorilla can deal with that.
Gorilla's got some good side-to-side movement, waiting for an opportunity. Frozen Fire's been keeping the pressure on.
Ooh, but a good grab gets in past
And will
there.
knock off that mask.
That is something you got to worry about when you are playing Misango. When you don your mask, you have a little moment where you have nothing that you can do to stop them from hitting you. And that's something you got to watch out for when you're playing that. We apparently have an audio issue with the game audio. Apologies for that. We're trying to fix that as we're playing through here. But Frozen taking a bit of a dominating first part of this match here. And actually, Gorilla almost managing to shield parry through that entire rush. I haven't seen someone make a play that bold in a very long time. Didn't quite work out, though. And blowing rush straight into Frozen's shield. Misango's little spirit pillar blocking a portion of that as well to save shield strength. Ooh, red mask to finish it out with the HP lead. Question is, will it be enough? And the
Oh, what
second rush
happened?
comes in. Something
Okay, we're
staggered on
having
our
a bit of
display. Oh,
yeah, we're
apologies for
having a bit
that.
of issues there, but I'm hoping to get it fixed shortly here.
But that is Frozen locking down the first round. So we are going to switch it back to Gorilla, who is now on the low ground, pulling out Twin Tail with the same. We've got Parabola and T-Bird. That is some classic Twin Tail stuff to be seen there. Not Parabola, that's a Parasol.
Yes, that is Parasol. Can you confirm if we have game audio now?
If we still do not have game audio, let us know. That should be fixed, but you never know what things are doing. Game audio is working. Thank you very much for that. Sorry about the brief silence there. Gorilla going for that high ground play, staying airborne and trying to use Actress Aura as much as they can. That is something you see a lot from Twin Tail players who have the ability to hold a high ground. Oh, but the rush is getting stomped. That is going to even out this match. We will see. This is now going to come down to who can break through this kind of stalemate here. But Frozen having the lead on rush is
Scorpio
a big
getting
advantage.
a nice saucy hit in there. Ooh, blocking the Hydra with the rush, but the Scorpio pushes on through.
Now, it's interesting. Usually when you see people using poison arms, they will pick another arm whose element complements it well. But the fire element from Frozen doing a whole bunch of damage here on Gorilla, but also wiping the poison element every time it lands.
Though Frozen may be going with the Scorpio for its unpredictable nature, since it does have a curve option in the air and its little scuttle option when fired on the ground.
That blue mask seems to be the favorite. And one last bash with the Hydra will take out the first round here. So that is going to put Frozen Fire up 1-0 on these matches now. This is the first player to get best of 3. So if you hit 2 before the other one does, that just locks it out early. Otherwise, we go into the third match. We'll see if Gorilla can make adjustments and potentially turn this around. That's all you need to do sometimes, you know, change up your character, change up your arm loadout, and otherwise you are good to go into a bit of a comeback, stretch it out into that third round. Looks like we've got the same characters locked in, though. You know, I am happy to see a Misongo coming back in and sticking with Misongo.
And RNG saying we live on temple grounds today.
It sure is. So we are going straight back for an effective rematch on this one. And we're going to start with Gorilla here on the high ground for the first match here on this one. See how that plays out.
Ooh, Frozen going with the Glusher this time, which is a heavy arm with a very unique arc.
I respect the option. Especially from the low ground, you get to toss that high arc up into the high ground there.
Ooh,
Gorilla
gets
with
a nice grab, though.
Ooh. This is potentially a really good start for Gorilla, hopefully getting a feel for what Frozen has been up to.
Frozen did grab that blue mask, so they are particularly zippy right now.
So a thing with the blue mask that not everybody necessarily knows is it gives you two special options with a dash and a jump. If you have just landed a dash, you get a special jump, and if you've just landed a jump, you get a special dash that you can use off of Misongo's blue mask.
Frozen Fire demonstrating the anti-air properties of Glusher because it has that really high arc. It's catching Gorilla's jumps.
And that rush is going to come in and finish that off. The big, big, big Glusher pop there. You know, that reminds me, Glusher, I always thought about it at the beginning, but if anyone remembers Gushers, that's basically what a Glusher does every time you throw it out there, except it's a Gusher gone bad.
Oh, yeah. Do not eat this Glusher. It is poisonous.
All right, we are going to switch our camera view back over to Frozen here, who has been performing really, really well so far. But there's always a chance.
A very impressive showing with Misongo's default arms, which are not one of the most popular default combinations.
Misongo is a character that a lot of people, even when they do play Misongo, you do not see default arms. That is very unusual. Spectral in the chat, winning your first match. Congrats, dude.
Congratulations.
Oh, Gorilla not quite managing to pull off the counter rush. But the effort was there. They got into position, but just didn't quite have enough penetration to make it through. These Scorpions and Glushers and their really weird arcs are
getting that
really
red
doing
mask with that increased girth size for the arms and a big Glusher pops Gorilla right in the face.
Oh, and Clown Goo getting eliminated. And right here on stream, you have a kindred spirit, Clown Goo, because Gorilla is going to join you. Frozen Fire, congratulations, making it through the Thanos snap. You are into round 2 with plenty of tournament ahead. And Gorilla, thank you for coming. I hope you at least enjoyed some of the hype for your match there. And good luck to you in the rest of your ARMS play, wherever it may be. Now you get to rest, you get to relax, and you get to see some more things happening. Hopefully we can catch you here on stream and talk to you afterwards. Let us know how you've been feeling on things and working your way through that match. Only the one, but hey, that's one more than everybody who didn't sign up today.
Oh, yeah.
And that is going to leave us here in this lobby waiting for round 2. With any luck, we will be able to get these moving pretty smoothly, but we will see as we go. I'm going to go ahead and hide our scoreboard. Frozen Fire, the winner for the first match here on stream. Eminet, yes to confirm. If you lose your best of 3, this is a single elimination tournament, so you are out of the running for the rest of things there at that point. So it is a bit rough on the early phases here. Now, we are going to make sure we are staying in contact with people, knowing what it is that they went through. Gorilla saying this was only their 3rd time booting up this game, which is crazy. Like, Gorilla may not have come around and won any of those matches, but you could see that they already had a little bit of a feel for the controls in here, and that is the thing that I love the most about ARMS. It takes a little bit of learning to get your head wrapped around the unique mechanics of it because it's not as straightforward. But once you have it, you can actually start to grasp what's happening in the game pretty quickly. And if you've got a head for fighting games, ARMS is a really quick one to get into. Landfrog, no, it is not only one game, it is best of 3. So we did kind of go through that best of 3 really quickly on that run through. But, you know, there's plenty of potential for more of them coming in. We've got a whole tournament ahead of us. No shortage of matches to be done.
All right, I'm trying to find a match for round 2 that has not started yet.
All right, Literary is doing our sort through the website. 0-2 for Eminet, who has also just been snapped. Welcome to the alternate reality. We will like to see you for plenty more things, but sorry you don't have any more punches to throw in this tournament. Dino saying in his matches using Bite and Bark and Master Mummy. That is definitely a combination of things to be using. I respect it. They are not necessarily the best characters by any stretch of the imagination, but they're not too far behind. You can make some awesome things happen with those, and I know Dino has been working real hard at getting better at things along the way.
All right, I am in touch with a new pair, and I'm going to see if they are up for being on stream.
So, Clown Goo, you run Lollipop with Popper and Slamamander.
That was 3 minutes ago, so I'm going to guess that they are already started.
They are probably already started. Literary is going to keep fishing for us to get our hands on another match to stream. We will do the best we can for you on there. We will have one for you soon. But my favorite main and arms combo is I am a Misango player. So I know my way around Misango, and I use Dragon, Guardian, and Biffler for my loadout, which is a really unusual set. I am usually known in the community for using the Dragon Guardian combo, and I make it work the best that I can. It is not the easiest thing to use, but I love it. It feels good to me. We've got a mech main in the chat from Eminet. Not too many mech mains either, to be honest. You know, that's not a popular character as far as the communities that I've seen, but you can get a lot of good use out of that armor. Dragon and Guardian, yeah, never even used those, Clown Goo. Yeah, both of them are really, really unusual arms. They take a bit of a different approach to be able to handle in the game, so I can respect people not jumping on those very soon. I will say they are very difficult to use well, and using them together is, well, it's probably a bad decision, to be honest. But hey, if we're all making bad decisions together, at least we're having fun, right? Phil is the Helix main there in the chat. Oh, it is good to see so many different characters being mained by so many different people.
All right, I've managed to snag Skunky. I had to jump to round 3 since it looks like round 2 was already moving.
That's fine. We will move straight into round 3, and we're going to get Skunky in here. Skunky, another regular of the Casual Arms community who we have already exchanged friend codes with.
Yeah, reasons I was just like, hey, name I recognize. We'll get one of you in here.
Levi saying that Misango is extremely fun, but you are a Helix main, and you like using all the characters when you can. And I respect that. People who will move around the cast and experiment with other things, I have a lot of respect for people who are willing to go outside their comfort zone and try stuff. I mean, if you are using a single character and that's all you play, more power to you. Make it work. But hey, everyone who is willing to experiment and try and be adaptable the whole way through, that is some fantastic stuff. We've got Skunky in the lobby already. We are getting ready for this next round. Now, who is our other player who is going to be alongside Skunky?
Our other player today is Nandez.
Nandez. All right, that is another new name to us here in the Casual Arms community. I am excited to give you a chance to show us what you've got, Mandez. Oh, this should be good times. Now, working through the bracket here, I know Literary got a peek at it here. Do we know, have either of these characters won their way to a match? Because we're in round 3, so these aren't all buys.
They both won their way to a match.
Fantastic. So we've got people who have proven that they can do something to get through round 1. And now we just have to see what round 3 has in store for them. Oh, we've got love for tons of characters down here in the cat. Or in the chat. In the cat! We've got characters in the cat, all right. All right, that's that's a way to say it.
Cats. There's only a Skunky in here. All right, I have sent our friend code and the lobby code to Nandez and Skunky. So hopefully Nandez gets plugged in here soon.
And
I got a friend request, so it's probably them.
there we go. And Clown Goo asking in the chat about Ninjara. I will say Ninjara is a character that I personally recommend people to play when they are learning the game. His basic mechanics are very, very straightforward. His movement is very forgiving for people, which helps a lot. And that is really, really good to be able to start moving in your early time in ARMS. That's why I think some of the beginning players do so well with Ninjara. But we've got Nandez here in the chat, or in the lobby alongside Skunky, so they are ready to roll. And we are going to be sliding into this game as soon as they are prepped and ready. Their communications will determine when they go, but we are here to watch. Let's see what they got. Good luck to you, Skunky and Nandez.
So excited to see what Nandez plays. Based on their badge, they might be a Helix player.
They may be. No,
oh, no
two
ribbon
girls. We are squaring off with a double ribbon girl match here. If any of you have been in Party Crash, you have seen this recently. Two very different
girls,
loadouts.
Both of them with that default Sparky. Super exciting to see a Ditto.
All right, we are going to start behind Skunky on this, both going with a firearm to complement their Sparky. Let's see what happens. A little bit of evasive play, both players just getting a feel for each other, but Skunky going in hard and trying to get close.
Nandez trying to take a bit more of a defensive approach, keeping with the evasion, still waiting for a good opportunity to attack.
Now, I have played against Skunky a lot over on Casual Arms, and I respect what Skunky brings to the table. She knows her way around Ribbon Girl, and those bounces will get her off your camera real fast. She stays very, very close range aggressive if you let her.
Yeah, doing a good job of cornering Nandez here, but Nandez gets a nice slap-a-mander to knock her down and push her back.
And that's going to be an ongoing struggle for Nandez. You can see it happening, trying to get back out of the way, gain some distance, but Skunky not letting it happen. Question is, will either of them use their rush in this match or save it for the next one?
Ooh, Skunky gets a nice shock and grab. Nandez going for the rush, manages to catch Skunky in it.
Ooh, that evens things out
for
here.
A lot of damage.
This could go to either player. Oh, both rushes are being blown now, but Nandez in the one-hit range. Skunky still has... Oh!
But Skunky gets a shock and a grab, and Nandez takes the first round.
As we say it, good match coming in here. You know we've got some even fights ahead of us here. Skunky dropping in the first one, but there is plenty left in this best of three.
Which is one of the exciting things, is as the players get to know each other. This is also going to be a completely different round without the pillars, now that they've both knocked those down. Trapyard is clear for all of their jumping shenanigans.
Nandez seems to be getting a little bit of a feel for the patterns in the air here, but Skunky is not letting up, keeping the pressure on at point-blank range.
Trying to get in some quick hits with that cracker.
That's what the cracker is really good for. It gets out there fast, and the splits that it takes as it swings on its way through, there are two separate projectiles that it launches, and they spiral, which can do some really good work. We've got a defensive play to get around that rush this time. Skunky playing it safe.
Yeah, but Nandez's double medium arms is causing a problem for Skunky's cracker, as they are getting punched through by those medium arms. Sparky and the Slap-a-mander.
And that's something you got to watch out for. Arm weight, you get those light arms are really fast, but if they
but
don't
a very
get
nice
through,
rush landed by Skunky there, catching Nandez in the cone of the cracker. Keep wanting to say popper, and that's the wrong arm.
That is the wrong arm. Ooh, and we even it up. So that is what you see right here. This is what you want to see going into a match in ARMS. These people are going one-on-one on their first best of three so far. We're going into the last one. And it looks like we get a change up in the arms. Nandez going for double Sparky, not trusting that Slap-a-mander to do the work they needed. I'm getting nervous too in here, Clown Goo. We've got people shouting in the chat, rooting on their favorites. But I'm nervous for these fighters. Oh, the rush lands.
Landed by Nandez, putting Skunky down at 2/3 health.
Nandez saw Skunky coming down and said, as soon as you hit that ground, I am nailing you with this rush, and it happened. But Skunky is building up charge fast, trying to turn the tables, and the HP is already starting to even out. The question is whether that switch from Slap-a-mander is going to work. Skunky's grab bringing the health to just about even. The only real difference now is the rush available to each of these players. And Skunky's going to fill that up first, which may be what's needed to close this out. Does the rush finish it? Not quite.
Not quite.
Nandez in
Magic
one hit
Pixel.
range. And there it is. Skunky
lands that
locks
final
out the
tracker.
first match.
But they do get a second stage of fights here to see if things turn around.
Yes, they do. Handing the mouse and keyboard to Literary to mark down our score so nobody forgets. But dang, that was close. Well played by both of the players in there so far. Now, they have a moment to change their characters and their arms if they want to here. So we'll see if anything happens on that front. I know some players will pull out a pocket character when they move into the next round, especially if they lose. But we'll see what happens here. This is very intense, and I am loving it. This is why you want to show off a whole bunch of new names in the community, because you can see some really surprising, great matches along the way, and I am loving every step of this match so far.
All right, for round 2, we are going to Sky Arena, and both players are staying with their ribbon mains. We'll see if they swapped any arms.
So the gutter on Sky Arena is a problem for a lot of characters, but Ribbon Girl is not going to care. This is basically a wide open arena for both of them, and they are going to be able to do whatever they want. Nandez going back to that Slap-O-Mander, old reliable, the one that won the first match. But Skunky's sticking with what's working so far. And the shock and grab.
Nice grab.
Usually we've been seeing Nandez land those. Good to see Skunky pull one as well.
Skunky keeping up the pressure, forcing Nandez to stay in that lower gutter of Sky Arena. It's a tricky place to get out of if you are not careful.
Absolutely. So now I did say in the early part there that Ribbon Girl mitigates that somewhat because of all her jumps. But at the same time, the Ribbon Girl who's jumping from the high ground will be higher. So while they're having their little displays of aerial dominance, one of them is going to be sitting on some high ground, and Skunky making strong use of that. Dang, just wiping the
Wow.
floor on that round.
That is how you use aggressive pressure in Sky Arena.
So Nandez is going to have to find their way around. We're going to switch to Nandez's perspective, see what that aggression looks like from the other side here. That has been a lot of pressure from Skunky, and Nandez needs to find an answer quick. Yes, Eminette, this is a good match, even
All right,
if it
Nandez
is a...
working their way to the middle of the stage. Skunky keeping that aggression on, but Nandez lands the rush.
Very good. When you get in close range like that, you want to get someone away from you, hitting them with the rush is a beautiful way to do it. Nandez is not about to let this one go the way it did last time.
Gotta watch out for that rush, which Skunky was ready to fire.
Ooh, very well placed. This is what it looks like when you have someone pressuring you from above and you are locked in a corner. So it is a rough place to be. You can see the movement options are very limited for Nandez, and Skunky's very aggressive play is capitalizing on that.
And both of them having a familiarity with those ribbon bouncing patterns. They know exactly when to strike.
They really do. Nandez punching through a grab, which would have been the end of things, but the
Ooh, very
follow-up
close.
Sparkies do it anyways. That gets us through. At the end of that, it looks like Skunky figured out how to push through on Nandez in these matches, and the second match in the best of 3 goes to Skunky in, I'd say, a landslide fashion in there. But very well played by both of the players in the ring there. That was some great Ribbon Girl showcasing. You really get to see what happens when one person is going for offensive, aggressive pressure, and the other one is just trying to back it up the best they can. Congratulations to Skunky making it through to round 4 already. Nandez, unfortunately, having the career cut short tragically in round 3. Still getting a win on the way through, which is everything you could ever hope for. We're going to pop back to our background here and let that sit up there for you. If you want to plug in, plenty of links available. You can get onto our website or to our Discord to join in for more conversation off stream. But we are just looking to line up another match now. I gotta say, given my thanks to Literary, who has been taking control of that while I've been locking my eyes on the screen
It's tough,
here.
man. Well, thank you for filling the silence while I manage getting some more people in here. I'm looking for round 4. I've marked a match. We'll see. Looks like the ones before it aren't quite wrapped up yet. But we'll have a bit of time to chat in between here.
Clown Goo, I know that feeling. You want to play when you watch this kind of excitement happening. It just makes you want to play the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, but you also want to watch, and you have to be torn. It's like, do I boot up the game on the side? Do I play while I'm watching? What do I do? Landfrog making it through to round 3.
Congratulations, man. Best of luck as you keep moving forward.
Well done, my dude. Landfrog, a member of the Casual crew. That is the ARMS team sponsored by Casual Arms. We are glad to have him out there repping us in the brackets. So great to have you here with us, Landfrog, and congratulations on making it through.
All right, I am watching this match very close to see if we get people in it. Otherwise,
we'll have to see. It takes a little while. People got to move through their matches. It's all good. Now, who are we checking in to see if we can stream them here?
I don't know. I grabbed one that the rounds before it hadn't finished, so it'll be a big surprise.
All right, even better.
So I'm just watching the bracket to see when it updates. In the meantime, we get to hang out, chill.
And Clown Goo, absolutely. Casual Arms as a Discord is meant to be specifically friendly to new people. So not just for people who are less experienced with the game, but people who are maybe new to Discord or are just stepping into the community in the first place. Our priority above all other things is to be a friendly and welcoming place. We like to keep it chill. We like to keep it kind. And if there is anybody in the community who is not doing those things, that is what our moderators are for, and we take that very, very seriously. There are some communities that are a little less moderated, and that's great. That is what they are. They do their own thing, but we take that moderation very seriously. So this is a safe place for anyone who wants to kind of reach outside of their shell and get involved with a new community.
That said, if you'd like to hang out and lurk for a little bit, feel free. You are welcome to just observe the conversations and jump in when and if you are ready. So, and also, all of our events are open to everybody. All skill levels are welcome. So if you ever want to pop in game, you can chat with us there or just play. You are welcome to do either. You don't have... voice chat is not mandatory. Text chat is not mandatory. So...
And while we are here today for ARMS, we are rocking this NA ARMS Online Open for all of you here today. We do also run events for other Switch games. We run weekly events and monthly tournaments for Splatoon 2 and Smash Ultimate. That is the plan. So we've got a lot of stuff that's going to be happening. And if you want to get in on any of those kinds of things, or several other games on the Switch, we're a community that tries to circle in around Switch games. So we do a lot of stuff besides just ARMS.
And when we do run ARMS tournaments, we mostly run regular play events for ARMS. So they're 2-hour party lobbies where anybody is welcome to jump in and play as little or as long as you like. Our tournaments that we run are no elimination. They are Swiss style. So everybody gets to play the whole time. And as the tournament goes on, you are matched up with somebody who has a similar win record as you. So if you've been having a rough go, you'll be matched up with other people who've had a rough go. And if you are doing great, then you'll be matched up with other people who are doing great. So it's a great way to get fair matches for people of a variety of skill levels. So if you're interested in that kind of experience, stay tuned for our next ARMS tournament. I think that's not till like the end of April, but there will be information about that on the Casual Arms Discord server or on the Casual Arms Twitter @CasualArms, and of course our website. I'm just like refreshing the bracket over and over again because apparently the 2 matches before this are taking much longer, which probably means that whoever makes it out of these are going to have some super exciting matches for us.
That's the idea. The further we make it along in the bracket, the more talented the players we see are going to be. That being said, the talented players are there at the very beginning of the bracket,
yeah.
But the guarantee is that we are going to have some better players in these later matches, which is going to be great to see.
Checking up, making sure they've been playing.
And Clown Goo saying, yeah, you always see the tournament posts, but you're scared about joining. I respect that. So
no,
while we have a
feel
moment
that.
here...
I am occasionally terrified of joining tournaments.
To have a little bit of story time with
Oh
Rashiko
yeah,
here.
story time about Rashiko's
To
first
encourage
tournament.
any of you, your first tournaments that you have, I can pretty much guarantee will be better than the first tournament I ever had in ARMS. The first tournament I had in ARMS was way back in the early days.
It was
I
like
had a
back in
tournament that I played, which was
2017.
Mega League Monday.
It was like Mega League Monday 7. It was back in like September of 2017 or something. It was
It
very
was a
early
long time
ARMS.
ago. Literary was not home at the time, and I was sitting here alone in the room, getting ready to play in my first ARMS tournament with Shrimps, who was running those tournaments at the time, and we were helping him out in the community a little bit and starting to get plugged in. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to play in this one and see what I can do. Got in my first match with a user by the name of Crashing Car, who is great Min. Loved playing with them. I was running, I believe, Master Mummy
Yeah,
at the
that
time.
was your Master Mummy set. Still.
And in the first round of the first game of the first round, first match of the tournament, I stepped in there, started to play, and midway through my first match, I had a seizure.
Of some kind.
Of some
it wasn't
kind.
Like...
And that is something that I had never had in my life. And I was a little rattled by that. Wound up having to drop out of the tournament in that first round.
By seizure, he means like all of his muscles locked up for some reason and he couldn't move your arm?
Yeah, so all the muscles in one of my arms seized and were very, very tight, and I couldn't move my arm at all in the process. So not an epileptic fit kind of a seizure, but is in my muscles had seized and locked. And by the time Literary got home, it had managed to ease out a little bit, but...
And he was just like, oh yeah, I had a problem playing today.
Yeah, so I could only use one of my hands to even type in the chat, and that one was really, really shaky given the situation that was going on, so it was typos galore, and just kind of had to back out of that one. So anyone here who made it through their first round with their body fully intact,
Then
you did better than me.
Sure. So it is okay to be nervous. Do not worry, relax. It's all a game. We are here for fun, and there's not too much at stake here. Udon wondering why you did not use your beard to play. Well, Rashiko's beard was much shorter then, and
It
a little
was
less
a lot
powerful.
shorter. There was significantly less power in my beard back then. Nowadays, my beard can do many things, but back in those days, it was a baby beard that was still trying to find its way in the world and wasn't really trained with the strength to play ARMS. But story time with Rashiko is now over. We see some people who are being eliminated. Spectral Dynamite knocked out along the way. Dino also getting
Losing
knocked
like
out.
a pro. That's the spirit.
There you go. Lose like a pro. That's the way to do it.
I make sure that this match is going.
Philamax, I am only level 20 in the Party Crash. We played a little bit of that last night, but we knew we needed to save our energy for the event here today.
Okay, the match we're waiting on, it looks like they were having a few connection issues, so we were still hanging out and chatting for a little bit here.
That's fine. We have all of you here with us today to talk to as we wait for that to smooth on out for the next round. Yes, Udon is not available for this tournament, couldn't quite participate in it, but we are glad to have you here in the chat at least. Spectral Dynamite struggling against Mummy. Yeah, that is a difficult matchup to learn. I know a lot of people really struggle against playing a Master Mummy. As someone who played Master Mummy a lot myself, I will say there are really two things that you can do against a Master Mummy. For one, if they are healing, and you think you have arms with good retraction speed, you can get a lot of punches out there, just charge your arms, keep punching at their shield. While they're sitting there healing, you're going to weaken their shield over time. And if you have the patience for it, you can kind of mitigate their health gain along the way. You're going to charge up Rush, their shield will be weak, and you can just crack through with a Rush. That's the standard approach. If you want to do anything more than that, find a way to make them think you're going to be throwing punches, and then just throw a grab in later on down the way, and they'll probably just hold on to their block because all you've been doing is punching. But either way, try and make sure you're moving around while you're doing all of this to keep the mummy off balance and paying attention to what you're doing. Eminette saying throwing in a grab when they're healing is what you usually try. Works about a third of the time. Yeah, you can always just chuck grabs at them and hope one lands. Mummy is probably not going to get out of the way, so they have to rely on punching through it. And if they don't have the right arms for it, well, they're going to be in for a rough spot.
It looks like we got a really bunch of fast ones real quick. And now they're starting to slow down as the matches are getting closer and they are going to the full best of 3.
But that's good. That
No, it
means
is
that
good.
at this point we are going to be getting some better matches along the way, and that is all right. We are still here chatting with you. I know we don't have any exciting gameplay for you on the screen, but that's kind of the nature of these style of tournaments. There's only so much you can plop up there. We will be having another match in here soon, though. We are fishing for it, we are waiting for it, and we're going to make it happen. This is the most exciting gameplay, says Levi.
The most exciting gameplay.
Now, that being said, one thing we could potentially start working on is fetching a couple members from in the community to showcase in the meantime, potentially.
that's
But
true.
that might just stall us out.
I just don't want to stall us out with that, so I think we're just going to hang out and chat.
Oh, that's fair.
You guys all love listening to the ARMS music, right?
I like the ARMS music for some, like, really low background tunes to have in there. It's got a nice jam to it, but it's not going to dominate your focus. It feels good for it. The Mummy player you were against, Spectral, had mostly Megaton and Lockjaw. Yeah, you definitely got to be able to block those. And yes, Itembot, this is probably the Mixer record for ARMS streams. I don't believe there are very many other streamers on the Mixer platform who stream ARMS. We are one of the few, and we're glad to be doing it.
Wondering if you should really rename Itembot.
So Itembot here is probably, in all likelihood, a user by the name of Programmability who created Itembot that we use on our server.
A bot with an identity crisis, says Rise.
Spectral Dynamite saying, this is your first time on Mixer. Well, hopefully you are liking the display on Mixer. One of the things that we love about Mixer is the faster-than-light chat. I can see this chat coming in almost the moment you are typing it. There is no real stream delay to worry about.
Which is super cool, and one of the things we really love about Mixer.
Yes, it is such a clean stream platform, says Clown Goo, and that is how I've always felt about it. And the stickers that they have in there, Squiddy, also known as Joe the Epic, showing that off. Those stickers, they make me smile every single time I see one. And there are so many of them coming in so many different ways that it's just like they constantly bring out a new wave of sticker themes, and it's great to see, and they always make me smile. Joe the Pick, Levi said. Have I been saying this wrong the whole way? Is it not like Joe the Epic? It's Joe the Pick? Is that what it's supposed to be doing?
I always assumed it was Epic.
Udon, to answer that, yes, there are stickers with glitters. The fancy embers that you can purchase from Mixer are animated stickers that have a lot of color to them and shine. And thank you for the follow. Not sure how to say your name. We've had you with us for a long time. I've been calling you RQ when I talk about you.
I think most people just say Rainy.
Most people say Rainy, all right.
Let's see, Spectral thinking that Mixer might get more traction. Heard of a few issues, controversies with Twitch before. Yeah, we liked Mixer. It had a bit more of a creator-focused mission ahead of it, and mostly the faster-than-light chat was why we really settled on it.
Now, I am going to pass the mic duties off to Literary for just a moment. I'm going to step away, but I will be right back with you here by the time we have our next match.
This match is just loaded in, so I'm going to get in touch with those two players. Spectral says, bring snacks. I don't think he'll be bringing snacks. All right, mind the silence while I get in touch with our next round, which is going to have Kensa King and Nobi, who are players that we have heard of. I don't actually know what Kensa King plays, but I know that Nobi is a very strong Twintel.
Ah, that'll definitely be exciting to see Nobi getting some play again. I don't believe I've seen Nobi's name plugged in on things in a while now. Has Nobi still been playing?
I think he took a break. A lot of people stepped away from ARMS for a while, but he was a really good player back in the day.
And there's Kensa King, which is a name I have seen around but never seen in person in the middle of an event. So this is going to be an exciting time to learn for us here. And we're going to do our best to keep up with you as we are making the stream happen. Got our friend requests coming in, so we're going to go ahead and accept those so everyone can join in on the lobby here.
All right, now I'm going to update our fancy little scoreboard.
All right, there we go. We've got that friend request taken. Clown Goo uploading an icon. All right, that is going to be good. Now that you get stuff customized here on Mixer, you can really feel like yourself.
All right, we got Nobi added.
Should be just a matter of time until we get them in now. We are just going to hide that and bring you straight back to the display for the actual play here. Kensa King gets the player 1 slot as they have joined us first. And Itembot asking an interesting question for our English speakers. The stick part of the glasses that go over your ears, what those are called?
They're usually called the temples.
Is that what they're called? I never knew. All right.
Like
Eminent confirming.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, because it's like the temple of your head, and that's where it sits. So.
All right.
All right, and we got Nobi.
And there's Nobi. So they are ready to start this match whenever they want, and this is going to be a step up from the last matches we've seen. I know they have still been good matches on the screen, but this is going to be some higher level play here, I think. These names are ones we know.
I'm really excited to see this.
I am too. Now, Nobi, Literary, run us through what you know about Nobi.
Nobi is a Twintel player. As you can see, he is best known for his double chill-up play. He's a master of ice chains. Looks like he's got the Hydra, the Boomerang, and Kensa King's got a Dragon, Scully, and I believe a T-Bird was that third arm I saw.
That is a nice set. I like the look of it. Now, we're going to stay behind Nobi for this first match on Ribbon Ring.
But he's going for the Hydra because he's up against Ribbon.
Ooh, look at that little sidestep.
Ooh, that was a saucy dragon right in his face.
Now, one thing that I do know about Nobi, if memory serves, is Nobi was well known for a while for those little tiny walking steps and avoiding things at close range, as you saw with that grab that came in earlier.
Oh yeah, Nobi's motion is amazing. Or his movement, rather, since he's not a motion player.
Ooh, but that Dragon is giving him a little bit of trouble. Dragon is an unusual arm. You don't see many people using it, so occasionally even top-level players struggle to adapt to what's going down. But that grab right there.
For a grab.
You see that block, you throw out the grab, and you just make it happen. The speed here is outstanding.
Yeah, you can really tell the pacing changes as you get into high-level arms. Because they are just not going anywhere near those blocks on Ribbon Ring. They are keeping this in the sides.
Yeah, they don't want to work with that. A lot of players don't want to deal with those blocks.
There's often very little time at matches of this high pace. Ooh, Kensa King dropping his block, fortunately in time to get hit by a Hydra. Nobi keeping up the pressure with uncharged and charged Hydras here, but Kensa King landing a T-Bird into Dragon combo.
Now, I think this match may very well come down to that rush.
Ooh,
if it lands...
Kensa King lands the bird, but whiffs the Dragon.
Ooh, that Dragon would have finished it, but this is really anybody's game. One hit is going to change it, and Nobi spends the rush.
Catches it. Well done, Nobi. That was very tight.
Absolutely. So Nobi could have gambled and tried to close that out without using the rush, carrying it into this round, but locking down a win is important, and they are both really low on their rush meter, so we are basically back to square one with a 1-win lead for Nobi.
Ooh, T-Bird into grab. That's a rough start. Nobi's got to reformat from that.
And thank you for the follow, Diligent Key. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you here, keeping it casual with us today.
Kensa King's arms in danger.
They definitely are, and that will stay for a while. If Nobi continues the aggression, if Kensa King ever gets stuck blocking, well, they would have had to worry about that durability.
And this is a very close range that they are keeping on Ribbon Ring. They are not wasting any time punching down those blocks. They are just keeping the close quarters.
And Nobi landing that rush at close range. The first time Nobi tried to pull off a rush in here, we saw a little bit of rust shining through. The timing was a bit off, but this one, point blank, landed it square. And that is some good stuff. Kensa is going to need that rush to turn this match around. Because without it, that is a big hill to climb. Nobi already almost charged with another one, though. This is going to be a Herculean task to turn this around for Kensa King, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Kensa King using that dragon that's a little hard to use at close range, but lands a grab. Maybe that'll give him the space he needs.
Now, unlike most Dragon players, Kensa seems to really want to hold down this medium range, doesn't want to get too far away lest you lose the ability to confirm off a Thunderbird like that.
Ooh, that boomerang tornado is great at catching ribbons.
It really, really is.
Gotta be
And
real
Nobi
careful.
getting another rush, making use of it. All right, well, we watched Nobi go through on that first round. That is one win to Nobi, but we are going to switch our perspective and see what it feels like to be on the receiving end of that Twin Tail play. We are going to Buster Beach.
Ooh, Dinosaur telling us that we have made it to 200 followers. Thank you so much, everybody. Levi informing us we're at 30 views. Thank you so much, guys, for keeping us up to date.
Kensa King going for double Scully.
Double Scully ribbon. I am interested.
This is a very bold set to use, hoping to get something quick to get in there and grab some poke damage and focus on just pure evasion otherwise.
Yeah, after Nobi really made that pressure be a bit too much to keep that dragon in the loadout, let's see if the double Scullys can work with that a little bit better.
Now, the struggle that you'll have with Double Scully is dealing with weight classes, even going up against other light arms like the Hydra. The Hydra spits out 3 projectiles, so one of those can clash with the Scully while the other 2 keep going. This means Kensa King can only evade by movement and blocking.
Oh, Racha saying Kensa King is a Polaris member. So that's exciting. I completely forgot about that. I believe he's in their Civil War tournament this weekend, too.
I forgot about that as well. That means we do have a community tie we know of to Kensa King. All right.
OMS, I think, is a group of players that Nobi plays with. I don't know their whole history. I know Nobi is a Canadian player, but he is also of Chinese heritage.
Now, if I were to hazard a guess, I would say that's 0 milliseconds, which is in regards to response time
smart,
or latency.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That would be smart. I feel like I've seen other people with the tag, though, so I'm not sure.
Now, Kensa King struggling to get the damage in here, still managing to evade fairly well, but without being able to get damage, it is slowly just whittling down the HP. And
there is
that's
not
gonna
enough time to get that comeback.
Nope. But that's why you
save
save the rush for the next round.
Yeah.
So Kensa King is running on the back foot here, going to have to win a lot of matches in a row to turn this around, but good luck to you in doing it. Otherwise, we got Nobi who is going to lock this down. Let's see what this match
going
does.
back to the Dragon T-Bird, I guess he wasn't pleased with the double Scully. He might be able to get a bit more range on Buster Beach here, since they won't be stuck in the same kinds of corners as in Ribbon.
That dragon does seem to be something Kensa King is very familiar with, landing some good hits with it and setting up traps. You can see when Kensa knows something is coming, the dragon will come out to punch through that Hydra, defending and punishing at the same time. Right like that.
And Ribbon's jumps make for some really nice placements of that dragon that make it very hard to punch down when it comes from above like that.
Now, this is basically settling into both players who have had plenty of time to read each other, so they have a feel for what the other person is doing now. This is the tense part.
Yeah,
once you
really
get into
starting
that
to get a good
match
feel for
numbers.
those dragon reads.
And they are going to need those reads moving the whole way through.
Nobi's movement is impeccable.
Ooh, but that is a very slick grab. You spot an opening like that, you can't go for grabs very often. But when you have a good opening and you can make it work like that, that is a fantastic way to turn this around. Kensa's hops are 1,000 IQ up in here, says Racha.
Definitely doing a great job of dodging that boomerang now that he's gotten a feel for how Nobi is using it to corner him.
And that is something a lot of higher-end players will say that they love so much about formats like, well, more double elimination or more matches with each player is you have seen Kensa King get used to things.
Timeout, Kensa managed to take the HP lead there. That was very close.
You got to hold on to that when you get there. The timer's running down, and that can be very, very, very anxiety-provoking. But you got to hold that defense when you have that health lead. Very well played.
Nobi trying to go in with that pressure, but Kensa King has a lot more room on this stage to evade around it with those ribbon jumps.
Now you can also see for a moment there, Kensa King doing something that is kind of Ribbon Girl privilege, which was jumping in the air, throwing a grab, and when the punish came out, jumping again to avoid the punish. So that is really well done. The same thing being done in that rush there. Ribbon Girl with so many jumps and the ability to act between.
Yeah, you can get an air dash reset with those grabs. Ooh, the shock into rush. Ouch, that's going to sting for 385 damage.
That is definitely the start of a potential turnaround here. Kensa King not about to let this bracket end without a fight.
Ooh, and a shock and a dragon. Nobi is in the red now. And ooh, a grab I think is going to seal round 2.
There it is. Now, that brings us back around. Kensa King is really starting to gain some traction here, and Nobi is going to have to figure something out here now because we are back on even footing, and whoever wins this next best of 3 is the only one to move forward in the tournament.
Hey, it may go down to the stage. You can see the difference between how Nobi was using those corners on Ribbon to really, like, get that Ribbon Girl out of range to evade. Ooh, Via.
Via Dolce is going to be an interesting matchup here. Now, I can see some advantages for aggressive players in Via Dolce, but a good Ribbon Girl can make some great use out of the little elevation shifts and the barriers that you can still punch over on the side. Ribbon Girl going straight to the air while Nobi stays grounded, but that grab is going to land, puts Nobi into a corner. But Kensa King is going to stand the ground in the middle, defending that, trying to keep Nobi into the corner where you got a little bit less maneuverability. But that aggression is just too much to hold back for long.
Ooh, and that shock of the grab. Nobi is already below half. Kensa King is untouched. We'll see if Nobi can put on the pressure in the corners of Via here. Turn this match around.
Hey, Racha, you may say people cannot beat Nobi very easily. This is not easy. Kensa has been studying Nobi through those first matches and just finding some openings here. Nobi clearly struggling to figure out what part of their pattern is being read. But there is still time to turn this around. These are two great players struggling really, really hard to do this. And that is Kensa King taking the lead again here. So this is last chance for Nobi, who is still holding rush, and we're seeing what looks like double Chilla coming out here. So let's see what Nobi can do. This was once upon a time something Nobi was specifically known for, if memory serves, the double Chilla play. And that rush is definitely going to land.
Ooh, Nobi going back to that double Chilla, which is his home spot. Looks like the Hydra and the boomerang were not doing it.
And Kensa King has that rush down pat. I played this Dragon T-Bird combo for a while, and the rush feels good when you can get it to work.
Oh yeah, it's one of those hard to land rushes that does a ton of damage.
Which is
Nobi
why
getting
you
some
see them
freezes
setting up
in,
with the
knocking
shock.
Ribbon Girl out of the air.
But constant pressure from these Chillas is putting Kensa King on the defensive in this round. Nobi is determined to make sure this does not end the way it was going. No punish, but Kensa King does manage to get out of the rush. That was outstanding evasion. Could have sworn that was going to land for the punish, but some very, very, very slick dodge happening there. Nobi has the health lead, but Kensa King is the only one with rush at the moment.
Trying to find a good opportunity, weaving around those Chillas, which Nobi is keeping the pressure on, making it really unsafe for Kensa to land.
And we have rush for both. This is a tough thing to climb out of for Kensa King. Nobi potentially making the big comeback.
Let's see if Nobi can play defensive. Oh, the barely evading. Getting that rush, did that...
And the
That gave
HP
it to
lead.
Kenzo, wow.
Holy crap, did you see that rush exchange at the very end there? Hot dang, that is some slick play. Kensa King.
Wow, that was incredible. Sometimes it comes down to that last rush. Amazing play from both of you.
Outstanding games, you two. That is some smooth stuff out there. That is an outstanding rush counter. Kensa King, I think, may have been a little bit worried about it when it was happening, but
Well, I am
boy,
sure
did you make that
Polaris
look
is
good.
very proud.
All our Polaris members in the chat, be hyped. One of your team just made it past Nobi, and Nobi is well known as a very, very good player in the ARMS community. Haven't seen them for a while, but
it is tough competition out here. Those were some very tight matches. Really unique set from Kensa King there, the bird and the dragon.
I respect that set. I really do. I played it for a while. But Ribbon Girl has way more mobility than anyone I ever used that set on. So that gives me renewed hope that that set is feasible, is good. And I love seeing it get some great work out there.
Yeah, I have never seen Dragon on Ribbon Girl used so well. That was
Very
really
well.
impressive. What a creative set on a new character. This is what I was here for, is seeing these new combinations that we haven't seen in the meta before.
Absolutely,
All right,
that
we've
is
got
good
our
stuff.
first player in for our next round, who is Hess. And I believe we have Logan as our other player. He is still getting stuff worked out. He's a little newer to this tournament thing.
But that's exciting to see someone who is a little newer to the tournament scene making it this far in this bracket. I am very excited to see what we can get out of Logan, who I don't believe I know that name.
I don't think I do either.
I
but we
think
will
I've
find
seen
out.
the name around once before, but I don't know if it's the same person, and I don't know anything about them. So this is going to be exciting. We get to learn here. Yes, that was an absolutely beautiful match that we just finished up,
Really
Lackasism. That
impressive.
was super hype.
Super cool.
Oh my gosh. I know I keep it pretty chill. I don't tend to get too high on the energy level with my voice here, but dang, that was exciting. Buster not making it past round 3.
Hey,
Well,
round
there has to
3
be
is
an end for
great,
someone.
Though. Like, you got several wins under your belt, though. Very good. You should be proud of yourself.
I know you have tended to place around the middle brackets for us over on our Casual Arms tournament, but making it to round 3, that's good stuff, Buster.
And
Well
hey,
done,
Nobi
dude.
used to take MLMs, and he only made it to, what, round 4 over here? Like, it's been some close fights out there. All right, we are getting Logan in touch here.
All right, just locking down our last participant then. Shouldn't take too much longer, and we should be good to go. Glad to have Hess in here with us. I'm assuming this is actually Hess,
Yes,
not
this
some.
is
Okay,
actually
this
Hess.
is actually
Yeah.
Hess. I believe that username has been used by other people at times.
Oh,
so.
yeah. No, this is Hess in the bracket, and that's just his Switch name, I think.
All right, should just be a matter of time until Logan gets plugged in, gets those friend codes exchanged, and manages to join in here.
All right, there's that friend request that I've been waiting for.
And I gotta say, you guys can't see it out there, but Literary over in the corner has been just flipping windows, grabbing devices left
yeah, I'm
and
going
right.
insane. I'm keeping track of our stream overlay. I'm keeping track of the Battlefight chat. I'm keeping track of friend requests on our Switch. Like,
The only thing that I am giving to you all today here is my voice. Literary has everything else taken control.
but you know what? Rashko has a lovely voice, and filling the silence is something that I can't do on top of all this other stuff.
Very, very much so. That is what teamwork is about. That's why you got to have at least 2 hands on board. And there is Logan. Now, I definitely have seen that name. I recognize the spelling, but I know nothing about this player. We do see what looks like a Misongo badge, though.
Ooh.
So potentially we could be seeing some really hype Misongo play happening right now, which
I
would be
think the
great.
most impressive part of all of my multitasking, since Rach is calling me a super streamer, is I have not had any coffee today.
Ooh,
I am
coffee
working
free.
solely off of hype and like a little bit of tea. All right, they are sending each other good lucks, and they are getting ready to go. We are going on to Ribbon Ring. Logan is playing Helix. Bless has is playing Twin Tail.
That's a Helix. You do not see those very often either. very exciting to see a Helix play with Slamamander, Triblast, and Sparky. That's a set I would not have
That is a
expected.
set, yeah. Let's see, we got Funchuck and Hydra on Hess over here, and Triblast Sparky over on Logan.
So you can see Hess immediately going full aggro here. Lots of punches coming out, and Logan is doing some pretty typical play that you see, which is the jumps and a pair of punches coming out. So we will see whether Logan can stand up to what Hess is dishing out here. But Hess seems to be at a pace that Logan is not familiar with, going far too quick for him.
Yeah, Hess looks very comfortable with this Funchuck to plow through those light and box that medium arm. The Hydra to hit that tower mode. Helix is a bit vulnerable to that. Oh, it looks like we might be having a minor connection issue here.
Those do happen, but hopefully it is not too much of a difficulty here. We will see how that goes
Hopefully
for the players.
it's just a little spike that will clear out in a moment here.
That is some good close-range play from our Helix player. Logan managing to get a grab in, but the rush does not follow up. And that is going to leave Hess in an outstanding position to close out this match. Let's see how he does it. Weaving that Hydra in between the shots. As soon as he saw a pattern on those Helix punches, you could see the weaves, you could see the punching back and forth. Hess spotted that and went straight for it.
Very
now let's
nice,
see.
comfortable movement. Hess still has a rush ready to go, but Logan is popping into tower and throwing some punches out to put the pressure down.
He is trying to go
Hiding into puddle.
defensive. Now you can see from Logan's perspective, he is acting a little bit defensive here, maybe a little bit rattled after that first round. I know I sure would be. And seeing Hess from this perspective, that is a lot of aggression coming out of that Twintel. That is some very firm center stage control.
Gets an opportunity to get his wits about him as he's throwing some grabs, putting some pressure down, but ooh, and the rush exchange.
Logan coming out on top on that one. Might not have been expected when you see
Gets
that Funchuck.
Sparky through the Hydra, and the Funchuck does not get a chance to plow through the Triblast.
All right, that does even it up a little bit for Logan,
Ooh,
but
and
this
Hess
grab.
is gonna put him just slightly in the lead.
Hess trying to get in close, but the box is cutting off his approach, and he opts to back up rather than take the punish for it. That gives Logan the distance he has seemed to want all match long. Let's see what he can do with that. Udon, no, I cannot make any Helix sounds for you. I will have to turn that to literary. There it is. We got Helix coming out into the voice. Ooh, a raw rush is...
Hess in the red, but he's got a rush. Let's see if he's patient enough to catch this Helix with. But as a Twintel player, they are known for their patience. Ooh, a very slick puddle dodge from Logan, only taking 40 damage from that rush.
Now, it still does crack through, but one punch that lands on that Twintel will potentially turn this around if it's the right thing. And that is going to lock it for Hess.
Towered and was perfect target for that Hydra.
All right, Hess is going to make it through that first round, so that brings Hess to 1 point compared to Logan's not quite landing one there. Literary a little occupied at the moment. I don't actually know how to adjust the scores.
Oh, I can do that real quick. That went to Hess, who was our player.
There
Update
we
our
go.
scoreboard.
Boom, boom. We got player one.
We kept it simple on the overlay.
Keeping it off to the side so you can see more of the game in front of you. So there are some, I imagine, some minor discussions taking place between our players. They're trying to figure out if they want to change anything along the way here as well. And then when they go back in here, it is going to be no holds barred. Hess is going to be trying to claim that title. And we're back on Ribbon Ring. We are going 2 Ribbon Rings in a
Logan
row.
Is switching to Mummy. That'll be a very different approach from the Helix.
Extremely different. I respect it, though. And we'll see what can be done.
That beautiful whammer that I love to see. He's not going to use it. He's going to go for the double Hydra on a Mummy, which is the smart choice.
It really is. That is a lot of pellets.
We've got Kablammer Nade over here. Let's see how these explosions suit Logan. I have heard that they can be really good against Twintel. It catches that actress aura and will still explode.
Now, we were talking about blocking mummies in the chat earlier. We're going to have to see how Hess deals with that. Over here right now, we can see Logan is unfortunately dropping the blocks just a hair early each time.
Hess is being very patient while Logan is blocking, trying to look for an opening. Gets one with that Kablammer to plow through those 2 Hydras. Ooh, doesn't quite get the block broken, though.
Yet sometimes as a mummy, you see that grab coming from a long way, but your response time is just not there, and they keep landing. Hess
Yeah,
seeing the
Hess
grabs
is
landing is just going to
knowing
keep
those grab
throwing them out
timings.
until it breaks. This is that sad moment you can see in a mummy play. I know I have felt that way myself playing mummy a lot of times. When the train starts to roll against you on the hit point lead, you get a little bit rattled, but he has a
And it
break
is
now
tough.
and needs to compose for this next round. This
Even
is
with
his last
those big
chance.
mummy arms, it can be hard to hit those hydras as they slip between your fingers. Oh, going with the Tribolt for a broader thing to try to hit here. Okay, yeah, that seems to be doing a better job at catching those grabs. Gets a rush with the Tribolt and the Glamour.
Very long range rush managing to land there. But Hess is deciding, enough of that range. I am coming in close. He doesn't want to have to deal with any of this nonsense between them.
Close range Hydra rush.
That is some tough play going out there. Hess is bringing in the aggro, and we are seeing it do some work. Those Hydras are just tearing through the mummy right now. Logan is in a very, very rough position. I have seen bigger comebacks in my time, but this is going to be a big one if he turns this around.
Yeah, let's see if Logan can get the reads to safely block and earn back some of his hit points and get himself an opportunity to respond here. Oh, and not quite.
That is going to lock it down for Hess, though. That is the 2 out of 3, 1 for Hess, and that will take care of it there. Well played, Hess and Logan. Congratulations on making it this far. Unfortunately, that is your last round in the tournament today. Thank you for joining us.
And thank you for letting us stream.
We appreciate being able to give you some showcase here. I know not everyone gets that opportunity very often. Well played, Hess. Very well done. And thank you to both of our players for getting in here, signing up on this tournament, and supporting the ARMS community. Clown Goo, absolutely. That is so fast and intense, the play that is being done in here today. And you can really, really see it, especially from Hess and from Nobi and Kensa King earlier. Once you get to these higher tiers of play, the pacing of the game picks up dramatically.
And that is by far the biggest difference between new players in ARMS and more experienced players, is that pacing and knowing the rhythm that you can punch safely.
Udon, you absolutely can say that. We were trying to find a good spot for it. What we are going to do then is during that initial ARMS selection, we'll just maybe hide the scoreboard for a moment.
Yeah, I'll hide it and then I'll reveal it for once we get involved there. Thank you for letting us know.
But for the moment, we are going to pop back to this screen for you here. Remember, this is currently being broadcasted by Casual Arms. You can join our Discord on the link there if you want to plug in for more events and more things. At the moment, we run 10 weekly events for Nintendo Switch games, 4 of which are for ARMS, not to mention a cycling set of what will be, hopefully, every week tournaments on Saturdays happening. We have, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have currently 5 different tournaments in that rotation.
Oh, geez, do we really?
And we are planning to add a 6th soon. So, there is a lot of stuff that you can plug in on there, and all of those things are non-eliminations.
The Scramble, the Cook-Off, the Pokemon one, and then whatever we had for Smash would be 5, right?
Right, you're right. We have 4 at the moment, going to 5.
4 going on 5.
My apologies.
Yes, there is still a Smash event today. We canceled Splatoon since that was happening right when our stream kicked off. But if you would like to join us for Smash at 7:30 p.m. Eastern today, we do have hosts in charge for that.
Landfrog making it to grand finals of your bracket. Landfrog,
congratulations!
Do we know which bracket you are in? We need to know what streamer is streaming that bracket. See if we can push them to cover Landfrog and point Landfrog to the right stream for it. Semi-grands. All right, so you are 1 away from taking your bracket. Dude!
That is so hype.
Heck yeah.
Amazing.
Great showing for the casual crew, man. Glad to have you out there putting in the good work.
You are a super talented player. It's so good to see you get this far in a tournament so big. That is amazing.
We might not be streaming Landfrog's match right here, but tell you what, if you do make it to the finals of your bracket, let us know. We will try and communicate with the other streamers and see if we can give you a Casual Arms stream with a casual crew making it through there.
Or better yet, just win and make it to top 8, and then we'll for sure cover you.
That's true. We will have you in the top 8. If you make it there, dude, you are going to be in the big time. And top 8 is immediate lockdown for prizes. If you make it out of your bracket right now, anyone who is participating, you are in Prize Town. That is guaranteed.
All right, well, we'll see. I don't think anybody is streaming Triblast bracket.
All right, that means we could potentially swing over there.
Hop over there.
So we might wind up doing that at some point when we get there. Literary will be keeping an eye on the brackets. And Froggo, if you make it through your next match, look forward to swinging on here because we will definitely have you.
Landfrog defeated Dead Pizza. Ooh, it looks like Landfrog and Nin10 are up in the next match.
Ooh, that should be a very good match for
That'll
them.
be a pretty hype bracket.
Now, that being said, I believe Literary is already looking to lock down a match for stream.
I'm hounding on one, but it isn't quite ready yet. So
Not quite ready? That's okay. We've got time.
I have to wait for the chat to pop up for both players to be assigned. I barely caught the last one. They already started organizing, and I was like, wait! Would you like to be streamed?
I believe we are currently streaming the Dragon bracket.
Yes, we are currently streaming Dragon bracket.
But we are welcome to move
around.
Player
use Dragon very effectively in the Dragon bracket. Shout out to Kensu
nice.
King.
That really is. Spectral Dynamite mourning the $25 that you didn't quite manage to lock down from the tournament. I know there are a lot of people who going, oh, I wish I had that. That would have been so good.
But hey, if you hang out for our events, we do giveaways of $10 eShop gift cards. We give away 3 of them for each one of our tournaments. And we also do a monthly drawing for a $10 eShop card for each of our monthly leaderboards for ARMS, Splatoon, and Smash. So even just playing in our events gives you a chance to win a $10 eShop gift card at the end of the month.
And those are not region locked. We have awarded those to players from every country that I know we have a player in from.
Australia, we had Europe, we had Russia this past week.
Yes, we did award to our first Russian
Japan.
player. We've awarded them to Chile. We've awarded them to I believe we gave out a German player a prize at least once.
I'm sure we've given Germany and the Netherlands.
Yep.
The UK, of course.
And like we said, those are not just a dive on in and if you win, you get prizes. All of our prizes are raffled off even during our tournaments, such that the better you play, the better your odds, but there are no guarantees. And even our less experienced players in tournaments can still potentially walk out with prizes along the way. And our monthly leaderboards are a pure raffle based off your position in the monthlies.
Yeah, so the more you play, the better your chance of... And in our tournaments, the better you play, the better your chance of winning. So basically, the more you play or the better you do in a tournament, the more like raffle tickets you get entered into our drawing effectively.
But
so it's not a guarantee, but it's more likely.
Today's thing is the NA Open. And we've got a lot of people pushing through right now. So we have only really been showing you people from the Dragon bracket, but there are a lot of brackets rolling through at the moment.
There are 8 brackets in this tournament. It is huge.
Oh no, Eminette's going to go do something super stupid. Well, don't do anything too stupid, Eminette. Take care of yourself. Be safe. You're going to watch this in VR.
Ooh, that'll be intense.
Oh, that's exciting.
Good old V-Arms. Houdon saying that he plays for them sweet, sweet prizes.
All right, take a brief pop over to the side here. Make sure we are not getting direct contact for any things that demand extra attention.
Looks like we are doing all right now. So big shout out to Aerowolf. All right, she doesn't go by Aerowolf anymore, just Era. She has been helping out with the tournament organization and helping Battlefy staff administrate this tournament. That's going to be a ton of work. There are so many people, and this is way bigger than ARMS has ever seen.
Era has been working to run tournaments in the ARMS community. We've also been running a lot of events and tournaments in the ARMS community, but Era recently has really stepped up and doubled down with making a whole lot of stuff happen. So if you ever happen to encounter anyone by the name of Era, maybe Network Era, in Discord or around the tournaments here or in the ARMS community as a whole, be sure to send your love, because that is someone really putting forth the work, really putting forth the effort to support the ARMS community in every way that they can.
To my
Not just
understanding-
their own sphere of it, too.
And to my understanding, she's only ever gotten paid in Girl Scout cookies, so send her a bit of love for all of her hard work. Big shout out to our
Lacacism
Battlefy
struggling.
staff, of course.
Gonna ask you a question here, Lacacism. You say you are having a struggle with round 5. If you are struggling with something with the tournament and you are still involved with the tournament, please send your questions to the support questions chat on Discord for the NA Open official
there should be
Discord.
like a report match issue button if you need help from the Battlefy staff, and they will be on it right away.
And yes, Clown Goo Era is absolutely one of the many heroes of the community. We have been working alongside her for a long time, supporting her events, her supporting our events, and it's been a great person to interact with along the way. Also, I'd like to draw attention at this point, if any of you are on Discord and have joined the ARMS North American Open Discord server, you can see a link of all the other streamers who are still streaming this event right now. Our European streamers are only streaming the first half with these early brackets. So if you want to send your love to any of our European streamers, be sure to do that now. We will be here live to the end of the entire tournament. But there are some other places that we totally respect you going to pay a visit, pop in and say hello while they are still live, because they won't be for very long.
Yep, go say hi. I posted all the links on Twitter. So check out the Casual Arms profile on Twitter, and there should be links to all of the other community streams that are helping out with this event, because it is so huge. We have 5 total streamers helping out. So we've got Paul helping. Yes, he is UK.
That would be the Save Arms account.
Yeah, he's got using the Save Arms account for streaming. We've got Tamashi Kanjo, who is streaming. We have the Fellows TV channel that is streaming. And of course, Mileve, I believe, was streaming her run. I imagine she's probably taking a short break before she's jumping back into streaming.
Also, to the chat, Racha, thank you very much for the compliment. This stream being the best stream, we appreciate the love there. And Clown Goo asking how long we have been a thing with Casual Arms. I believe we are at, what, about 2.5 years now?
Yeah, about 2.5 years. So we started the Casual Arms Discord in late December of 2017. So we started it right before the New Year's party crash for Mummy and Twintel, and we've been going on since then.
And it has been a long and fun road. We probably would have started earlier, but in the early phases of the ARMS community, we were doing our best to support the people who were kicking stuff off to start, kind of keep everything locked down in just a couple of places so that everyone knew where they needed to go. And then when the rules discussions turned into more narrow focus for certain parts of the community, we said, you know what we're going to do is we're going to split off so that we can support the aspects of the ARMS community that weren't getting support at the time. And that way, everybody who enjoys ARMS could get the kind of content that they really needed to feel like they were a part of the community. So that is the kind of the mission of Casual Arms, is to make sure that people find a space that is giving them what they need, where they can be welcomed and supported, regardless of the game modes that you like to play, the strategies that you like to use, or how many hours you feel like sinking into the game. From the top to the bottom, we are glad to have people at any level of skill and any level of dedication. To answer a question in the chat, how to find where you were in the bracket, I don't actually know what it looks like from a player's perspective. If you are struggling, again, I would direct you to the North American ARMS Open Discord. They should be able to answer any of your questions there and get you sorted out well.
Yeah, I think it's listed, if you pull up the bracket, I think there's like one line that will say which bracket it is.
All right, Literary, do we have any word from the people we are trying to contact?
We are still waiting on the match on that one.
That's all right. That's plenty of time.
Keep getting ones that are apparently not quite ready. I didn't want to run into the issue that we'd like still be streaming and then a match is ready and then they have to wait for us. And
And yes, Squiddy, to answer the question, the NA Arms Open Discord is an official one for this tournament. It's not an official Nintendo
No, but
Discord server.
it is an official Battlefy server.
Yes.
And there's a link to that if you go to battlefy.com/arms and you click on the NA Arms tournament. The contact link has a link to their Discord.
And Spectral Dynamite and Clown Goo, I'm glad that you being here with us today has made you feel like this is a place that you want to stick around with, because that's what we're trying to give. I know we've said it a lot here, but if we can bring a little bit of extra joy into your lives and give you a good place, even if it's just hearing us in the stream here for anything that we happen to be streaming, we have done our job.
I think Landfrog just took his match.
Did he?
With Nintendo?
Fantastic.
We might just hop over to Triblast bracket.
Let's do it. Let's just go over in that direction.
Unhighlight this match because they are not ready yet.
They are not ready, but Landfrog is. Big congrats if we are reading this right to Landfrog.
Of course, like, I'm going to go here into Triblast bracket, and then they're not going to have the other opponent ready yet.
That's fine. We can wait for Landfrog. That is worth it.
I think we should wait for Landfrog. That is super hype. That is amazing. Nintendo is no slouch of a player.
Not at all. And Landfrog has been active here in this chat, so all of you who have been with us here today know the journey of the Landfrog through the bracket today. He has been updating us on facing off against tough opponents and squeaking out these wins and getting himself ready for them finals. Who do you got, Landfrog? Who are you up against? Either T-Turtle or J-Ro. That is going to be an opponent either way, but we believe in you, Landfrog. We know you can do this.
That is amazing, Landfrog. You've come through a lot of tough opponents over there. I was checking out that bracket. Boy.
Yes, we are moving over to the Triblast bracket. We may be showing a little bit of favoritism here, but you know what? This is Casual Arms, and that is the Casual Crew.
Landfrog has been a valuable member of our community for a long time, and we are glad to showcase you on stream, dude. And I am super hyped to see how his Ninjara is playing today.
Now, that's a good question from Udon, is how is Skunky doing over in the bracket, in the Dragon bracket?
Good question. I should go check on that. I think she may have been up against Kensa King.
Ooh, that would be one heck of a match to be dealing with, that's for sure.
She made it out. But I will go check up on that and see how she was doing. See, where was she? I feel so old. I'm like leaning over.
Getting point blank on that screen, trying to figure out where the names are in the brackets.
Okay, she made it to round 4 before she got knocked out. But that is still an amazing performance. It is so cool to see our Casual Arms regulars making it like decently far in this tournament. It is huge. So
it really is, absolutely.
Absolutely zero shame to any of you whenever you happen to be knocked out. There are only 8 players out of these like 800 players that signed up for this tournament that are going to make it through. So you are all amazing, and thank you so much for supporting the ARMS scene when Nintendo has given us this extra bolt of attention.
All right, Landfrog, you know, we might be waiting for your game, but we were already waiting for the other game, so it is not a loss
so it's
here.
not really a big deal.
It is the nature of these kinds of tournaments. The rounds do not all happen simultaneously, so it is a matter of finding people to play. Apologies to those of you who are here with us. The early part of this bracket is going to be a little chaotic. We have a little bit of downtime here and there, but especially once we get to the top 8, this is going to be a lot more straightforward, and we are going to make sure to cover that the best we can with very little downtime along the way.
Let's see, if we want, we could probably jump into Triblast bracket and grab the game before Landfrogs.
If it is still available.
It might still be, so I will go check.
We will see.
Let's see.
We are doing our best to scout it out and find something to broadcast for you here.
Okay, yeah, the one before... Okay, and it's going to have, let's see, it's going to have T-Turtle, and it's going to have either Lab or J-Ro, which we've both seen before. J-Ro is a Bite and Bark player, and I believe Lab is a Springtron player.
All right, well, let's flag that then, and we will do the match leading up to it as well.
Figure out who is going into Landfrog's map. And I'll just sit on this one instead, and then we'll be able to go a bit more seamlessly.
That's certainly the hope.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to say seamless or streamlined, and I kind of stumbled on that one.
I could have seen you going for smooth, too, and those all start with an S.
Those are all like... I'm starting to speak Kid Cobra's language.
Ooh, now that is a skill. That's not parcel tongue. That is a whole different kind of thing. Squiddy, to answer your question, this tournament as a whole is actually set up really well. To run a tournament of this size, though, is not an easy thing to do. We have a lot of staff from Battlefy that is participating here, making sure to direct players.
These are people who are paid to organize the
Yeah, they
tournaments.
sure are. And the big
And they
difference
deserve
there...
it. They are great people. We've had a really good experience working with them so far.
But the big difference in running a tournament of that size is it's not about trying to draw people into it. The struggle is dealing with a whole bunch of new players who are less than familiar with the format that it's being run on. So not everybody has ever used Battlefy before. Not everybody has necessarily even played in an ARMS tournament before, so they might not even know how to exchange friend codes. There's a lot of people needing a lot of help to lead them through, and that's what a good TO is for, is to walk the players through it every step of the way. Skunky! It is a shame that we lost you in round 4 there, but I am very glad you could make it that far, and that we got the moment to support you while you were playing here with us today. We had you on stream for a good win, and that was great.
All right, so we are hopping over to Triblast bracket. We are waiting on round 6. I have highlighted the match. I am refreshing constantly so I can catch them before they match up with each other and get them into this lobby, and whoever wins that will be going up against Landfrog, one of our own. Landfrog doing some CPU B&B practice right now, just in case. Yeah, T-Turtle is also a B&B man. Don't forget to get some water. We've been streaming for quite a long time, so it is important to stay healthy, stay hydrated.
Something I was doing just at that moment.
Racha, we'll see. We're going to stick to Triblast for now, so we're not hopping around too much.
One of the things that we have to make sure we do is we cannot hold a match so that we can stream it. So we have to get in before those matches kick off. That is the one roadblock that we do face streaming this event. Since it is not our event, we can only stream a match if we catch them before they kick off. Because we do not want to delay this tournament. This tournament is going to take many, many hours, and we want to make sure that it runs as quickly as it possibly can.
All right, and Sora Firestorm letting us know from our streaming organization channel he is not able to log into Mixer right now, but he says he can watch for 30 minutes. He is here and says hi to everybody, and good luck and happy casting from him.
Absolutely. To those of you who may not have met Sora Firestorm before, admin on the server, and a big help in running our technical backend at the moment. He is in charge of all of that right now, and we love all of his help along the way. Also, one of the few people we have run co-streams with along the way. If you stick around with us here at Casual Arms, you will eventually get to know Sora Firestorm.
But we are just hanging out, waiting for this bracket to update. I just refresh some more.
Yep, unfortunately, we are just on hold at the moment. It will settle. We will have people soon. But you all just kind of have to deal with us for the time being.
You get to listen to our lovely voices as we chat. Super relaxed.
But I hope those of you who are here have been able to swing around to other streams periodically and see the more action that is coming out. But like I said, we're going to be here the whole way through. Hopefully you are having a fun time and enjoying the hype today. Because dang, it is so exciting this weekend.
Hype.
And when this tournament is done, even when this tournament is going on, if you're not playing in it, Party Crash is still going on.
That is true. If you cannot hold in your arms hype, go jump into Party Crash and punch the heck out of some people for fun.
I don't think we're going to be sliding in on Party Crash later
we did
tonight.
Our Party Crash last night. We did have a great time. It was so cool to be back in Party Crash.
It really was. I hope we see more Party Crashes, honestly, because I would like to be able to dedicate more time to playing those. And we were a little bit limited because we had to do a long call with the streamers in the back end on Battlefy to organize, and we had to get everything set up for this. Got this running today, so we are very limited in our Party Crash engagement.
And also, like, on the stats page, if there is not another Party Crash, there's just going to be one empty slot forever. That's going to be a huge bummer.
It's been bothering you for a while that there was some space at the bottom.
It has. has been bothering me. And it's going to bother me even more if they put only one of the 2 slots filled. But we shall see. It is a good time for ARMS. We've got the Smash character hype happening in June.
Oh man, I am excited for that. So to those of you who may have played in our Smash Brothers events, you may have gotten to know that I have played, since the beginning of Smash Ultimate released, I have only played random. That is the only character selection I have made, and that's been my entire Smash Ultimate life. But if we get an ARMS character, you may see Rashiko pick a character specifically on purpose. Personally, Clown Goo, yeah, let's have some speculation here. We've got some hype with all of this coming down, too. So I am personally hoping for Max Brass, and I will tell you why. I have been playing Smash since Smash released on the 64. There is one thing that I have not seen in any character leading up to now that feels like a core mechanic of Smash. I would love to see a character that is sometimes a heavy. One that can charge up and turn into a heavy when they're in a specific state. Max Brass has that ability in ARMS, effectively, where he gains armor when he's charged. And I would love to see a character with that ability. Not to mention, if they add in a charge mechanic for ARMS, he has that high percentage, what would be in Smash, a modified rage state, which could be really, really interesting and work really well. On top of that, the deflect gives him an ability to maybe make some kind of a counter in Smash that's an existing function, but would work differently. So it wouldn't just be an immediate counter. Perhaps it would be something along the way of, like, you counter a move and it staggers them for a moment so you can respond with an attack of your choice. There's a lot of different ways that could be done with that, and I think Max Brass has a lot of really straightforward mechanics that could translate to Smash as long as they can figure it out.
I am Team Min Min.
I appreciate that Min Min is a very likely candidate for this. My only struggle with Min Min is you have to have a dual arm function in order for Min Min's dragon arm to really feel like it's an asymmetrical charge thing that's locking in and being
I just think
really
the charge
effective in that
mechanic
way.
could be interesting, and just Min Min's a cool and kind of iconic character design.
Yeah, definitely on that front. But I'm hoping for Max Brass from a mechanical perspective. I will be fine with pretty much anyone that they decide to pick. Personally, not too excited for Min Min, but I know a lot of people are, and if Min Min gets in there, I am glad you're going to be having a great time. Yes, and Itembot having the discussion here. Extendable arms would be the primary gimmick. Does it need a second one? Extendable arms will be their primary mechanic, how they function. But I suspect they're still going to need special moves. And a special move that charges up to get a temporary heavy, I think, could be very interesting. A special move that charges up the arms to give them a bonus function could be interesting. A special move that does like a deflect wave could be interesting. So I feel like there's room for that on the B moves.
It sounds like one of our participants may not be up for streaming. We will see.
And if that is the case, we will have to go find something else. Unfortunately, we are stuck having to wait for our participants to give approval. And until they wind up in the chat, we don't get that. If they say no, we will have to look elsewhere. So apologies for that
I got a no
delay.
on that one. So.
All right, the stream has been rejected for the one that we were waiting on at the moment, so that may not be happening. And depending on who wins this match, we will see whether or not we can come back here. But now we have to go back into the brackets, and we have to try and find someone who is open to being streamed, because even if we were in a position where we could stream whatever match we felt like and just make them be on stream, that's not how we roll here. We want people to be comfortable, and we don't need added pressure. So, Literary is back in the bracket looking for something to do. And hopefully we will have that soon.
Different bracket, I guess.
Apologies for that, everybody. I know we were sitting here waiting on that one.
Final. I did warn them that we would like to stream the final. So whoever makes it on, hopefully we can convince them to play then.
Hopefully. And if not, again, we will respect that.
One of them was down and one of them was hesitant, but would do it if necessary. All right, well, this one still hasn't started, so I'll go highlight that one.
All
Let's
right,
see.
click onto it. Let's see what we can make happen. And
Highlight it on
hopefully,
bracket again.
Landfrog, we can take care of showing yours when we get there.
There's still nobody here. The match I was waiting for before is still not.
So all the matches we have marked are either not being streamed today or still struggling to fill in. Hopefully that will settle here soon for all of you. Eminet rooting for the Cell for Smash, which would be interesting. That would definitely throw me for a loop. I would not expect them to pull that in. Maybe as like a background element in a stage could be interesting, but that's the most I would imagine to see for the Cells.
All right, apologies for the silence. Trying to keep up with brackets and see if I can snag somebody. This match has been waiting for quite a while, so I wonder if there's been an issue with one previous leading up to.
Yeah, absolutely, Racha. The gray dudes, the ones that you go through in the 1v100 mode, and when you have the warm-up thing in the middle of a lobby, you can enter a warm-up when you're not matched. Those would be the Cells. That would definitely be unexpected. 100%. And apologies to Sora Firestorm, who I know tried to join in with us today, was only with us for a short while during our downtime. That is just the way these tournaments go sometimes. But we have more coming. This VOD will be available, so you will be able to catch all of this later as well. So, Lacacism, you are happy with your results. How far did you make it, Lacacism? Tell us, share the hype.
Okay,
Explain to us your journey.
Okay, the match a little before the one that I've been eyeing is wrapping up. The players are just chatting friendly with each other. So hopefully they should put their results in soon.
And yes, Squiddy, assuming that we have permission to do so, we will double check before doing so. But assuming that we have permission to post this to YouTube, this will be posted up on our YouTube.
I think we're allowed to, so long as we don't claim it as an official stream, because it is not an official stream. It is not Nintendo approved. It is just a community arms stream. We are helping out with the Battle Fighter.
That is my understanding as well. But again, as I said, we will confirm that before going too far on it. Piper! Hey, how's it going? I'm glad that both Piper and Lacacism were pleased with the results they had in the tournament. Let us know, since you're here in the chat, right now we are just doing community dialogue. So let us know how far you made it. How did your journey go? Tell us about your hype matches, because we would love to show one right now, but we have to find some people who are going to let us stream them. Looks like Literary has them in chat now. We are starting to engage on our upcoming match. Hopefully these people will be comfortable being on stream, and if they are, we'll be good to go for another round here. And Landfrog, if you are still listening to us here today, if your match kicks off and we are still streaming another match, just go, ignore the flag that we have on it. We are not going to hold you up on that. And my apologies if that is the circumstance, but that's the way life be sometimes. You're just going to have to win in that case.
Okay, I found the issue with their stream, or with their match. We are getting them on stream right now, so we're going to be good. All right.
Fantastic. Piper making it to round 5, getting knocked out by JM Canada. That is a player to get knocked out by and be kind of okay with things. Lacacism cooling off in Party Crash. I'm glad Party Crash is open. That is for everybody who is playing ARMS who gets knocked out early. If you're still feeling the bug, you got more play to go. We've got Uran here in the lobby with us already. I am going to
All right.
bring us back to this display. There we are. We've got another friend request coming in, so we are going to be streaming. Who is our other player? Uran versus...
Name of person. Gamma Spark.
Gamma Spark.
Right.
I can't say I recognize that name either. That's exciting.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad to see another name make it this far that we haven't recognized.
Apparently, I had marked this match, and they were waiting for stream, so it is on me. My bad. But we are getting them in here now, so we're gonna be good.
All right, well, as soon as they get in here, we will be good to go, and they will launch. Hopefully there are no other matches that we have to uncheck along the way. With any luck, this will be the only time that happens, where someone gets stalled for a moment. Doesn't look like it was for too long, though, which is good.
I'm glad I checked up on it, though. So, oh, okay, looks like they are both in here.
All right, so they are ready to roll. We've got Uran and Gamma Spark, and now if I know anything about Uran, it's that he plays Ninjara better than I do.
He does, yeah. He is a motion player also. Usually plays Sparky Chakram.
Now, I am excited to see that because I know when I am on top of my game, I can play really well with Uran, and we have some fantastic back and forth. But Uran is a little more on top of his game right now than I am, and I am excited to see and just kind of like settle in my brain and be like, all right, this is what a Ninjara could be doing. Maybe if I were as good as Uran, I could be in there too. But these are two good players who have earned their way this far that we get to showcase now.
Is sharing the hype with their friends so they can all see them play on stream.
Super exciting. I am glad that we get to bring in the friend crew for this one. Oh, we lost Uran. Not sure what we lost him to, but we just lost Uran. Hopefully just a mispress on a button here in some fashion, or a setting that needs to be toggled.
Okay, looks like Uran had a connection error, but it should be good once he hops back in here.
Meanwhile, if the call was to Gamma Spark's friends to join our chat here and see the stream, hello to all of you. Cheer on.
Ring. It is going to be a tight matchup. We've got Gamma Spark on Pink Min Min.
And we've got Uran running Ninjara out here. All right, well, good luck to both of you in here. We see a curving arm on both players. Let's see how much use they get. We're starting with Uran, and boy, those punches are flying fast. Connection jiggled a little bit there at the start, but we are going aggressive on Sparring Ring. Both players keeping that kind of middling distance, and Uran is determined to not let Min Min get that Dragon Arm charge, but there it is.
He finally does with a knockdown. We've got two of the Ram arms, straight arm with the Fun Chuck and the Sparky on either side here. This should be an interesting matchup of medium arms.
And that is some really close quarters punching going on between the two of them right there. Gamma Spark's big Ram having an advantage over the Chakram in that it is going to get across a little faster.
Gamma dominating that middle of the Sparring Ring. Uran having a hard time getting out of the corner.
And locking that rush in puts Uran in one-hit territory. But potentially, even if Uran loses this match, he can bring that rush into the other round for an advantage on the start. But he is not giving up now. There is still plenty of comeback material available. Well, not anymore, there isn't.
That Ram catches curve the other way.
That Ram, especially on Min Min's Dragon Arm, is a vicious thing. And right now we are going back in it. Uran with Rush. The question is, when will he use it and what will he use it for?
He switched to Triblast. He's actually rocking default Ninjara here with the Triblast on the right and the Chakram on the left.
I respect that you don't see defaults too often, but when you do, people tend to know their way around them.
And
look at this.
Doing some work here. The pressure from that Triblast is not giving Gamma an opportunity to charge up that Dragon Arm.
And a lot of players, especially at lower levels of skill here, will struggle to get a Triblast in on this kind of a set, fighting against medium weight arms. But Uran landing his rush and taking the HP lead pretty firm here. Gamma's got a bit of a mountain to climb on this one. They are keeping the distance spread out now, so they had that really close exchange, but as soon as you end one of those, whether you win it or you lose it, it is real easy to want to get distance again.
Those Ram rushes are real tough to dodge.
They are. Ninjara basically just gets hit by him.
His poop. Ooh, but uncharged Triblast, folks. Doing a lot of work here as Gamma is trying to charge up that arm.
And that will solve it for Uran. He has found his answer, and that is going to leave it to Gamma to figure out what to do to get around that Triblast now. We're going to switch over to Gamma's perspective as we see this.
Ooh,
And
putting that fun chuck on the left this time. Swapping that arm. Still keeping the same arm set. But putting them on different sides is a big deal for Min Min.
it really is. That charge on the Fun Chuck will make it enormous, and if they can manage to get a hold of it, it should give them the kind of defense they're looking for here. Uran not going to give them the opportunity, though.
Using that close range Fun Chuck for punching down that medium arm coming in. Fun Chuck is one of the highest retraction times for parrying punches, especially at close range. Ooh!
Ooh, well countered by Uran, who is locking down control over this match. Gamma Spark is in a bit of a pickle here. Gonna have to basically perfect Uran to turn this match around.
Yeah, but Uran is keeping that pressure up on Sparring Ring. There is nowhere to get away for Gamma to get to that charge.
Well played, Uran and Gamma Spark. That is the first of the best of three, so there is still time. We have seen this go to the third fight before. We may very well see it happen again right here. But Uran with the lead, and if he takes our next set, then that's going to be the end of it. That is going to be the last one in Gamma Spark's run. Hopefully, Gamma Spark's friends will show up here in chat to cheer him on before it's over. Give him your support. Also, shout out for Uran if you are rooting for him to win. You guys show your love in the chat. These guys are doing their best. Both of them want to make it through. And we're going to pop back over to Uran, who has pushed Gamma Spark back. That spawn location in Buster Beach is really important. So Uran gets to maneuver around on the high ground here, and Ninjara doesn't have too much trouble with that median. That being said, if he gets stuck on his movement, those Rams will punish real hard. Gamma managing to fight his way up to the high ground on Buster Beach, which is really good. That is necessary to do when you wind up on the low spawn to start. And the pressure is coming on hard. Those Rams are not quite doing what they need to against that Triblast, but they are definitely putting up a fight. Both players with Rush is, both players with Rush, but a low shield. And a broken arm. That is the perfect place to land a Rush. Gamma Spark now has to use that Rush somehow to turn this HP around, I imagine. We'll see what the plan is.
He is trying to get Uran in this hot pocket of Buster Beach. Wow, Uran with that Rush dodge. Amazing on the Rams, because that is a real tough one to dodge with Ninjara.
And if people in the chat here say, I have no idea how to pronounce Uran's name, maybe he'll enlighten us later. But just one hit left on Gamma Spark, and it is going to be down to must-win-'em-all territory there. Uran playing the dash game, keeping to movement, making sure that he is focusing 100% on staying alive. That timer is going down. He's got Rush and does not need to burn it right now. And that will lock it down for him. So Uran taking the win there and holding Rush into the next round is a big advantage state. Welcome, Def Gamer, to the chat, and thank you for the follow. We're going to switch back over to this Min Min. Gamma Spark putting up the last fight for life against Uran here in this match. The freeze landing turns Ninjara's shield into a normal one, and following up with a grab, which is the standard follow-up for freeze.
Ooh, and a Rush off, but Uran gets it out first.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt for Gamma, losing his Rush in that exchange, hoping that he could have countered it with the medium weight arms, but just a hair too slow. Gets that Dragon Arm charge again, though, and can use that really big Ram to try and pressure Ninjara here. Ooh, until getting knocked down by the Triblast. Uran has been on point with those Triblasts, poking through in the openings between two medium weight arms, managing to keep Min Min on the ground, and that grab will lock it down. That is Uran making it through the best of three. Very well done, Uran. Congratulations to you. You are definitely our advancing player now. Gamma Spark, thank you for being with us here today, giving us the opportunity to stream this match and give you at least a little bit of showcase so we can show that is a player that lost, but not a bad player. That is some outstanding play, putting up a fight against Uran every step of the way. Well played by both of you. I am glad you managed to get through this much of the tournament together. Very, very good stuff.
All right, and Landfrog's match is now ready.
So we are going to slide straight over to that. That means we get to show our support for Landfrog, member of the casual crew, who has made it to the final match of his bracket. So it should not be long now. And then after this, we are going to probably be sliding into top 8.
Oh yeah, we're almost there. Alright, I'm just going to make sure that the other match I marked is not still treated as marked for the players. So there is no confusion there.
And if there is, we can at least jump back into that chat
At least
and
I'll
tell
hop
them to
into the
just
chat
go.
and be like, no, we're doing something else. My flag didn't go away or whatever, so... Hold on, come on, load the chat.
And there's Jaro in the room already. We are just
Okay,
waiting
they're
on
all set.
Landfrog. And there they both
Hey,
are.
there they
We
are.
are
All right,
ready
if you
and
guys
rolling.
Can give me just a moment to set our scoreboard. Who popped in first? Was that
Jaro got in first.
So we have got a B&B player in here.
Dino
Very
with the frog in the chat.
And our very own Landfrog. We are so excited to have you here. This is going to be super hype.
All right, the frog has
All right.
landed. We are in this match.
Amazing. We are going to Buster Beach again.
Buster Beach with a bite and bark. You do not see many bite and barks. I've been saying that all tournament long, and I love saying it. We are seeing new characters that we don't see as much as the others. Great match coming in. We are going to start with Jaro, who is using a revolver and a boomerang, trying to keep up the pressure on Landfrog, who is one of not very many people who uses Guardian, and I love
it's
seeing
beautiful.
him play it.
I'm so happy to see a Guardian here.
Right now, that boomerang giving the Guardian a bit of trouble. Curve arm is the right way to get around a Guardian, and Jaro is putting on pressure.
Arm. Not many people use revolver. It's usually considered one of the weakest of the light arms.
Uh-oh, we
I think
seem
we
to
may
have a connection issue.
issue.
We will see if that resolves.
Yeah, Landfrog's
And
being patient here to see if we get him back. Okay, I think we got him back.
we may have him back here. We're going to have to see what happens
we got him
there.
Back. There we go.
All right. Landfrog being the big man to step up and wait for that to settle, which is not something you see out of very many people,
Okay,
especially at this
some
degree
good
of competition.
sportsmanship here. I appreciate that so much. With the beautiful wide grab from Landfrog.
Oh, it was so big. That was the whole stage. Oh, it feels
Landfrog
great.
also a motion user. So good to see that motion tech. Using that Guardian to his advantage, hiding behind that Jara.
Ooh,
but
that
doesn't
rush
stop the
lands,
rush.
though.
That was a really well-landed revolver rush. I've never seen a bite and bark do that kind of pressure. That was really impressive.
All right, well, it looks like Jaro's connection did stabilize by the end here, so the match stands. Overland Hail, welcome to the chat. We are following the final match in the Triblast bracket here with
Okay,
Landfrog
and
and
Landfrog has
Jaro.
dropped the Guardian for now. He is picking up the Chilla, a bit more of a reliable straight arm.
Yep, Jaro's set is doing way too much work against that Guardian, so he has to make something happen here. And those
revolvers
freezes.
putting on a lot of pressure. Landfrog going in for the ice chain, tries for the grab, but gets the rush instead.
Ooh, that is a really, really good bit of aggro from Landfrog there. Jaro has rush, and this
Saddling
can
in
be
chat,
turned
wishing
around.
Landfrog a good luck.
The chat is rallying to
Don't
support
get
the
us
one
wrong,
who's
we
been
love
with
our
us.
casual crew, but Jaro is also an awesome player and a frequent of the North American Arms Online in general. Very
Absolutely.
impressive D&D with a unique arm set for sure, and I love to see those. Like, that revolver is doing a lot of work.
It
Those
really
uncharged
is.
shots, they take so long to get there. It's a lot of pressure on a Jara.
And I respect seeing any kind of person who will use somewhat non-standard things along the way here. We're just going to hang out behind Jaro for
Getting those
this.
bark deflects, making it really hard for Landfrog to get in. It's boomeranging into the corner, the hot pocket, as they used to call it.
Yet down in that corner of Buster Beach is a very rough place to be. Landfrog not quite able to get back out of there, so he is kind of committed to fighting from that low ground.
Ooh, rush off.
And
Back
Landfrog
forth.
winning the
Landfrog pushes
exchange.
through because he's got those double medium.
That brings us to 1-1 on these
This is
matches.
so hype.
We are still working on the first of our best of 3 here, and we are sitting on even matches. No changes from the arm loadouts.
Kicking down Bark.
That is the thing you have to do. If you are fighting against a Bite and Bark player, you need to keep Bark down as best you can, because that is where all of his tools come from. And there it is.
Phoenix gets it.
Gives you a second or two before Bark gets back up again to make something happen. And then however much time it takes to get back.
The wide grab, slipping right over those revolver bullets. Man, this set really puts a lot of pressure down with the wide range of the revolvers and also that boomerang.
It really does. You might not think so because you don't see the arms constantly flying forward. But as long as that boomerang is in the air, Landfrog has to care about it. And
same with those revolver bullets. They take so long to finish getting out. They are much more spread out than the other light arms.
It's kind of like just laying out a minefield in the match that he has to navigate for the entire round. So Jaro kind of going for that, I'm going to put a whole bunch of stuff out here in the air, and you are going to have to figure out a way around it.
Yeah, not all of these shots are intended to hit. They're usually just to force movement and try to push Landfrog into walking to any of those mines that Jaro has basically placed on the field in the form of his arm attacks.
Not to diminish it in any way, these punches are calculated as they're going. They are mostly only throwing out a punch when it is safe to do so, trying to sculpt a position where they can win. And that rush exchange goes to Landfrog here with the health lead and 5 seconds remaining. This may be first round going to Froggo.
Oh, but Jaro's getting a bunch of hits in. Ooh, and that last uncharged punch is enough to clip him in the shoulder.
There it is. So out of the best of 3, first round goes to Landfrog. Congratulations on locking the first one, but this road is not over yet. There is still plenty of time for Jaro to bring it back around and take a win. That last second KO, indeed, Landfrog.
That was amazing. Very impressive showing from both players here. Great stuff.
Now, we can't have you pulling a me and just taking a timeout at the end there. You got to make a name for yourself as well. No, Landfrog, far better member of the casual crew than I am, absolutely. And he is putting on a great showing out here.
We've got in the Battlefight chat, both players come. Oh, I think they lost
Oh,
Jaro.
we did lose Jaro again. That is unfortunate. The connection issues are not doing us any good here right now.
Thankfully, the match hasn't started yet, so I think he's good there.
He does still get to come back in. Had the match started, we would have had to abide by the official rulings, especially with it live on stream.
If they disconnect before the match starts, they can rejoin.
Yes, absolutely. Because I think we are safe in saying that the map had not been fully selected at that point.
Yeah.
But once you get into the arm select screen, if we have progressed that far, that is when those disconnects matters. This is okay, we're still moving in, and we are on DNA Lab.
Ooh, we haven't seen DNA yet today.
All right,
That's
we are going to
exciting.
change our perspective and go behind Landfrog. This is what it looks like now to be a ninja. And bringing the Guardian back out again, Landfrog has decided that it is time. He wants that defensive wall here again.
Okay, that way
Maybe
he can
using
use
it with all
the
these pillars.
Yeah, using all the pillars and also the Guardian will give him a good defensive approach to find those safe openings.
And
Like that
going in
grab.
for the grab, absolutely. Oh,
Ooh,
bite
Bark
and bark
bullying him into
combo.
that grab.
Little doggo runs up behind and says, "You ain't going nowhere. You are under arrest, sir. Take this."
Man, Jaro doing a great job working around this Guardian between both the revolvers and that boomerang, using the high ground on DNA to his advantage here. It's a subtle difference in height, but it can matter.
It really, really can, especially against a Guardian in the hands of a Ninjara. It is not a very tall shield, so Landfrog is going to want to either be taking high ground with that shield or otherwise maintaining level
beautiful
footing.
wide grab again. I love those.
He saw the opening and went for it. That is leaving this just a small, about a 1 bar of health lead for Jaro.
Doing the shock and the revolver, but not enough time to follow up on it with anything meaningful at that range.
Jaro doing something that is common for Bite and Bark players, which is trying to get elevation. Sometimes they'll do it off Bark's head, sometimes they'll do it off the terrain. But getting some extra elevation is kind of like the natural state for Bite and Bark sometimes.
Oh yeah, and he knows how to get those spots. You can see him moving for all those high ground areas. and he can get that spread of those revolver bullets out as he needs.
Landfrog is desperately fishing for some extra damage, but I think he's just going to hold his rush into the next round here. And we will
gets
see.
the finish with that boomerang.
Well played.
Very well around that fight.
And it looks like that Guardian is disappearing. Landfrog has figured out that Jaro knows his way around it, and it's not going to be doing him the good he needs. Back to the set that won him the last one. And both players with rush to start this off. First tap goes to Jaro. But first
nice
grab goes to
long-range
Froggo.
grab. That was saucy. Punching Bark down too. Jaro going for the raw rush. Tries to get that boomerang sweep to catch Landfrog, but he poops out of it. And finishes with the rush there.
And shout out to Paul in the chat, one of the other streamers for this event. Landfrog putting on the pressure now that he doesn't have that Guardian out. The pace changes and he goes very aggressive. Guardian not the great aggression tool, but everything else that he has available here lets him put on that pressure.
And we have lost all of the pillars here on DNA Lab. We have a smooth stage to work with. Let's see how much that changes their play.
Jaro going for that airborne play, hoping to use those deflects. And the only person with rush at the moment, but Landfrog gets his. They are back to an even rush state.
The Landfrog with the health lead for now. Jaro in the red. He's got to be careful. One freeze could be the end of this.
One freeze can definitely be the end of this, as could a shock into rush. Both players have potential setups to end this game
the
right
pacing
now.
On this is so intense. Oh, and the rush to push through, and Jaro gets up and over.
Ooh, looks like Jaro is in a good
Super
position.
close.
Froggo needs to land something in the next 3 seconds.
Oh, but he's using that Bark jump to deflect those incoming punches. Well done, Jaro, stalling till the end of the timer there.
Outstanding play from Jaro. That is going to put us 1-1. We are going to the final game on this.
And this is the final round. Whoever wins this match is going to get a guaranteed prize from Nintendo of that 2,500 gold points, and they are also going to make it to top 8.
So this is the last fight that either of these are going to see in the bracket stage of this event. And this is everything on the line. Going to Ribbon Ring. Good luck to both players. Give it up for whoever it is that you are rooting for here. And let's see some good stuff on Ribbon Ring. Landfrog not messing around with that Guardian anymore. He has cast it aside for now. He's got the glove and the bird, and he is back to the wall, still trying to put out some pressure from it. We're going to switch our view over to Jaro here.
By the way,
slide
if anybody's curious, back in Dragon Bracket, the finals are down to Hess and Duran. So those were 2 players that we had on our stream earlier.
They sure are. Glad to see both of them making it that far. But here, Jaro is trying to keep Froggo at a distance for as long as he can, holding that range while the ninja tries to slide in and get some damage.
All right, him slipping behind that sturdy block for a moment for a little bit of extra defense while he waits for Bark to get up.
They are exchanging hits along the way here. Jaro with the health lead, but both with rush, and those grabs keep landing.
Demonstrating the true power of a Ninjara grab, even from afar.
Now this stage mostly open, and those blocks can be knocked out of the way, but as you saw earlier, they do inhibit movement if they are not punched down yet.
And these 2 players taking a very different approach than we saw in Ribbon Ring earlier. They are keeping their distance, mostly staying to mid or long range. Landfrog finally closing in here. Oh, in the rush exchange, Landfrog gets off first because he had the high ground.
Very, very close exchange there. Going for the grab straight into rush to counter it. And that puts Landfrog in an advantageous state moving towards the end of this here. Getting an extra couple taps.
Oh, couple extra punches. Jaro's keeping up the pressure.
And Landfrog gets the KO at 1 second remaining.
Wow.
Down
so
to the
close.
timer there.
So close.
That match was anybody's to be taken. Very, very, very well played.
Amazing stuff from both of you.
The chat calls out Bates with the rush exchange earlier, and we are moving into the next fight here. Both players building up rush very, very quickly, so we are going to be seeing rushes on the table again in just a moment. Landfrog with the slight health lead after that knockdown, and the first to obtain rush. back on even footing. Rushes on both sides. We are definitely in aggression town out here right now. Both of these players, you can tell, are putting out everything they have. You can see the small movements every step of the way, trying to avoid these punches. Landfrog suppressing Bark for as long as he can out here. And pressuring, demanding movement from the Bite and Bark. Jaro is struggling to get out of that.
Landfrog's got the health lead, gets that freeze, goes for the grab. Ooh, Jaro using a very patient rush and manages to catch Landfrog with it for 115.
Very good. That is very easy when you launch rush to throw your punches immediately, but Jaro holding on to those until the moment he knew they were going to land. Getting the shock, and that's the thing about revolvers, is their shock is not super long, so if you're not close enough, you can't get that confirmed. Landfrog still the only one with rush at the moment, but Jaro about to bring his own back online.
Ooh, the revolver catches him, knocks him out of rush.
We do not see a repeat of the earlier exchange.
Again, and they are but a punch apart.
Jaro is going to have to land something in the next 2 seconds here.
But he's got the rush. Oh, and he got knocked out of it by the
And
Phoenix.
that's it! The rush was launched. Landfrog with the punish.
Landfrog making it to top 8.
Congratulations on top 8 Landfrog. That moment could have gone either way in any of those matches. You saw it right there. Throwing out the rush, and the punish lands for it. Landfrog in control of the final moments. Very well played by both players, and congratulations to the first member of the casual crew to make it to top 8 in the North American Arms Open.
Prize today, sir. Jaro, thank you so much for letting us stream your match. You guys did amazing.
Jaro, we really appreciate you bringing this top-tier gameplay out to us here today. That is everything we could have hoped for, and without both of these players in here, we would not have had a match that hype. Oh man, those rush exchanges are some of the best I have seen in ARMS play in quite a while. Grab into a rush provoke, into a rush counter. That is a slick play that you gotta see more of. Very, very well done. This may well be one of Landfrog's biggest performances. I dare say anyone who makes it to top 8 in this tournament is probably making one of the biggest performances in ARMS history. This is the biggest ARMS tournament that we have ever seen, and that is going to be a huge thing to claim later moving on. Now we're going to back it off to this screen here. We are at a point. Landfrog popping off, he said. First time he's ever done it. The hype got to the man. That is a controller down, jump in the air to celebrate moment right there. And Dino throwing some SpongeBob into the chat, saying, write that down. History is being made here. Congratulations, Landfrog. I am glad we could be here to chronicle your play on screen. Oh, man, my throat is starting to hurt after that, so give me just a moment while I get something to drink. I'm going to step away from the stream for just a moment here, but I will be back. We are going to figure out our way through top 8 here shortly. That is the next phase of the tournament. We will be running the winner's side of the top 8 bracket here on the Casual Arms stream. Very, very hype play happening out here with all of you today.
Yeah, stay tuned. We will be doing the top 8 here. We will be doing the winner's bracket. I think we'll be working with Mileve a little bit. I think she was going to do the loser's half of the top 8 bracket. So we may be seeing her later on. In the meantime, you guys can hang out with some Party Crash tunes. Don't forget to grab some water for yourselves. I may have oversteeped some tea right here because I was so distracted with these hype matches. Landfrog says, water! He's got to stay moist. He's a frog. Got to keep that amphibian skin slippery and ready to go for the matches later on. I think we are wrapping up all of the brackets here. We are in touch with BattleFi staff. Amazing stuff from all of the players out here. I'm really excited to see who is going to be in our finals today. I have so many hype matches. I believe the finals are going to be best of 5. So that'll be exciting. We're going to have even more fights, even more hype and tension going on here. So I hope you guys are all ready. I'm just going to double check so that way we know what we are setting up for that top 8. We're just waiting on those final brackets. We shall see what is happening. I believe some of the matches are still finishing up.
All right, and I am back. Had to make sure we had enough water on hand to make it through the rest of this stream here, because once we hit top 8, we are not going to be slowing down anymore.
I don't think we'll be moving.
Now, we may occasionally have to back out here and change our profiles as we are working through here. We are also recording these matches specifically for the Battlefy staff. So we are going to have to keep these sorted out to make sure we have all of the matches in the top 8 plays.
Okay, yeah, to confirm, the top 8 is best of 5.
And do we have the list of people who have progressed to top 8?
I think they are still getting that together. I've been hearing rumors. We know Frog made it from our bracket. Are setting up now, I'm sure, and they will probably make another announcement. Okay, Racha saying we've got Goof, Gore, Griff, JM, Astro, Landfrog. Gives us, what, 6 of our 8?
That is 6 out of 8. That is a good-looking 6 right there. That's a bunch of names that I can say I'm pretty happy to see that settled in there. That's a good collection of players.
I think Uran took the dragon bracket. Uran? I don't know how he says it now that we question about it. I'm sure he'll correct us at some point.
Landfrog saying, cannot believe he is one of those names.
You
Yeah,
did it, man!
I believe it, dude. I have been playing
So good
against
to
you
see
for a
you
long
there.
time, and I knew you had this in you.
Okay, they are on stream, it sounds like.
All right, looks like one of them is currently on stream. Who is streaming that match right now?
Defour is on Fellows TV.
So if you have access to the Fellows TV Twitch, swing on over there. That is the last of the lower bracket that is still being streamed. Share the hype, and then bring some folks back over here so they know, because we are going to be running the winner's side of top 8 once we get there.
Yeah, so if you want to pop in on the old Dragon bracket, we've got twitch.tv/FellowsTV. You can go watch the end of that match. Big congratulations to Landfrog. So good to see a regular from Casual Arms make it there, and a member of our casual crew.
And hey, you see Landfrog here talking. That is the voice of a person who is not too full of themselves there in the chat. You can say that you got lucky, but absolutely, you beat people in that bracket. Those were deserved wins. You earned your way through there. You may have gotten lucky with those first ones, but that's the nature of a bracket. Some of those early matches are going to be a little bit easier for the better players to work their way through, but once you get to the later ones, you are earning your way every step of the way. And even in those early matches, you don't know who's going to come out of nowhere and surprise you with some crazy skill. Famitom, the only real way to watch the bracket on Battlefy at this point is if you open up Battlefy and click on the brackets and go to, let me see, make sure I am reading it correctly. If you go to the ARMS Finals bracket, that will be showing you everything from here on out. And I believe that page live updates. So if you have it open, you should be able to see how those are going. That being said, we have the streams provided for the winners and the losers side of that bracket, and we should be able to show you almost all of those matches, especially the final matches of the losers finals, winners finals, etc. Those will all be streamed here on this channel, and we will have guest streamers coming in. So Literary and I have been your hosts the whole way, but as we progress through top 8, you are going to see some new voices. Excuse me. We're going to have Hamma jumping in here with us, and we are going to have Mileve jumping in here with us, depending on the match. So you will only have either myself or Literary during those times. We're going to keep it to 2 casters per match. But we are still going to be here on this channel through the whole of Winners Finals, or through the whole of the top 8 Winners Bracket. And also, I believe, Losers Finals will also be on this channel.
Yes, we'll also be doing that.
And yes, Squiddy, to answer that question, those matches are forced to be streamed. There are some that are marked that must be streamed because Battlefy staff requires recordings of those matches to send to Nintendo. We're going to be responsible for that, so the Casual Arms account has to slide in on all of those to make sure we get those recorded. The other stream for Losers Bracket will be at twitch.tv/Mileve, I believe.
Yes.
Because it sounds as though Mileve did not make top 8. Is that correct?
She did not. I don't know if she is still up for streaming. We will find out.
But if it happens, that will be the channel, is twitch.tv/Mileve. We'll be running the Losers side of the bracket. Assuming Mileve is still ready to keep on rolling with the stream. But that's the only place to look for it, because that's the only place it's going to be. Is Nintendo partly running this? Asked in the chat. Technically, this tournament is run by Battlefy, but it is sponsored and started by Nintendo.
They were sponsored and approached by Nintendo to run an ARMS. Nintendo is involved, but this tournament is 100% run by Battlefy.
We cannot confirm where any of the media will be used from the recorded matches. We don't know if it'll be uploaded to the dashboard. It might be in Nintendo advertising. We can't confirm any of those details. We
send them the final clean footage without any of our stream commentary or overlays to them later. So, the Battlefy staff said they don't know what, if anything, they do with the footage, but they needed to provide the footage, so.
Yep. So we can at least confirm that we're not under a non-disclosure on that. It's not like we know and can't tell you. We just actually don't know where it's going to be used. Oh, man. Rolling for this long on here, being this hype, trying to be this hype during all these matches is really doing a number on my throat. Respect to all the streamers out there who have been going this long on really long streams with really hype matches every step of the way. Right, so, Famitom, the server, the Nintendo ARMS, North American ARMS Online Open server on Discord was run by Battlefy. That's basically an official Battlefy server. Casual Arms, which is where you are right now, and the Discord server linked on your screen at the moment, we are running an unofficial community stream. So we've been engaged with the ARMS community for a very long time now, and we've been doing what we can to support the ARMS community in as many ways as our skills allow. So we are an independent, unofficial ARMS community on Discord. You know, Kosa, there are rules discussions to have, but a lot of people really, really love this one. Nintendo decided on the rules set for it. I gotta say, I support this rule set and actually think it's a really good rule set overall. But we're not going to get into any kind of drama over rules disputes or anything during this event right now. So hold those kind of things for Discord communication if you can. Let's not be throwing shade where it doesn't belong right now during the event. This is a time to just be excited about what we got.
We are here to celebrate and appreciate the tournament right now. So if you have any complaints, bring those to Battlefy staff, not to us. We can't do anything about them. And we're going to ask that we keep the chat positive, and you can save your complaints for other medium.
But absolutely, you are darn right. This tournament has been super hype every step of the way. It has been so hype that my voice can't handle it.
Well, I hope you're ready to handle it, because it sounds like we are going to be on with Hamma soon.
All right, fantastic. Now, if I remember correctly, we were planning to pair myself and Hamma and yourself and Mileve. Was that the plan?
And it sounds like Mileve is still up for streaming, so I'm going to update our ref chat over here.
Fantastic. That means that Literary can continue running our tech side of things, which is good because I have not had eyes on that at all during this process and would be learning fresh. But to anyone who may be coming in here late, as the tournament has rolled on and several streams have closed, you are sitting in the Casual Arms stream now, waiting on the top 8 winners side. That is what you're going to be seeing right here, except for losers finals will also be displayed here on this channel.
It'll be here and on Mileve's channel.
And on Milieve's channel. Yes, we will be dual casting that match because we will have both streamers in the ring ready to roll for it. And as soon as our streamers are settled into their channels and we know who is going to be participating in them, we will be good to go with more stuff. So let's see, we are going to start our arena, get it ready for players to be joining when they get there. And we're going to make sure we have the rules correct once again, turning off the stages that have been removed from this format, which is only 4 stages. We're using the vast majority of the list here, which I love to see. That's exciting. And now we are just waiting.
They did pick some smart things to remove. I think Ninja College is a tough one because those spawn locations can determine so much based on which player.
They really can.
Area.
You can have a discussion over which is better, but you gotta say they're distinct.
High and low ground have their advantages, but the asymmetrical starts can be a little tough, and that one is particularly polarizing in that respect.
Frost 2K6 now following. Thank you for joining us and coming on in to Keep It Casual, friend. Glad to have you here with us today. And the same to you, Famitom, dropping that follow as I was talking. Udon, I don't think we need to explain that to Nintendo. I think Nintendo knows how great their product is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And Kosa, yes, absolutely. One of the great things we can say about this is the stages that were removed from this format are some of the most polarizing stages in the list. So some people love some of these stages and other people don't, but they are definitely the most polarizing ones, which are the ones you kind of want to look at to be removing from that. And Frost saying competitive arms is actually fun to watch. So Frost, is this one of your first times really watching competitive arms? Is this kind of new for you here, or have you been following the community a bit? Yes, it is your first time. Fantastic. I am glad you jumped in here and are having a good time as you've joined in with us today. That is great to hear. I'm glad more people can appreciate this game because, honestly, this has been the best innovation for me personally in fighting games that I've had since Smash Bros. Released for the 64.
Oh yeah, I love that ARMS is a true 3D fighter. There's a lot of fighters that have a 3D element, but they're all like, it's a 3D plane where you're still fixed on one another, and then it switches to a 2D plane. So it's really only graphically 3D, not mechanically 3D like ARMS is.
And to answer the question here for Famitom in the chat, the community's preferred controller method is obviously going to boil down to an individual choice here, but the great thing in ARMS is that any control method has been shown to work and claim results, so none of them are bad. Now,
No,
I will
both
say there are
control
probably
schemes
more
are
people that are
viable.
using sticks and buttons, because sticks and buttons are very familiar for most players. But the motion in this game is on point, and you can do full top-level gameplay with motion, which is something that I don't think you've really been able to say for any other game that exists outside of Splatoon.
Oh yeah, both controls are super viable. Definitely there is a majority that uses sticks and buttons. But like, as you can see, Landfrog, who is a motion player, made it to top 8. Like, that is competitive tier stuff, so you are not hindered by the motion controls if that is your preferred method of it.
Myself, personally, I have been playing motion for basically my entire ARMS career. And yes, Nintendo made sure both controller methods do work in professional settings, 100%.
Yeah, that was one of their goals when creating the control schemes for the game, was to be sure that both were competitive at a high tier. That's discussed in Mr. Yabuki gave a talk at the Game Developers Conference several years ago about ARMS and incorporating some of the Mario Kart values. So if you want to learn more about that, check it out on YouTube. It's a really interesting presentation. There's a lot of beta footage for ARMS and talks about how they developed it and some of the fundamental thoughts behind interpreting ARMS as a true 3D fighting game. Clown Goo asking, how do you get used to motion? I've been using 6 buttons, but using motion throws me off so much. Yeah, that first plateau of learning motion is the hardest part. Once you get past those initial like 10 or 20 hours, I feel, of learning the movements, movement is definitely the hardest part of learning motion. But once you get past that point, it starts to feel very intuitive. That said, if you prefer the sticks and buttons, there is no pressure to move to motion. It's just whatever works better for you.
And hey, Matthias Wolfbrook, jumping in the chat. We are doing swell out here right now. We are just waiting in the downtime right now between the brackets, which just finished, and the top 8, which will be starting in about 5 minutes, is what I just saw. Oh, excuse me, is what I just saw from our official back-end chat from the people running the tournament. So we are in the process. One match has been claimed right now, so we've got that covered. With that claimed, I imagine we can take Landfrog and Goof are going to be ours.
Assuming he is up to be streamed some more. Again, all of the 8 players that made it here are already winners. This bracket is just for bragging right.
We had the fight for fun. Now we have the fight for glory. I believe that's the term here. But we can all still have fun out here. I don't know anybody who is here who is still playing ARMS that doesn't enjoy the game. And yes, as the discussion is going down in here, you don't want to do wide swings with the motion. So technically speaking, what the motion controls are gauging when you're playing motion is they are measuring the angle and position of your controllers, and then they are sensing effectively a jerk in motion. So you don't have to do a full punch to extend. You can just kind of like twitch your wrists, and you want to make sure that you are maintaining the angle of control that you want it to be at in order to steer your punches and your character.
Yeah, making subtle movements is what's going to help, and once you learn that threshold of how much or how little that it needs, and you can adjust the sensitivity as well. All right, I have claimed our match with Goof and Landfrog.
All right, we've got matches being claimed, things being locked in. That means we are just a few steps away from being able to see what we need here. Yes, Piper, it is effectively shake detection and angle of rotation.
Okay, I'm just double checking some stuff here.
I'm glad our explanation could make some extra sense for you here, Clown Goo. While we've got this downtime here, if anyone has questions about this, Literary and I know our way around this game really well. We are glad to provide information to anyone who is either trying to learn the game, get engaged with the community, or just wondering what it is that they're watching out here today. I know we had a visitor in here earlier. If I can scroll back up through the chat, I believe it was Frost. Was it Frost or Famitom? I believe Frost was just here with us for your first time really seeing competitive ARMS play. If there's anything you are wondering about along the way, anything you're confused on, that you're like not quite sure what it is that you're watching, if you are new and joining us here for this big tournament, let us know. We are glad to answer questions, give you information, and bring all of you up to speed. That is our job here being casters today, is to make sure you guys are not only hyped and excited, but also have some idea what it is you're watching. Yeah, Clown Goo only playing for 4 months here, so feeling a bit behind. Totally natural. Like,
hey,
we've been playing this game
ARMS
for almost 3 years now.
Yeah, I was going to say, ARMS is doing great, and now is no better time than ever to get involved. So if you'd like to hang out, check out our events, build up your skills, get some more advice, check out our Discord community.
Enviable Alloy asking if there's a good way to curve using Pro Controller. You curve your arms by using the stick the same way that you move. So when you have an arm in the air, the stick doubles controlling your movement and your arm. There's also a question in the chat about the difference between Springman and Springtron. So Springman, his primary abilities are his ability to deflect an incoming arm after he lets go of the dash button. And when he gets to 25% health or lower, gains permanent charge on his arms, which is very, very useful. Springtron, on the other hand, does not get that 25% drop on the health where he gets a permanent charge. What he has instead is if he holds dash or jump after landing long enough to get a full charge on his arms, he releases a large shockwave, which disables any arms that are in the air, leaving the enemy vulnerable, and provides Springtron with an increase in movement speed, jump distance, and provides him with full charge on his arms for several seconds. So Springtron gets a boosted mode where he gets more power, and Springman has kind of standard mechanics the whole way through and eventually gets a passive buff. Famitom having no idea that the ARMS community was this active or this wholesome. You know what? That is...
Hey, we like to greet new members of the community with open arms.
And that's an easy thing to miss out on. If you don't plug in, most of the ARMS community is on Discord. And if you don't have access to Discord, or if you haven't plugged in yet, a lot of people's gateway is through the Reddit on r/arms as well. It's really easy to miss. So I'm glad that we could be here and be visible enough for you to spot us today. And that means hopefully we can lock you in and get more good times coming for you. The ARMS community has been one of the best communities overall. Obviously, every community has its trouble spots along the way, but the ARMS community overall has been a lot of wholesome and supportive people, and that has really brought us this far together. And it's great that we have been able to come together as a community for something this big. I'm really, really happy about how far we've come. Give me just a moment of silence here while I grab some water. Remember, stay healthy, stay hydrated. Udon pretending like I'm a bully out here. Udon is a member of Casual Arms. He's actually, I believe, one of our moderators now. Clown Goo, absolutely, that's a great thing to do while we've got this downtime, while we're waiting for things to lock in. Just grab some play of your own, do some motion, do your thing, learn your way around it, kind of put in some of the stuff that we've been talking about here, and with any luck, it'll be able to improve your play, so the next time you dive in on a tournament, you can move a little further in it. Or, if you haven't participated in one, the next time you can feel a little bit more confident moving forward. Maybe sign up for one when you hadn't before, kind of thing. But it looks like we are still waiting for our players to organize into top 8. This is a normal and natural stall. Obviously, our earlier one was due to timing and communications. That was just an unfortunate reality of the tournament format. This is normal. We are transitioning from the brackets to the top 8. There's always going to be a stall here. Hesitant Beat in the chat saying, this is Dendy. Well, welcome to the chat, Dendy. Glad to have you in here with us. We've been seeing you around the community all the time. I'm glad you're here with us on Mixer today. Some Misongo tactics requested for the discussion here. Before we get too far into Misongo, though, we're seeing a question about the DLC for Smash. I think that's something a lot of people would love to talk on as well. So if we are moving in that direction, I think my personal pick, I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but I'll bring it out here again. I would like to see Max Brass for Smash. And just to give my reasons for that real quick. Yeah, Lit is on Team Min Min. There it is. But I think that a character who not only brings in the ARMS mechanics to Smash would be really interesting, but the ability to have a character who is sometimes a heavy, I think would be really, really cool. To charge up a character who's a medium weight and then make them become a heavy, maybe gain armor in a buff state, I think would be really, really cool.
Okay, we are getting set up here. We've gotten friend requests from our first match of the top 8, which is going to be Landfrog and Goof. Catbot moderation, sometimes catching some unusual stuff there.
Just caught a typo on you there, Fammy Tom. That was, if you fix your typo, I'm sure your next post will get through.
If anyone is looking for the bracket, there's a link to it there.
Yep, unfortunately, we do not have a bracket command, but we can provide you with that link that will get you to the Battlefy page that shows the NA arms. From there, just click on brackets. The bracket will let you select the finals, and then you should be able to see everything you need. Yes, we do not currently
item
have...
bot does not work on Mixer.
Yep, we do not have Mixer integration on the bots at the moment. That may come back again somewhere later down the line, but right now we do not have
There was
that.
a brief test, but it does not work on Mixer. So.
But I've got people in the chat calling for Lollapop, and
I don't
a Min-Min-Tron would definitely be amusing. Oh, that would be something to see right there. But we've got friend requests accepted, and the question is, do we have our active on Battlefy chat available to us yet? That's the hope. And it looks like we're starting to see some of it. Let's see if I can get that open. There we go. Give us just a moment as we get this stuff cycled in. Looks like we are trying to get a hold of Landfrog at the moment. Goof is present in the chat. We just need to find Froggo. All right, let's see here. Not seeing any additional chat in there. That's fine. It'll progress when it does. We've got people coming in. Let's see. Udon creating fake stories here in the chat. We've got Froggo in the lobby. First name is officially Landfrog. You get to be player 1. And I am going to see if I can figure out how to fix that myself.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I've been
I'm learning
magic.
tech stuff.
He's learning.
So hopefully that took. And player 2, we're going to lock that in here. That's going to be Goof on this one. Or Goof, Goof, Goof.
I think it's Goof.
I think it's Goof too, but I'm just going to say it a whole bunch of ways because it's fun right now. So we are going to give you the display on the lobby now. We are here. And Literary is taking control of things, ready to roll.
Needed to reset the first two.
Ah, yes, I didn't reset the score. Thank you for that.
Sorry to, bat your hand away from the mouse there.
That's fine. You spotted something I didn't.
Felt like a cat. All right, we got both of them in here.
Landfrog and Goof are ready. We are here, ready to roll. I'm going to get the lobby live for them now that they're here. They can change their characters and start their matches as they want. We're going for best of 5.
All right, we've got Goof, who is a mech and coil player. So that should be an interesting matchup for Landfrog's Ninjara.
All right, and they are both ready. We are landing on
Let's
this.
see where RNG puts us. We are going to Mausoleum.
Mausoleum is a big, wide open circular stage, and you might think it's super open, but what it also means is you've got your back to the wall at all times on this stage.
All right, Goof going with his Hanukkah.
And for our first match, we are going to be behind Landfrog is what the game has given us, who's bringing the Guardian back out to play. Let's see what he's got against Goof here.
Goof using his double bub combination, which is one of the very oppressive sets that he can do. Keeping these very safe punches, their fast retractions, using them uncharged to put that pressure down on the field. There's nowhere for Ninjara to hide here except for behind his Guardian. He gets a little poke in with it.
First hit does come from the Ninjara. Landfrog landing
has
it.
his rush already. Landfrog using the Guardian to avoid most of that rush and only taking 130 from it.
Now what Landfrog does have to find here is a solution to Goof's heavy armor. Mechanica's heavy armor does give her a lot of options. And we are getting some oppressive pressure coming out of those double gloves.
Uncharged double gloves are very safe on Mechanica. Her heavy armor protects her from everything here. That ice is not going to knock her down, and that shock might give an opportunity, but getting that Guardian in close enough is going to be tough, but he just did it!
Very well played as Landfrog spots an opening and starts to even up the HP again. This match can still go in either direction depending on what the players can manage.
Ice chains in the mix-up with the grab.
We're back to even here. Landfrog has claimed a slight lead on the hit points. And you might not think that a non-elemental glove is going to be doing some good, especially if you're not too familiar with ARM's play. But those things give a lot of pressure, and they just keep flying out.
And Goof also made the top 8 in the first North American
Landing rush on Landfrog, giving him less than 5 seconds
close.
remaining.
Let's see if he can do anything in this last moment.
And Goof locks it down with that rush across almost the entire stage.
Close.
You could tell Froggo thought he might have been out of range on that one, but not quite. And we are going to change the perspective, go into Goof to see what that pressure looks like from behind Mechanica. Spectral Dynamite saying, yeah, Goof is the guy who run your bracket. Both players here won their bracket, which is hype. These guys have earned their position. And that double glove punch landing on Froggo, pushing the Ninjara back. This is an interesting display. You're seeing here just what Mausoleum can force out of the gameplay. People get close and then get pushed back. And as soon as you get pushed back, you are back to the wall at maximum range. Landfrog definitely doing well out here, but as is said in the chat, Goof is also a monster out here, managing to push through what you would think was a really safe counter rush from the Guardian play, but not quite enough time to deploy the Guardian rush.
Ooh, Goof getting a nice shield parry off of that Guardian front.
But we have seen Landfrog turn around hit point leads like this before, just in the previous fight, so there's still plenty of time from that. Goof focusing entirely on mobility and landing these punches. There it is.
That was a very good dash in the middle of the rush.
And Goof locking down the first match in this best of 5, so we are going to modify those scores here real quick. But there is more than enough time for Landfrog to still turn this around. It is best of 5 moving forward, yes. So that is only 1 out of 3 necessary wins. So this is by no means over, and you can see in those, while Goof won both of those fights, there was potential for that to turn around. That first one, almost in Landfrog's hands.
Guff, not Goof.
It is Guff.
We will fix that from here on.
All right, Guff and Landfrog. Guff is no goof. He is taking this seriously right now. So thank you to whoever corrected us on that one. Much appreciated. And we are going back in. We are going to change perspective and go back to Landfrog on Via Dolce, who has a toaster in hand. We've got fire out here. Don't know if he's using it. He is locked in on that toaster.
Going with the red Ninjara to match with it as well. Points for style. But Mechanica is going to have a tough time on this short stage. There's not enough room for her to move and dash a ton. But still keeping that pressure up with the bub, and having a Phoenix also to help guide that Ninjara's movement to somewhere where it's going to be caught by more punches.
Landfrog seeming a little bit more comfortable with the Guardian put down right now. Hopefully this will serve him well. We are hoping to see this go all the way down.
Goes for the grab, tried to read, goes for the rush.
Landfrog almost getting that evasive punish we've been seeing from him earlier. But still, this match is even, and Froggo just now about to get his rush.
That toaster doing a lot of work. The fire plowing right through Mechanica's heavy armor.
But still, that non-element glove getting thrown around, doing tons of work out here. You do not need to have crazy elements in order to land stuff down. Just the base element gloves can do a ton of work
Even
for
in
a
the
good
corner,
player.
Guff is putting up so much pressure here, and that rush putting Landfrog at Magic Pixel.
That is one
He's
hit
gonna have
needed.
to perfect from here out.
And all it takes is maybe one more charged hit and that rush, and this still can turn around. So this is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Ooh, going for some raw grabs, see if he can't catch him. Ooh,
That's a
glorious
grab.
Guff also in the red, in the double grab.
All
Putting
right, we
both
are basically
within
there.
one-punch territory.
Oh, but Guff
landing
does
that
land
last
it.
hit.
And you can tell each and every one of these matches have been very, very tight.
So
My
close.
goodness. Froggo holding on to his rush to make
Ooh,
sure
Guff
he
going
gets into
back
this
to
match
the
with
double
it.
glove. Going right out with the rush. Oh! A very tense rush exchange as they figure out whose punches are going to push through as they bounce off of each other playing patty cake.
That was crazy. You don't often see a rush stop that many times as both characters
geez, yeah,
hit
you
each
could
other.
see the hesitation on both players as they were unsure if they should pull back or keep pushing.
Guff's pressure pushing him through here again, though. And Landfrog back down to a quarter hit points. Grab
That
is
saucy
landing.
Grab, as Nandaras want to do.
And Landfrog always got to watch out for those grabs that he throws out because he can turn a match around with just a few grabs. We've
Doing
seen
his
it
best
before,
to keep up the counterboxing pressure here.
which is not easy to do with a bird. So you
Oh.
can see he tries to get that space and then backs
Just
off
doesn't
when he needs
retract
to.
nearly as quickly as those gloves. And Guff is already at rush again. Uses it to finish off the...
And that is the thing you will see out of people who are running double glove play like that is they are really just fishing for that rush charge. Apologies for that. We had
we live on a main road, so...
police car zooming by there with sirens on. Hopefully everything's all right there. But looks like they are going straight back in for it
Now
again.
they are on sparring ring.
Did Literary adjust our scores is the question. We are at 2 wins for Guff here so far. And he is hoping for the third to shut it out here. I know all of us here in the chat are hoping to see more gameplay, so we're probably rooting for that to turn around here at this point. The chat calling that the cops are here to pick me up. You know, hopefully not.
Okay, Landfrog back with the toaster, so he's got a knockdown arm, but back to the old reliable Guardian. Let's see how this does.
Landfrog is comfortable with his Guardian play, so when he can pull it out, he likes to. We've got the second wave of service vehicles coming in through the background here.
All right, Guff with the rush, plowing through the Guardian. It doesn't get a chance to deploy to stop that rush.
And you can see Guff gets his rush charge early, so Landfrog's still only at half charge at that point in time, and that is the power of double gloves. They just apply a whole bunch of pressure and build rush the whole way. Guff getting a strong lead here, but again, we have seen Froggo turn around things like this
Responding
before.
with a rush, going up and over around the Guardian, landing still 110 points of damage. Very tight
Mechanica
match.
double glove pressure is a very difficult thing to fight against if you have a player who knows their way around what they are doing, and you are seeing that right here today. Landfrog still putting up an outstanding fight. Thought he had the rush landed, but not quite there.
Ooh, and that final punch.
And that is Guff putting it into the final round potential for Landfrog. He is going to have to find a solution.
In these tight quarters, Guff almost at rush again. There he is.
And Landfrog going for double toaster, which is something I don't often see him pull out. He is definitely feeling pressured here. The matchup not going in his favor, but valiantly putting forth a fight, trying
Keeping
new
him pinned
things.
down, trying to get those firearms in to get a knockdown so he can gain some ground back. But those punches are unrelenting. This is Guff's main thing, is he knows how to keep that pressure up.
Yep, Guff is a full aggro pressure Mechanica out here, and that is going to lock it down for him. Taking the best of 3. You can see the dangers there Landfrog in particular having a bit of a struggle up against this, not because of a drastic gap in player skill, which you could see from those first matches that were super even, but that Mechanica play with the double glove and the heavy pressure is some brutal stuff to work against, especially as a Ninjara trying to pull it off with the arm sets that Landfrog has at his disposal. You could see him reaching, trying to find some more tools to use, but not quite getting what he needed to take out Guff on that one, which will mean Landfrog does make it to the top 8, but unfortunately is going to be put into loser's bracket now. Good luck to you down there, Froggo. Congratulations on making it this far, and Guff, well played, and welcome to round 2 in the winner's bracket.
Don't forget that you guys are all already winners because you've already achieved your prize. You're just here for some awesome bragging rights and to showcase your amazing skills from getting far.
And I have absolutely no idea why that happened down there. So
Catbot is especially vigilant, so apologies if anybody is getting things automatically moderated. The auto mod on Mixer is a little overzealous.
Apparently. It might have caught something there that shouldn't have been there.
Alright, so for next round, do we want to keep with this side of the bracket or bump down and see what's happening off of C3 and C4? I believe C3 and C4 are already playing our other round 1 matches, but for round 2, do we want to stick with Guff here and see whether we get Grifficle or JM Canada, or do we want to hop down and see what's going on over here?
I say spread the love. Let's give it to somebody who hasn't been on stream so far. If memory serves, Griff and JM Canada were just there. Guff was in our match, so we'll head down to the other one and see if we can find those players. Bring some new faces to the matches here. I think that might bring us back to some folks that we saw earlier in the previous brackets. Could be really exciting. And we see Landfrog here in the chat saying the GG's to Guff. I'm still stuck on that. So sorry to you, Guff. Oh, man. But yes, people saying Mechanica pressure is really, really hard to deal with. That is absolutely true. You see most people who play Mechanica play a style where they tend to drift a lot to keep the camera moving and then keep up the pressure. Because if you don't get the opportunity to build up a charge and get a knockdown on them, then that Mechanica is going to stay up and stay applying pressure. And Mechanica is going to win trades because that armor, especially on uncharged hits, is going to reduce the damage in half. And you're only going to be doing a 50 damage tick against Mechanica, while Mechanica gets the full damage tick against you. That's the strategy of a heavy, that's the strategy of Mechanica in specific there, especially with the sliding back and forth. So that's why you'll see most Mechanica players doing that general approach for things.
But we are just going to hang out for a moment here while we wait for those other matches to come in with results.
So in the meantime, we are going to slap you back on here. Don't need to stare at an empty lobby. If you need information, you've got it available there. That's the URL for our website in the top right corner with the schedule for all of the events that we do at Casual Arms, and the Discord link as well if you want to get plugged in there. Real Talk, though, says Tame Wheel. Min Min for Smash? I think Min Min is definitely one of the best candidates right now. It's one of the more likely ones to see. I'm still hoping for someone in that Springman, Springtron, Max Brass family.
We shall see, I'm sure. I mean, I'm still on Team Min Min. I think that's a good pick. She won the Party Crash Bash. I think she's a very iconic design for ARMS. But who knows? It could be Biff for all we know.
Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing Biff, but I've been wrong before. I'm not making predictions on this
Smash likes to pull things out of left field, so...
You know, Helix, seeing the chat talking about it, Helix would be amusing. I don't see how that would work well for Smash. I think Helix is a little tricky to work the design on.
Weird, but...
Possibilities of getting all of the bigger characters as alts, I don't see that happening. Honestly, I would much rather see one character with all of their key feature components being put into the design than them taking the whole roster and slapping them in as alternate skins. because that would you would have to basically avoid, as Tame Wheel is saying, all of the unique character abilities. You just wouldn't be able to use any of them at that point, and that would, to me at least, to see an ARMS rep be installed in Smash and not be able to have any of their unique iconic character abilities available would be kind of like a backhanded welcome. It would be like, yes, welcome to the Smash game, all of you fighters who are too generic to actually get your own stuff highlighted. And it would take me a little bit while to get used to that.
All right, but we are figuring out what is going on with these here brackets. Super exciting stuff. Looks like ours is the only one that has reported results so far.
Itembot testing Itembot commands in the Mixer chat, though.
Oh, maybe he's testing, or he's just faking it. And
Hey, Clown Goo, I'm glad to be able to spark some more discussion between you and your friend about the Smash rep. I think there's a lot of place to talk about it. And I see up earlier, Oscar Draws saying, you're thinking maybe seeing Biff as a replacement for the Springman as the assist trophy, and then grabbing in all the fighters as like a Bowser Jr. kind of thing, so still in that realm, yeah? Okay, Itembot not testing, just...
oh, I think he was just pulling a fast one. It's a sneaky bot.
And it looks like, yeah, Catbot, this is the first time we've...
Catbot's being real sassy with you guys. I'm very sorry for any of your messages that may be not going through. I figured we would err on the side of caution, given how big this event is going to be.
So apologies to anyone who gets falsely moderated along the way. We're just taking safety precautions here. It is nothing personal towards anyone whose comments get deleted automatically.
Yeah, we have moderators here, but I wasn't sure how many of them were going to be available for this stream. We usually have pretty low-key streams. So
now, one prediction that I have seen for regarding the assist trophy, which was from Game Master Tom, and I really, really love that particular prediction, was that the Springman assist trophy gets reskinned as Springtron. Because the abilities that they have available on there could just function as Springtron, reskin it, and it should work. And then putting Springman in as the ARMS rep, officially.
But I feel like the most distinctive thing about Springtron, though, is the shockwave that he puts out, and you'd have to incorporate that somehow. I don't see Sakurai being comfortable with just a simple pellet swap on that one.
I could see that, but at the same time, the kind of the recognition back towards the story, the like... no, it's not Springman. We've got an imposter here. And then, like, the imposter intrudes, the interloper intruder. What was it called when he shows up on your match in the middle of the storyline? And just being like whoa, we've got Springtron bursting in on the scene. What happened to Springman? Well, Springman's got an invitation to the proper fights now. That's what happened.
That would be
I
really
could see
cute.
it.
Oh, somebody pointed out there's going to be an ARMS cinematic whenever this comes out, and that's going to be super hype.
Yes, there is. I want to see the way they work that cinematic with the stretchy, bendy arms going all over the place.
It's going to be so cool. I'm going to watch that trailer like 80 million times.
I hope they get a character with some spunk like Springman or like Ninjara potentially, where you just get like a long-reaching tap on the shoulder.
It should be super cool. I'm really excited. Ooh, let's see. Famatom saying that JM Canada just pulled off the reverse sweep in the other game. Wow.
Oh, super hype. And that's what we're talking about. That's the kind of stuff you can
JM,
definitely see.
They are both some really skilled players. Griff has been playing his old mummy, and he also has a coil. And JM Canada has been rocking that Cobra since early on in the competitive scene.
And Udon saying they'll likely reuse some of the clips from the earlier things. I believe someone was pointing out to me once that the reveal trailers for the characters have all been like kind of consecutively linked with each other, and that there was a degree of continuity between those, which means we'll see basically other DLC characters in there and potentially just have like a big honkin' story coming out of it. I wonder if that's, I don't know. I haven't looked at them since the reveals for the characters. If there's any truth to that, I would love to see them all stitched together as one long cinematic.
Oh, that'd be super exciting. Gonna pop in on these other matches and see how they...
But it sounds like they are starting to wrap up, so we should be seeing a little bit more coming in here soon.
they are still fighting on. Seeing some GGs and such.
No, Fammy Tom acts absolutely. In casual arms especially, we like to keep the salt levels low. If you've got some salt...
We are a low-sodium server. We understand it's frustrating sometimes when you are really into a video game and you get a rough match. But we try to keep it low sodium, keeps a healthy, positive atmosphere.
And especially if you're getting real frustrated out there, throw it into a DM. Like members of the Casual Arms community on Discord, my DMs are always open if you are having a rough time getting really upset.
Yeah,
and I would
if you
love
need
to talk.
vent, that's totally fine. We've all been there and gotten frustrated. Ah, Era Wolf in the stream.
Era, we appreciate you greatly for all that you are doing out there, TOing this magnificent event. Welcome to the stream, showing the love for us. We are glad to have you here, a part of this. This is the person we were talking about who has been running most of the tournaments in the ARMS community lately. She has been jumping in from just running a couple of small tournaments to helping us out on the Casual ARMS tournaments to helping out with this tournament right here. Era, right now, here in the chat, one of the biggest TOs, I dare say, in the ARMS community. And I say that having run a bunch of them and helped run a bunch of them in our own time as well.
And she is our
Major
ARMS
props.
community rep who has been working with Battlefy nonstop today to help out with this giant tournament. Shout out to you, man. You've been doing amazing.
And you came in here like last minute too. We were talking with the Battlefy staff and they were talking to the casters going, you know, we'd like to have someone from the community lend a hand. And all of us in the caster chat were just like,
Era.
well,
Like,
you need to reach out to Era.
You need to talk to Era.
We would volunteer, but at this point we were streaming, and streaming is not the time to be TOing something this big. So I am glad we have you here in the community to recommend
Yes,
Era.
Levi, to confirm, Landfrog made top 8. So he is a prize winner today.
Absolutely. Big hype for the casual crew. We've got someone top 8 in a, what, 800-person tournament.
800-person tournament. Era can probably tell us how many people actually checked in. Last I heard, it was over 500. So, still an amazing turnout.
And hey, absolutely everything we say here, we mean it from the heart. If we are talking good about people in the community, it is because there is good stuff to be talked about. We don't make that crap up.
600 people, Era says, confirmed,
Hot
signed
dang,
up and checked in for this tournament. That is enormous. Definitely the biggest tournament you've ever run, I think.
That is huge. I am glad we can say those numbers.
A dramatic increase from the tournaments that she's run before, I imagine. Era's like, nah. Totally smaller size. Though I was hearing that the Battlefy staff said this was a much more manageable number, whereas it's a lot for us in our community. But it's so hype, and we are so glad to have been given a chance to an opportunity to help out from the Battlefy staff, for us with streaming, and for Era to get involved in the TOing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For like large Smash tournaments, these are baby numbers for that. But this isn't Smash, this is ARMS. We are what we are, and we love what we are. It's great.
Alright, just watching these brackets to see when we are going to have round 2's match ready. Hey, we are glad to recommend you, Era. You are definitely the most cut out for the job, and I think you deserve appreciation for all of the hard work that you...
Hey, we are glad to be able to support other people here. That is what Casual Arms is all about. Not only supporting players in the scene, but we have taken the steps to support other streamers starting out, showcase things, people who want a TO, giving them a place to do it. All we are hoping for here is to give people in the community a chance to be great.
Mario119 saying, man, this day has been insane. Arms nice. Piper saying, Arms is back.
Arms nice indeed. What a great game.
I love that. I'm glad that's the thing in the ARMS community, is everybody just goes, Arms nice.
Arms nice.
Yeah.
This is a nice game.
As the chat is just going wild. Arms nice. Arms brutal, says Udone. But we also nice. We'll punch you across the ring and then we'll put you in a big hug.
And yeah, Fammy Tom, it does not matter how many years after release we are in the ARMS community. As long as I am a part of the ARMS community, as long as Casual Arms exists, we will be doing everything we can to make sure that new members of the community can still feel welcome, still engage, and still find a place to learn without just getting smashed on and never really having a
Yeah,
chance
it
to
is
integrate
never
because they
too
came
late
in
to
late.
join ARMS. I totally understand why it would be intimidating to hop into a fighting game community that's already got 3 years worth of players that have figured out how it works. But you are welcome to hop in. We've got people who are glad to help you learn what's going on in the games and work up your skills.
Udon did not sign up for learning. He's going to take off right about now. And you know what? If you don't want to learn, you don't have to stick around places. Me, I like to learn everywhere I go in life. I mean, I've never in my life casted a tournament. And here I am learning. And I'm learning it besides all of you. And that's the way to do it. You find friends, you learn alongside them. Red Soul Waker, thank you for the follow, deciding to jump on in here and keep it casual. Glad to have you with us, friend. And I look forward to getting to know you more moving forward. Yeah, Era, I was wondering about that. The wolf on the end of your name had been removed for a while. It was a little surprising to see in here. And yes, Lachecism also giving us that data there. That is a great thing on ARMS. It has a really, really, really low skill floor. You can get into the game pretty easily, understand what's been happening, but the ceiling for skill is really high. And even in the first few matches of this stream, you could see people who were, a little bit past that skill floor. They've got an understanding of the game, but they're still trying to learn it, obviously. And then now we're into the top 8. You're seeing what that skill ceiling really feels like. And there is still a lot of progression to be made there. I dare say that our top players right now are probably not going to compare with the top players a year or two from now. I mean, comparison, yes. But even if they're the same people, the degree of skill is going to change. And we're going to see shifts in the way people do stuff, and they're going to get better at it.
Looks like our next round is getting all set up. I am adding some friend requests. We are going to have Astro and Resolve.
Astro and Resolve, that is a matchup that a lot of people are going to be really hyped for.
Oh, for sure.
Resolve, a very well-known name in the ARMS community early on.
The winner of the last North American ARMS Open.
Absolutely.
So
and
got a title
Astro
defend here.
Is widely regarded by many in the North American community as currently the best North American player. So right now, we may be seeing a fight that could potentially not only happen right now, but we could see the loser of this fight again coming back to the finals.
Oh, for sure. If they work their way back up through that loser's bracket, we can have double the hype.
Yes, also second place in Winter Brawl 2018. Yeah, there's a lot of results we can place for these players. They have been doing things and they have been seen in events frequently.
All right.
Question in the chat about motion. Let me confirm that for you in very, very clear terms. Motion is viable for competitive play. Any control scheme is viable for competitive play. There are top players using every control scheme available. Now, I qualified that. I don't know the name of any player who is using single sideways Joy-Con that is doing top plays, but I have seen single sideways Joy-Con being used late in a Japanese tournament once. So at least one player performed well with a single sideways Joy-Con.
Hey, whatever you are used to.
Aerawolf confirms Kumo
plays
is single sideways Joy-Con.
That is amazing. Alrighty.
That was probably the player that I could not remember. Maybe, but
I know Kumo's been on a legend unranked. Era says she's all knowledgeable. That is true. Era is very knowledgeable about our competitive scene in ARM.
But yes, to confirm, you can use whatever playstyle works for you, and it will take you far. What matters the most is your individual skill with whatever you are doing. Get comfortable with what you like, whatever seems the most fun to you, because that is what will keep you enjoying the games. Kosa confirming there's a set on Mileve's channel right now. Absolutely, there is. Ours should be kicking off any moment. We are in contact with both of our players who are getting prepped to play as well. So we
Yeah,
should
they
have
were
that
doing
kicking off here.
losers, so they've got their matches already. We are setting up here.
Landfrog versus Griff down in Maliev's stream. So if you are interested in shouting out Landfrog's name again, go swing on over there, cheer him on. In the meantime, we will be kicking off here in but a moment with two top-tier players who are going to be moving through the winner's bracket. And yes, Min Min in the chat here.
Are we on your
any
login
character.
Right
now? We are currently on my login. You are right.
My bad. Okay.
I can change that though. So I'm going to go ahead and change that. We are going to back out, change the login here for a moment, because apparently we were sending out the wrong friend code. Apologies for that. That is something on our end that we messed up. So we are going to switch our login, get back in there, and be ready to roll. Jumpiest Gull, welcome to the chat, and thank you for the follow. Jor, we now know is your name. Fantastic. Glad to have you here with us, Jor.
Hey, Jor.
Yeah.
The jumpiest Gull. All right, well, but we'll hop back in on my account. I didn't realize we had switched. My bad.
All right, so as soon as the game loads back in, we should have players joining in. We are going to create an arena with the same code for them. And they should be good. Now we're going to pop up the rules on our end, change that to take care of everything.
College, cinema, snake, and redacted. There we go.
And there we go. We should be ready now. We are going to turn the displays back over to the normal stuff for you here. And I believe we just need Literary to grab the names of our players onto here, and we should be good to go.
I added them already.
Already added them. Well, then let me unhide that scoreboard. Scoreboard is shown and visible. There we go. We've got Astro and Resolve coming in for the fight here.
Resolve is ready for a fight.
I'm going to open up the lobby for you, and they are ready to roll whenever they are good. All right, well, shout it into the chat. Cheer on the players of choice here.
All right, we got Astro rocking his coil mate and Resolve rocking that net Springman.
Resolve has been playing Springman for a very long time, so I would have been surprised to see something else.
I see a Seiki in that loadout. That's unique.
There sure is.
Roaster. I know Roaster is one of Resolve's most comfortable arms.
And we are going to hide behind Astro for now. Hopefully that big giant coil shoulders will shield us from the aggro.
Double Seiki is a reference to Fernando, an early meme in the ARMS community of a double Seiki Ninjara who used to wreak havoc with those shock and grab combos. So let's see if these missiles can do some work. Tonic work.
Now he is doing it intentionally. We have double Seiki versus double Nade, and there is a fight happening here. So whether it is a reference or not, it is being used seriously by these players right now. Astro using that high ground to get plenty of angles and just now starting to break out Coil's third arm.
Explosions, I know, are the bane of Springman.
They sure are. The grab whiffing, unfortunately, but baiting Resolve into a movement that gets punished by Rush. This is going to put him in an awkward position now. He's got a lot of ground to reclaim. Potentially a Seiki Rush can turn it around. It'll do a lot of damage, but Astro is just laying on the aggression very firm right now.
Those nades causing Resolve a lot of trouble, and he's got those permacharged Seikis now that are going to fight him in the back. Oh, but he gets a hit on Astro.
That's first hit, and you can see people having a good time in here.
There's a mutual understanding there, celebrating each other.
These are not bad manners dances, as some of you might have thought.
Those were mirrored respect dances.
These are two people who know each other, having a good time, and shaking it for the crowd.
Oh, let's see if Resolve can turn this around with those permacharged Seikis, so long as he keeps him off his sides.
But with only 10 seconds to do it, that is not likely.
Like Astro's movement has prevented him from getting any additional hits. Resolve knows he's not going to take this one, and we're going to try again next round.
And that is a visual GG in the chat for them both. And we're just going to go straight back in on the next round here, switching behind Resolve now, who has changed up his loadout.
All right, back to the double roasters. Oh, and the nade gets him in the back, even though he deflected the punch with the rush. That is the trouble with nades, especially with that rush deflect. Astro getting a nice, safe rush on the nades, moving in close. Keeping that explosion pressure on this Springman, making it really hard for him to deflect away those shots.
Absolutely. And the questions in the chat there. Gotta say, that would be a misread if you thought you saw any disrespect in here. Disrespect is something that Literary and I would probably have called out immediately. This is all in good fun out
when
here.
Both players mirror it, there's an understanding there. So, no
but you are seeing firm glove pressure and
a
Coil
very
evading the
narrow
rush. Resolve struggling to get in on Astro here. And that is going to be something that he's going to have to figure out if he wants to make any progress here. He is going to have a lot of trouble making his way through here. This is all new stuff for the most part for Resolve. This is not a character and style that he is as used to playing as he used to be when he was active.
Played each other a ton. Astro is very much ARM's competitive leader, whereas Resolve is very much the old school.
And that is first win going to Astro, locking down a perfect to finish it off.
All right, Astro's already ready to go. I'm guessing Resolve may be doing some ARM switches. He had his fun with the Fernando gag. Now he's probably getting something a little more comfortable for him.
All right, going into the next match here, we are going to switch up who it is we are over the shoulder on. And we are going to go back to Astro.
Astro with these double nades. Resolve settling with double nades also, seeing if he can clip Coil movement with those explosions himself. Now, nades are an interesting arm. They have a ton of curving. They've got so much potential for aiming compared to all the other gloves. So you'll see these players are getting some really dramatic curves on their movement and their punches here.
And you can see there is definitely potential for these matches to go in a different way. If you thought you were locked in and seeing a match that was going to keep going the same way every time, you were wrong, because all it takes is a player really putting the work in, landing their reads correctly and making it happen, and you can turn just about anything around.
And Resolve is also a player who is surprisingly comfortable in the gutter on Sky Arena. So long as you know you're going to be there, it's a place that you can use pretty well. Coil is always getting the high ground here no matter what, so if Resolve wants to be in the gutter, he can use it to be patient and wait for a good opportunity to strike back. As he currently has the health read with Rush ready, Astro is already in the red. Ooh, but gets popped out of the rush by that nade explosion.
That is a reflex that is really easy to have because you always want to parry an incoming punch to land your rush more easily. But if you do it against an explosion, it can leave you suffering for the rest of that.
See, Astro knows when it is safe to go in and when it is not. So we'll see if he can pull this match around by the end. Resolve is really putting up a fight here for sure, but that rush, I think, might seal it.
That'll do it, and Astro locking it back down again. Very well played in a very tight match. All right, flipping the script back around and going to Resolve to see this.
How he's doing from this angle. He's got that unfortunate position on Sky Arena where the sun can cause a bit of a problem for viewing things. You got to be really careful about your movement, getting to a position where that sunbeam is not going to cause you some issues. Ooh, Resolve getting a slick little grab as Astro was popped by his own nade explosion.
Very well placed, but that rush not going to land, unfortunately. And getting locked in a little bit too long leaves Astro with the place to punish.
Yeah, Astro knows how to manipulate the camera, especially during rush with Coil's excellent movement.
Now, you can see Resolve moving to really take advantage of the curve on those nades, but it is difficult to track Coil in the air. That is one of the reasons that you will see a lot of players talking about how Coil is a very, very strong character. Would like to put out the call to our players to at least keep playing. You are here being streamed in winner's bracket, and if you just dick around, we are probably going to just cut the stream off on you. So at least stick it around, give us the good graces of enjoying the matches that we're here for. And that is the second match down, which will go in Astro's favor. Gets it to 2 out of the 5. So one more win in favor of Astro will take this for him. The question is if Resolve can turn it around. Good luck to both of you.
All right, both going with the double nade combo again. This time they are on Via Dolce, giving them a lot more limited movement options here on this very narrow stage.
All right, see, this is the boxing that you get here, and hopefully they
boxing.
can...
We've got some uncharged punches, which means that neither of them are getting those downfalls of nades. It's once they get a little bit more distance that Astro is able to charge up those punches.
They are doing their best to keep the pressure on. Astro getting that rush charge up first, though, and landing it as well. And Resolve getting his unfortunately blocked. Now, this is mostly just a lot of aggression from both players. You are seeing very high-end movement here happening with this, but they are focusing on very small steps while keeping their punches in the air at all times. Resolve knows that without the pressure, he will just lose to everything that the Coil is putting out. So he has to keep punches in the air, and unfortunately doesn't have as much mobility available.
Some of his focus here, as this matchup is a very tough one. You kind of feel his frustration as we go through here. It is very tough to hit a Coil, especially as one as skilled as Astro.
Laying out tons and tons of pressure. And what is potentially the final match in this one here, we are going in sticking with the full nades the whole way through, but you can still see there is an attempt happening here. Resolve is not letting this one go down without a fight. If you keep that
pressure up with those uncharged arms, it's going to prevent Astro from getting those explosions to knock him down. Spacing is very tough on Via, so if he can keep this up. Oh, and he gets to dodge the rush by being just out of range. Big and mutual, good job there, friend.
And the grab into rush, but unfortunately just too long of a delay. Doesn't quite make it work. But they are still relatively even on the health, except Astro is about to get rushed back online again. That is the beauty of playing Coil, the ability to continue moving while throwing all these punches. That third arm that you can get on charge has allowed Astro to just build rush really, really fast while never letting up on the aggression. And Resolve is beginning to crack under that pressure. I say beginning. It's been going for a little while here,
and
but
he's stuck in this corner, and Astro has just enough movement to keep up that nade pressure.
Now, the one thing he does have is the comeback. He does not have to worry about charging his nades, which can potentially give him something.
Unfortunately, that rush reflex is so tough to break with those nades. You knock down the punch, and the explosion gets you.
And with that much time available, that is going to leave it with Astro taking this match. And both players giving their all out here, but that is the end of this one. And we are going to slide back in to our other screen here. Those two players have made their way through, and that locks in Astro for progression. Well played, and congratulations to the winner. Resolve, good luck down in the loser's bracket.
All right, I think we need to hop over to loser's bracket now. I think this is when we do that.
If we are on the streamed match, that is the one to do it, absolutely.
Yeah, let me double check what's going on down in loser's bracket. Okay, no, we have one more up here before that happens. Okay.
All right, then lock us down a match. Whatever you've got for us, Lit, that is what we're gonna be doing. She is taking care of watching those brackets, communicating with our players, and making sure that we are ready to roll.
There. Here. Refresh the bracket. Ooh, it sounds like there's a very tight match between AM and Guff over there.
But in the meantime, we are just waiting to figure out how those all resolve so we can see what we are facing in Winners Round 3. Which should be the next step for us here in this tournament.
Yep, looks like Battlefy is chugging a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately,
All
the
of the
display
hype
only really
today.
working occasionally for us at the moment. It is getting a little bit of extra traffic, I believe, and we are struggling to find the displays we need on the back end, but we are definitely eyes on trying to make it work. Artixis, you have missed, or Artrixis, apologies. You have missed the first 2 parts of the top 8 winners side of the bracket here in the North American Online Open. We are moving into Winners Round 3 next, which is going to be streamed here. After that, we will be moving on to Losers bracket to stream a couple of those matches before we swing back to Winners. And a whole lot of people in the chat talking about how to pronounce Guff's name. I know we were getting it wrong earlier and had been corrected. So I am glad to finally be saying things correctly
Yeah,
now.
I heard most people say it Goof, and I've heard that the user himself prefers Guff. So,
Hey, there we go. The user themselves gets to decide the way their name is pronounced. They're the ones who made it. They get to say it.
all right, I am having trouble getting this bracket loaded.
Yes, Era, you can absolutely get pizza. There is nothing in this world that should stop you from getting pizza today.
Oh, we should get pizza.
We probably
we
will
can
get pizza when this is all over. We're
share
going to
it
have
in
to find
spirit
ourselves
with
something
Era.
to eat, that's for sure.
Yeah.
For all of Casual Arms, can we buy pizza for all of Casual Arms?
I don't
There
know,
are over
but
1,000 people in there, and that's
I
a
feel
lot
like
of
that's a
pizza.
lot.
So I don't think we have the budget for that. If you want to see us get the budget for that, you can always go in on our Discord and support us in various ways. We do have a Patreon, but we're not linking that here at the moment. But we can definitely have support shown in many ways. But pizza for everybody, that is a lot of pizza.
That is a lot of pizza.
And I can't quite make that much pizza.
But hey, maybe CasualCon 20XX will have pizza for.
Racha reporting that JM Canada just beat Guff.
Ooh, okay. So we've got what, JM and Astro coming in here?
That's what it probably sounds like to me.
I am having trouble getting the bracket loaded.
Yeah, we cannot load the bracket at all on our end, which is kind of a problem. But it sounds like some other people are in there, are able to load. Era is lending a hand. Thank you very much, Era, for helping us out here while the
I was gonna say,
website
if
is
you
down.
could mark that match and let them know.
I know you have access to the back end there and can communicate with those players, so hopefully we will be able to get everything sorted out here.
All right, we are on the literary account, right? Now?
We are indeed. We are on your account right now as we speak.
Let's see if I can try. Oh, I can't log in. All the hype today. Too much, clearly.
Everything is breaking under the strain of the hype. All right, I'm going to have to step away from the microphone for just a moment. I will be right back.
So it's just me trying to get the details of this together. Thankfully, Era is helping us out, even though I am unable to load the website at this time. I know it's under a lot of traffic pressure. I'm sure this is not the only turn happening on Battlefight today. Alright, apologies for the silence as we are working out these final details for the top 8 bracket.
And I am back. Hello again. Looks like we have at least one of our players plugged in here. We will have the other joining us soon, hopefully.
Alright, but that means we know what order they're in.
Yep, which means we can start taking care of these scoreboards on our end.
The same, so. Okay, and there's Jam Canada. Thank you, Era, for helping us organize this.
Very much appreciated.
Cannot load the website. Okay, I'm like, is he still in all caps? Cool.
He sure is, and we are going to open this back up again. There you are. Brighten up the screen for you a little bit there, and we should be good to roll whenever they are. We don't need anything at all right now, Era. Thank you so much for your help making sure everything runs smoothly. And we are just waiting on our players now to start up the matches whenever they are ready. This is again going to be best of 5, moving forward into another round. Astro and JM Canada, we get to see which of these two players is going to come out on top, moving ahead in the brackets here. And whoever wins this moves on to what? Is that winners?
That's winners finals.
Winners finals. Yes, it is. We are in winners semis.
I remember the bracket correctly since I have to work off of memory. JM Canada with that beautiful Slamamander badge.
All right. Well, they are communicating on the back end in some way, I am sure, at this point, and it is just a moment until they get one another comfortable and are ready to roll on this. Yes, Famitom, we are doing the best we can with this tournament specifically to keep the brackets rolling. I know a lot of tournaments run really, really slow with the brackets. This one is designed a little bit for speed, and anything that we run at Casual Arms as well, also designed to keep maximum playtime happening. So as long as you stick around in the ARMS community, at least on this half of things, you will see some pretty quick-moving tournaments overall. This one is enormous, though, and I am very, very impressed with how smoothly they have kept everything running along the way, even if from the stream side of things, we've hit a couple of roadblocks.
Well, hey, because we can only grab one match per round, so... This loading, we'll see if it works. Battlefight to play. Loading. Looks like it is stalling right now. JM, I know, stepped out for a moment, so as soon as he gets back, we will be kicking this match off. So we are going to have Astro with his coil main that you saw last time. Mostly works double gloves and explosions. I've seen him use a Triblast often. JM Canada rocking that Kid Cobra. I wonder what arms he's running these days. I know he used to run Roser Slapamander. So...
There's definitely potential for some really interesting things to happen here. We'll probably see some relatively classic arms being used in here as far as the traditional arms meta goes. A lot of the players at this tier kind of stick to the things that work, but every once in a while you'll see some different stuff coming out. And to answer the question, everything on the winner's side will be streamed here at Casual Arms, and the loser's finals will also be streamed here at Casual Arms. Mileve will be running the entire rest of the losers bracket, so that is entirely
But we
up
will
to the
be
discretion over there.
popping down there for the matches that need to be recorded. I'll be on for that. Then I think we'll be bouncing back up to winning. You're going to hear the lovely energy of Hamma.
Right now, we are just waiting on JM Canada to get back to his device and settle back in. Taking a brief break from the last match. His had only just ended, so we like to give people a little bit of an opportunity to do stuff around here. I imagine Battlefy's not too upset about it. We're keeping everything rolling smooth. Got to give your players a chance to breathe.
Okay,
and here we are.
In here, we are going to Temple Grounds.
Kid Cobra and Dr. Coil on Temple Grounds. We are ready to roll. And that is the arm selections available.
Lamamander, Burchuck.
All right.
I can approve of that set.
I like it.
I'm down.
Let's see it work.
Let's see how it goes.
Good luck to both players.
Burchuck starts off with a nice hit on the roaster.
JM definitely going in hard, saying, I'm going to get right up on this coil and see if I can get the pressure.
High ground and that big Kid Cobra jump.
That big jump and those big Kid Cobra arms, too.
Oh, yeah.
Dude has some mighty, meaty fists out there.
This is actually the first Cobra that we've seen today.
It absolutely is. We haven't seen a lot of the typical tier list characters today, but we're definitely getting a glimpse at it now. Astro landing that rush, pushing JM back and reclaiming the health lead, but JM's rush will be online shortly. So if he can reclaim some position here, he'll be in good position.
Astro doing some very safe punches with those toasters, knocking JM down, preventing him from getting that charge that Cobra needs.
Yep, you can see Astro waiting for the moment that JM has committed one arm, and then either blocking or getting to the side and throwing out two punches. You normally don't want to see people throwing out two punches, but Astro knows those moments where you can put it through, and that means it will land on the other side because they will not have enough to block it.
This changes as they get different spawn locations for round 2 of this match. Ooh, JM getting a saucy little grab there.
Gotta say, that's not a moment I would have expected to see a grab get used, but it definitely did land. And Astro following it up with one of his own. We are sitting here for a rush exchange.
Astro getting a little bit of damage with that. That was a very well-timed rush, being patient enough to back off from that flurry.
That is important.
In of his own.
It is good to show patience when you need it. And it's very difficult once you've triggered rush to actually capitalize on the patience there. Astro in a winning position now, feeling comfortable, just laying out a bunch more pressure, deciding this is the time to really try and lock it down, push JM Canada into the corner. Already sitting on rush again and landing it as well with that movement available to Coil. So that is some very slick plays from Astro here.
Coil's ability to grab high ground.
And JM is going to struggle a bit to find the mobility to get out of here, unfortunately.
Really nice movement there, dodging for the moment. He's getting a lot out of a little bit there.
Now, we saw some very, very even play and the boxing going down there, but Astro knows those openings for rush when he sees them, and that is when he pounces.
But well played from both there. Interesting matchup for sure. I think there's potential here. But we'll see how both players adapt to one another.
Now, we definitely saw at the very beginning there, JM had a little bit of a lead, and Astro started to figure out what was going down and turn it around. But JM looks like he may have the opportunity to make some adjustments here, and he's going to have to figure something out, because now that he is one match down, Astro sitting up ahead by a match, that means that JM is on the back foot, and he is going to have to find a solution in order to come back on Astro. You can't just sit there and be complacent using the same play strategy. You got to adapt, find your answer, and see what you can do to push through.
But JM, I think, switching up his arms.
Famitom making the prediction that we are going to see a Slapamander coming out of JM Canada here shortly. We shall see. Difficult to say what is going through his mind right now because he tried for the aggression early on and it worked for him for a moment, but he had to change his pace. We are on Via Dolce now going into the next round. And we are going to hide that for just a moment so you can see the arm selection
Okay, he's got a popper on his loadout now.
He sure does, which
See what he
implies that
does
he's
with this.
probably going to use it.
All right, we are behind Astro. Astro has picked up a fun chuck to help him with that boxing.
All right, well, let's see. We've definitely got that popper coming out. So whether JM Canada can put that popper to use, landing hits on Coil is going to be the question.
Uncharged shots fire multiple projectiles, making it a little bit harder for Coil to dodge.
And JM changing it around, trying to bring out that pressure we saw from him in the very first match. And if he can get that pressure out, keep Coil on the back foot, keep her from gaining momentum and speed, then maybe he will be able to turn this back around again.
He's being patient, seeing if he can get those extra charges. Nice jump to dodge back outside of the range of that rush.
That is one of the things you really have to figure out how to do if you ever want to take a round off of a good Coil, is figure out how to mitigate their rush. Because a Coil with rush is danger time.
Ooh, double where they both fly backwards. Excellent camera angle there.
Now, Astro is still trying to claim that middle ground, landing the rush this time, which is everything JM did not want to see happen. So he is going to have to figure something out before his rush comes online.
A good read on Astro there, catching Cobra on the landing, which is when he is most vulnerable. His jumps are real fast, but landings are real slow.
You can see what's happening here. A lot of this play is actually resolving around the rush charge that Coil is building significantly faster. So Coil is a little bit safer to build a whole bunch of rush with really quickly, especially if you keep out the pressure like Astro does. And JM is going to have to figure out solutions to those rushes if he wants to turn it around. We saw it earlier.
It's got a bit of better vertical tracking for hitting Coil.
And again, right in that moment, you see, because Astro keeps the pace up strong, and sometimes if he catches an opening the moment he gets rush available, he can capitalize on that opening before anyone has a chance to do something about it. JM losing the rush trades there is going to put him really far down on this round, with Astro about to get another one online already. You can see when they are neither player with rush open, it's a pretty even exchange, but then as soon as the rushes come out, it goes in favor of our Coil player, Astro.
And Astro really knows his rush play. He's very patient with rush and waits for just the right opportunity.
Which is sometimes the moment he gets it.
JM getting a few uncharged shots in, but that toaster's going to end it.
But you can see that comeback potential there. JM was really working it from being down on hit points, and the only thing he was really struggling with right here that would turn the match around is that degree of rush charge. So that is a key strength that Astro is making use of. Without the rushes available, or if it were a little bit slower on Coil, we think JM would probably be in a fantastic spot there.
With that third arm and that mobility makes Coil a very strong character in the right hand.
Famitom with a question in the chat. By all means, throw it in. We are throwing out the good luck here to JM Canada to at least stretch us into some more matches here. Astro making a dominant performance so far, but those matches nonetheless being very, very close.
All right, back to Tumpa Grounds for round 3.
And yes, you are allowed to switch characters in the middle of the set. Most of these players are very experienced with only one character, though, so you won't see that very often
again.
here.
He's dropped the popper.
And we are going to move back on over to go behind Astro for this round. Double roasters are back in play. Let's see what that does for JM Canada. We get a trade in the beginning here. You can see that pressure. Again, JM doing well in those early pressure games until Astro finds an opening. And we've got a lot of something that you can see. Now, one thing that less experienced players here who have gotten advice might see is a lot of double punches happening. And it's easy to look at that and be like, oh, you shouldn't double punch. People tell me that all the time. But these players are using them in a much more calculated fashion right now. So you see these punches coming in. They are there to apply additional pressure in situations where they're still relatively safe. And Astro is using that and that crazy aggression that he pulls off of his Coil to keep JM down and constantly apply pressure with those punches.
I think one of Astro's biggest strengths is he knows when to really get in close and apply that pressure, and when to sit back and kind of just put some arms on the field to force movement out of his opponent. Using a slow approach here to see if he can get a read on his opponent. On his opponent. Wow, that one just completely got away from me.
And first hit goes to Astro, but the first rush to land out of JM there. Unfortunately, it is going to turn straight back around, rush for rush, which leaves Astro with the rush lead on charge here and the HP lead. Again, JM on the back foot, going to have to really find some pressure to work with to turn this back around. We are seeing a lot more of the same, but a little bit of a grab tossed in to change the pace when JM is not expecting it.
JM getting forced down on the high ground. Let's see if he can get any sneaky Cobra slides in here to evade stuff, but Astro's toasters are on point.
Astro is making sure that JM gets very limited opportunities to build charge, position himself where he wants to be, and otherwise take control of the match.
Cobra needs that charge to get his mobility.
As he does, and you see right there the rush coming in again, which is, I dare say, Astro's strong suit in this game, is working around rush charge and landing them correctly. That will bring Astro out as the winner of this best of 5, moving on to what should be grand finals after this when we get back to him. But before then, we do have to make our way out to more matches over in the losers bracket. Congratulations to Astro for making it to grand finals. And JM Canada, good luck in pulling it back. If you do make it back up here, hopefully you have learned what you needed to from fighting Astro and can start to apply some of that knowledge when you get to make a run back later. But for now, good luck in the losers bracket, which is, I believe, where we are headed next to join Mileve for casting a little bit of the losers finals here. I could be wrong on that front. If I am, someone will correct me soon, but that is where I think we're headed.
I think that's where we're headed.
We are getting losers semifinals and losers finals. My apologies for that. It looks like we should have both.
Apologies for the silence, but we try to figure this stuff out.
Yeah, we are trying to figure that out, get in contact with everybody, make sure we are lined up for what we need to. JM Canada, I don't know if you are in our next match or not.
Yeah,
I'm sure someone here does.
I can't see a bracket right now, unfortunately.
We are completely incapable of accessing the bracket right here, so we are dependent on those other organizers in order to get in contact with us on our back channels. Apologies for not being ahead of that for you all. But in the meantime, to those of you who have been hanging out here with us in the chat, and welcome C. Tarsier 1007. That's a default name right there. Hello, and welcome to the chat here at Casual Arms.
We are here with some arms hype.
We are rolling the good times out here, hoping for more people to get plugged in. I'm going to go ahead and swap your display back because we don't need to be staring at that if it happens to go dim again. Oh, thank you, Era. We appreciate the support and the love being shown there in the chat. It sounds like there are matches waiting to start. We are just trying to figure out in the back-end communications on where we need to be. And as soon as we get that, we will be there, and we will continue showing you the rounds. But rest assured, every round from here on out, losers, semis, losers, finals, and the grand finals are all going to be right here for you. We will make sure we get plenty of content there for you. JM is in losers finals, Gore in losers semis, Resolve vs. Griff is the losers quarters that's happening right now on Mileve's channel. Silent Odin giving us the down low there.
Thank you so much for the updates.
Levi getting a little salty out here that he loses in matches to me in arms occasionally, so
Ooh, Griff
you know, you're just gonna
Resolve. Good to see Griff moving on.
we're gonna have to desalinate a bit there. Griff taking the 3-0. Well played by Griff over there. That's something you like to see.
That's something he's got to feel good about, because in the last NA Open, it was Griff and Resolve. They had a lot of tight matches, but Resolve took it in the end. But congrats to Griff. You can see how far he's moved on since that time and how much he's grown as a player.
The players we have with us now definitely have grown so far beyond the time of the old names that people tend to recognize in the ARMS community. If you've been rolling around thinking like, yes, Resolve, yes, Gore, yeah, they're still great players, but since
Obviously,
they stepped
made it to
away,
top
it
8.
has evolved into a whole new style of game.
Yeah, Griff is such a multi-talented player. He's got such a variety of tactics that he can use really well. I know he's been playing a lot of Mummy and Misango lately, and I also know he has a very strong coil as well.
The crowd is piling in now. You're starting to see people slide
Cool
in.
Beans, thank you so much for joining us, friends, for this ARMS hype.
We've got Silent Odin cheering for GM. We've got a claim there. That is the person to support from Silent Odin. Glad you've got someone to back. Spenjo, how you doing over there? Welcome to the chat. We've got everybody coming on over.
Spenjo.
Glad to have you here.
Spenjo, who runs the Polaris community, a great resource for players looking for friendlies and advice and a lot of mentorship, especially for you new players who are really looking to learn the ins and outs of the character. Check them out.
And yes, that is correct, Era. We will be streaming the losers semis and the losers finals here. So those will be available here on this channel, which is why a lot of people from the losers bracket are sliding over right now. Glad to have you here with us. Welcome to the party. You can see Astro in the chat, dropping the creeper, oh man, into the chat. Leave it to Astro for the first post made here to be dropping a Minecraft meme. Well, it is good to have you all here with us as we get settled and ready for the next round coming up. We are going to be merging with Mileve here, and you will be seeing Literary and Mileve casting that one. I'm going to slide out, and you'll see me back again when we get to the winner's side of the bracket once more, and I will be commentating alongside Hamma at that point. But we are still just trying to get everybody plugged in where they need to be. All right, we've definitely got everyone sliding over this way. And no, I am definitely not going to be a secret boss out here. There was a time when I was a better ARMS player than I am now, but I do not play at the tier that these people are playing at right now.
I have no idea why that would get removed by Catbot. What the heck? Catbot, why are you being like this?
Catbot is doing some nonsense out here.
Oh, dang it. Ugh. Chat's moving too fast.
Just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Don't even try. Welcome to the party, Mileve, and those who came with. We are ready for some more fantastic play. Moving on to losers semifinals right now. Mileve, I believe that means we are going to have to
I'm still
get
trying to
stuff
figure out what's
taken
going
over.
on with that.
Yep, we are doing some communications over in the background, making sure we lock this stuff down. Spenjo tossing out the viewer count. Oh, come on, Spenjo. You know there's plenty of people here on Mixer. There might be a lot more user base over on Twitch, but Mixer is a beautiful place, and there are a lot of people here on Mixer ready to join in the hype. We probably got a few more accounts on Mixer being made today just for this event.
You're welcome, Mixer.
Yep, everyone's going to be making accounts so they can type here in the chat. And you know what? We are glad to have you engaging in this, and hopefully you will enjoy your time with us. We've got a follow from Scrimps. Welcome to the party, Scrimps. Good to see you, my dude. It has been a long time since we have seen you engaged in a stream, man.
All right, I at least have a screenshot now. I think that means...
That certainly does look like it. So we're going to go ahead and drop me out of the chat now. Again, it is going to be Literary and Mileve moving forward. Here in this chat, you will hear Mileve's voice on stream soon. I am going to back on out, and you will catch me again on voice when we get back to the winner's side of the bracket. So until then, all of you enjoy your time with Literary and Mileve. I'll be back soon.
Wait.
Oh, I'm waiting?
Our audio's... All right, let me adjust a few things here. All right, we're gonna keep you in the voice chat, but muted for now. Hopefully we can get. All right, Mileve, are you able to talk for me?
No, I can't talk.
Oh, you can't talk. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely cannot talk right now. Hello! Bye.
All right, let me just do a little bit of audio adjustments.
Sounds good.
And then we should be good. Okay. I'm going to give Rushko his headphones
All of
back.
my friends better have came over here to help watch and support you guys.
Yeah, thank you for dumping all of those people over to here. I think we should be good to go now. We've got you in here. We've got JM in here. Who's the next player we need in here? Gore?
That would be him. Yes. Well, wait. Well, JM just won, so he's in the lower finals right now, yes? So that would
Yes.
be... We're doing the lower semis, which would be Griffico, who just beat Resolve against Gore.
Okay, so we need Griff and Gore in here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And we
can
need
you...
not JM. I will let them know in the area. Oh,
Yeah, I
no.
do not have access to Battlefly chat right now, unfortunately. The website is giving me a
Right.
bit of trouble.
Right, I forgot that. I don't know how I
so
quickly
if you
blanked
could-
out that we have that option, but yeah.
Yeah, if you could go into Battlefly chat and send them that information.
It has been
that would be
sent.
Great. Cool.
And we're gonna need to convince JM Canada to slither his way out. Because unfortunately, this is not a rematch between Griff and JM, as hype as that would be. It was a really good match, but unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing here right now. We might see that in the future. But right now, it is Griffico versus Gore.
All right, so we are waiting on getting JM out of this lobby, hopefully.
Yes, that is our current prerogative. That is our current mission. If we can get that, that would be very, very
JM,
delightful.
if you are listening to stream, if you could be so kind as to back out for now, we will be with you in a moment for that losers grand finals or whatever it's called. Losers finals? I don't know. The term
I mean, technically, losers finals is the technical term. I like to call it lower finals.
Okay, we're just gonna make a new lobby, start out fresh. It seems like we're having trouble getting in touch with JM, so we will just start fresh. Same code.
So let's try this one more time.
All right, if you could communicate that information with our players. Thank you, Mileve, for manning the chats there.
I have alerted them of the update, the informational changes that have occurred.
All right, we will be getting Gore and Griff here. I am so excited to see what these players are going to bring to the table.
Wait. I have the wrong badge for this.
Oh no. You need the commentary badge, not the streaming badge.
Yeah, I'm commentating.
All right, well, we've got a moment, so...
Alright. There we go. That looks much nicer. We've got good,
we've got some
pleasant voices.
Fans popping in the chat. We've got people hoping for JM. The Kid, the Cobra, the Canadian.
The JM Canada. He will be up next after we see whoever between Griff and Gore is able to take the set, able to take the match.
All right, we've got Gore and we've got Griff in, so I think we should be good to go.
Yeah. Stages likely are set up by you, so I would trust that we should have everything all there and ready.
Can we double check stages real fast here? Okay, yeah, we've got all the stages set. Players can confirm. And otherwise, they are set to go whenever they are ready.
I'll just give a happy
We are
little rock
starting on
friend in
Via.
chat.
Gore is rocking his traditional Helix, and Grifficle is bringing out that Misango. I don't know about your brackets, but we saw a bunch of Misango play today, and it's been super hype.
Never enough Misango. I didn't see him doing my climb in the bracket, but I did see a lot of Helix or Gore Misango later on, especially since we started watching Griff at play.
All right, Grifficle using that Scully that he is super familiar with. He was one of the early adopters of that arm for sure. Gore rocking his traditional double toaster set. Griff having a Slapamander to catch him whenever he makes himself a little too vulnerable.
Definitely a very solid pick. Solid loadout too, as it's allowing Griff to have an easier time picking and choosing out when to punish Gore. And it's allowed and led to some solid damage so far. But one of the big disadvantages, he cannot keep up with those double toasters. Once Gore is just throwing out that barrage, he's just getting outweighed and outboxed time and time again.
Griff is being very careful in his approach here, being very patient, very evasive, grabbing that blue mask so he can get even more movement out of that, forcing Gore to come in and close the distance here. Griff knowing that he's got Rush ready, perhaps he is waiting for a mask. Gore is waiting for an opportunity to use that Rush. Griff using the Scully to pop through some of those grabs that Gore is throwing out so cheekily.
He's throwing out a lot of them, confident that if Griff breaks any of them, he's going to have a safe punish attempt. But Griff going to be able to catch
Gore goes for a dodge, but Griff catches him with that Rush. Even the poison providing a stagger on some of Gore's movement. We'll see if that jostles him at all.
Gore now currently on a last hit basis. If Rush fully lands on Griff, he can get knocked out here.
If you love pillars and you want them on every stage, play Misango. You get to bring your own pillar. That gave Grifficle the opportunity he needed to get that final hit in.
They help so much, especially in a matchup where you're dealing with a lot of pressure. Looks like both going to be sticking with their loadouts. Griff going to try to build up a bit of rush off of that yellow mask. Gore going to be sticking with his setup and ends up getting...
Ooh, a sassy little slap on the back, canceling out that Rush. Grifficle grabbing yellow mask to boost Rush faster. Unfortunately, popped out of that with the toaster.
He does have Rush just about ready though, and Gore still has a little work to go.
Griff patiently using that pillar to provide opportunities that he needs. Very good demonstration of how to use both the masks and Misango's pillar very well.
Definitely demonstrating how versatile this character is and how potent he can be on the battlefield. Oh, that's not going to line up. Gore safely dodging out of the way. We've got Gore ready with a rush, quickly coming in for the pressure himself.
And I think Grifficle demonstrating one of the really impressive things about Misango mains is you have to have your fundamentals down. You can't rely too much on the masks because they are a limited resource. And you can see that Griff has not been afraid to lose his mask or get a pillar when he needs it again, and he grabs masks as they appear.
Just using them as the situation provides, which really makes him just such a flexible and solid player. And
He's
just
so adaptive.
That's one of his biggest strengths.
Gore trying to get confident in tower mode, but Griff waiting for that moment to give him a good slap.
Ooh, nice catch. It's not going to line up. Safe block, though, keeping Griff alive and healthy.
That pillar for an extra safe spot. It is getting close. Both players are in the red. They are but a punch apart. Ooh,
and that's going to cement
slap. Seal it.
Griff now holding on to that first point, has the advantage against Gore.
Yeah, Silent Oding saying, you play Misango like Shulk, you keep cycling through the masks and changing how they fight you constantly. That is definitely correct for Misango. You've got to be a flexible and fluid player. Gore pulling out the pocket coil.
Definitely not feeling like the Helix was keeping up to speed. Gonna have a quick change of character. Griff still has a couple of nice arms to try to play around this. The Scully can work, the nade can work, and I've personally seen the Slapamander work as well against any foil. Starting things off, Gore going to be able to assert the lead, has that high ground. Skyrena definitely a really good stage for Dr. Coyle, as she's pretty much always in a position to safely climb out of that gutter, and if she finds any chance to climb up above, then she just holds that dominant high ground.
But Griff using that nade, seeing if he can catch some little explosion damage on Gore. Gore already ready with Rush. Gets a grab from across the stage. Gore very confident with those toasters.
Another grab attempt. One big advantage for Dr. Coil is just how safe a lot of her options are because of her movement. You can throw out a lot of good mix-ups, especially if you have something safe like the toaster, and keep your opponent constantly guessing. And in a lot of cases, they will struggle to find an answer to any of it. Griff looking to try to come up with something smarter with the double nades, but so far it's just resulting in a little bit too slow of a match, as Gore going to be able to land a full 290 rush.
And demonstrating some of the same stuff we were seeing with Astro earlier in the bracket, Coil just builds rush so fast. It is hard to keep up with. Griff using those double nades, trying to get up on the center platform of Sky Arena, see if he can find himself an opportunity, patiently providing some pressure with uncharged nades. That way he is not at risk with his own nades exploding on him.
Out comes the rush, and that's going to be a solid connection. 300 damage. Getting that finishing touch is especially essential for something like nade, where that's where the bulk of the damage comes from. They're slipping on the blue mask. Gonna get
not enough to escape the rush though.
And that's going to be a round for Gore, utilizing Coil and Sky Arena's advantages for Coil to be able to take this match. It brings the score to 1-1.
Try to stop. I'm unstoppable.
I like what Griff was trying to go for there. I feel like just the way that toasters are, it's such a safe and steady arm.
Exciting stage.
Definitely needs something a little more confident or a little more capable at catching out that Coil's movement. And we do see Griff going in with a popper in tow now alongside the roaster. That can allow for a bit more speed, a little more power. Starting things off. Griff quickly trying to go in for the chase, is on the lower ground. Gore on the high ground with those toasters. And just continue to try to oppress. These popper pokes are doing some nice damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those uncharged poppers provide a lot of projectiles that make it a little hard for Coil to not only punch down, but dodge. And sometimes that little stagger is enough to get Griff the space he needs to land another punch or otherwise reassess his footing. Gore already has rush ready, and he's waiting for that landing on the jump to fire it off.
Got some good damage, but Griff still on the offensive, manages to secure some solid damage, has that rush ready now, but might not even want to use it as he's just holding onto the lead already. Not much of a lead to really hold though, as two toasters quickly take that away.
Griff staying in the middle, looking for a good opportunity to rush, lands the toaster and the popper cone, putting Gore in really dangerous health territory.
Just a couple of quick pokes from Griff could easily close things out, or any serious damage.
Nice landing with the popper there for the final hit.
Griff gonna be sticking with those slowdown. You get good results like that. There is no reason to change things up. And it looks like the double toasters
players
are
trying a variety of different arms to see if they can counter this Coil matchup. Griff very narrowly dodging that, using the fact that Gore was locked with the camera and getting that little popper poke.
That's one of the big advantages that Griff especially has compared to a lot of players. He's very flexible. We've seen him, I've personally seen him play anything from Master Mummy to Dr. Coil to Misango to King Cobra, and he's played dozens upon dozens of different arms with each of those characters. So this player, this guy, he knows his stuff, and he knows how to make it work.
He's very comfortable with everything he's doing, and just sometimes he rejects the opportunity to pick up a mask, and I think that just shows how confident Griff is in base play, that he doesn't need to rely on those masks as Misango.
A lot of players really underestimate how powerful that pillar is as well. It can quickly
The
turn.
are great. They're a great anti-rush. They give you that little bit of opportunity, a free parry on a punch.
It gives you so much room to make these really quick plays. And if your opponent is feeling pressured and has to go on the offensive, you just patiently set out pillars, and a lot of people will just kind of frustratingly punch at that pillar rather than the player that's facing them.
Yeah, because the punch will make it go away. Getting really tight here. Gore getting the rush, putting this match at 1-1.
That said, Griff now definitely holding onto a bit of control, a bit of advantage. He's going to quickly find a chance to put on that blue mask with that huge space that Ramen Bowl leads. It pretty much means that Griff doesn't have to worry about getting cornered either. So this just means that he is going to be, if not closer or greater than Ninjara in terms of just like trying to catch this character out.
Yeah, and
Especially
that
since he's
fast
holding
dodge
out this
is
rush.
definitely-
Oh! Diving into the toaster is going to be a very perilous
Griff
thing.
backing off, seeing if he can get another opportunity. Change the flow of the fight here. Gore already ready with another rush.
Griff trying to bait is almost successful, but does not have enough time to get that arm to retract. It's going to take a heavy amount of damage. And what looked like it was going to be such a favorable round for him, it's quickly turning into something that
Yeah,
he's
Gore
deeply
keeping that
struggling.
high ground, keeping very close to Griff so he doesn't get the space to reassess. Making this a very tough fight for Griff.
Oh, tries to go for the grab, but Edge whiffs the aim, and that's going to
the
be
toaster
another
catches him
KO.
with the toes. That
Toast
puts
the
another
toesies.
round to Gore.
Back to the lab.
Chat is rooting for Griff. We gotta come on, Griff. Give your energy to Griff.
And a second come on Griff. So many people really cheering on Griff, want to see him win, want to see him succeed.
But Gore is ready to go. Griff's making some changes, I think, and we are on sparring, and he's going with the mummy.
Mumford
We'll
activates.
see if that big mummy girth is going to help him hit that slippery coil. He's got Triblast, Nade, and Roaster in his loadout now.
Definitely a lot of good options for oppression and just pummeling down your opponent, especially with Master Mummy's large girth size. If you know what you're doing, if you know how to line up these plays, this can be a very scary matchup for anybody, even a Dr. Coyle.
Gore adopting those firearms, which are going to give Grifficle a hard time when they land those charged shots. But that wide Triblast might help with hitting Coil, since it's got such a broad area that it can hit. Throwing out both the uncharged and the charged shot. The Gore getting a grab, already ready with Rush, keeping the close pressure on Griff.
Safe blocks. Griff just patiently waiting things out, utilizing Master Mummy's shield, healing, recovery to try to keep himself just a little bit closer with his opponent's health, keep himself still fighting in this game.
Being patient, using Mummy's block for just a moment, not trying to get too greedy with that healing. Got both players ready with Rush here. Griff catching Gore in the corner. Getting a good 290 damage on that Rush. He's just going to have to watch out for that coil rush.
Ooh, and solid nade connection. Every time, one of the advantages to utilizing explosives against Coil especially is the fact that unlike a lot of characters, she can't jump in the air and take reduced damage. She's always taking the full brunt of the attack.
Ooh, Griff tries to get over that Rush, but the Mummy jump is just not high enough. He's got to be patient. Watch out for those charged firearms, because they are going to be instant knockdown for him. It's that little nade explosion punish.
Oh, but that's gonna
Ooh, and a
take
couple
it.
uncharged hits. Give it to Gore.
Try to stop me.
And with that, Griff gonna be changing things over, going full in on the explosions with double nade in tow.
Oh, and
Well,
those
they-
explosions, Gore let up on block a little too early.
While this isn't necessarily going to have as much coverage as that Triblast did, and not as much shield pressure, this is just going to be consistent, heavier damage, and Griff constantly going to have just the right tools, the right option to be able to power through each of these hits. He has full
Gore is
control
in
of
the
these
habit of
arms.
parrying those punches very close, and those explosions are still catching him, dealing the bulk of that damage. Ooh, a mummy dunk for a good 200 hit points, putting Gore down at a quarter. Both players ready with Rush. Griff being very patient with those nades. Gore not landing those Slapamanders as reliably as he was before. Griff is ready for them now and keeping on the move, even as
That grab going to cost him a little bit of damage, as Gore starting to get a little bit more tempo now, trying to turn things back in their favor. Griff just safely pushing back with the shield.
with that big mummy block.
And waits until Gore conveniently corners himself so that he can get some heavy damage and put that final little bit of health on Gore.
Griff
He's just looking for it.
showing the walk. Gore grabbing a grab. Oh, Griff with the rush, patient, putting shield pressure but not landing any damage today.
He does hold on to a health lead. Only a few moments left, and that's going to be a very solid bait.
Close. Oh, and that slap getting around the side. Griff being patient. He knows that the timer is running low.
Oh,
and
there's the
arm
disarm,
down.
and that's going to be it.
Oh, so close. Gore was at Magic Pixel, but that does give the round to Gore. Only for Griff.
As expected. Go back to sleep.
But great showing from both players there.
Excellent plays from Griff. Unfortunately, just could not make things work. And with that, we'll have to step out of the bracket, settling in at 4th place.
All right, I think that means we keep Gore in here and we pull JM Canada back in. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. We will be moving over to that
Person
one.
who can see the bracket.
I will use my mystical communication powers, that which have been bestowed upon me, to summon JM into the field.
In attack mode?
Yes. Definitely in attack mode. This is JM we're talking about. He doesn't have
He
a
is on
defense
full
mode.
attack mode. He is a very aggressive Cobra. I'm excited to see what he is going to bring to the table for this.
And we've got the Slamamander Roaster Snake stepping into the field. JM is looking to try to make it to the grand finals and get that rematch with Astro Ninja. I think both of them technically are right now. As it was Astro who was able to take this Dr. Coil player into the lower bracket as well. Astro
We've got
continued to be on a tear.
JM in the chat because we have heard the cry, Kid Cobra is hot.
Kid
Except
Cobra is
for being a
hot.
Typo, but here we are.
It's hot enough.
A very old meme from the ARMS community that Kid Cobra is hot. People are a big fan of Kid Cobra. And that is a fun shared thing among the ARMS community. As our chat is just popping off about it.
Everybody loves the Kid Cobra. Everybody loves the snack. Just waiting for these two to ready up. I think we might...
Yeah, just let them know that we are good to go.
I think they should be aware that we're ready. Just making sure. And I'll just pop the message there just to verify that. And we are seeing them
Alright, looks
step
like they
into
are
the ring.
readying up.
Just waiting for JM, likely trying to plan out what exactly he wants to bring into the field. And we are going to be starting off with...
Alright, Gore is sticking with the coil, and JM is sticking with the Cobra.
I've seen DNA Lab so many times. Griff got it like 4 times in his
we
other
haven't seen it a
matches.
ton. Alright. We've got some stable matchup here. JM rocking the roaster Burchuck. Gore rocking that double toaster that he is so comfortable with.
Definitely some solid
Gore
picks from
landing
both
first hit.
sides. That Burchuck definitely, especially with Kid Cobra's large girth size and its just general speed, is a very indomitable force and can cause some very serious damage, especially against the Dr. Quill. If you get those freezes to connect, pretty much leads into any kind of mind game. And then
But he's
coupled up
landing
with
the
the
roaster
roaster.
hits, getting a bunch of damage in here. Gore's already ready with Rush. JM is being patient behind these pillars, seeing if he can use them to dodge around, get that extra charge time that he needs as a Cobra.
Definitely utilizing Kid Cobra's movement very efficiently to try to dance between these pillars, but oftentimes getting caught out in a couple of these cases, taking some light damage, and is currently holding onto a light health deficit and is left vulnerable to that full 310 damage rush.
JM in the red. Gore still at 2/3 of his health, landing another toaster. We'll see if JM can bring this back or if he's just going to save that rush.
I would suspect James likely wanting to hold on to this rush, and we're going to see
Yeah, I
that
think
as
he
he
is.
gets hit by that one final toaster. And he's gonna go double roasters now to try to just snipe down this Dr. Coil. Starting things off though, he dashes right into the toasters as that Coil throws them out, aims them nicely and below JM's movement, and just catches that dash.
Going. Oh, and he lands a rush to start this off. He has gone double roaster, dropped the bird chuck. It wasn't doing him the kind of good he was looking to get from it. He is keeping with those giant gloves, using his Cobra evasion to see if he can sneak in a hit on this very movement-based Coil.
He's making sure to utilize his movement as well, just constantly dashing every which way, just waiting to see when that rush might come out.
Getting a nice double punch with those roasters. Roasters are one of the most damage-dealing arms of the game.
Capable of doing just a flat 140 on a charge hit. When that connects too, it's also taking away a little bit of the opponent's rush if they do not already have one fully charged up, complements of that fire element.
I'm trying to hop out of that rush, but not getting it. Getting a knockdown on the Coil. Getting a few uncharged punches, trying to keep that pressure up. He's got a rush. We'll see if he gets an opportunity to land it, or if Gore's toaster pressure is going to prevent him from doing so.
Another solid charge roaster. JM continuing to hold this field, looking for that chance, thinking he can get the mix-up, but unable to get the grab to connect, throws out a blind rush, and that's going to be an unsuccessful one. There's
Gore's ready for
7
the
seconds.
timer. Counting down. Gore's going to have to do something serious here if he wants to take this round. Throws a grab. I don't think that's quite going to get it. Nope, and JM takes round 2.
Both players going to be sticking with their loadouts. Definitely some solid options from both ways.
We're starting with Rush, and we no longer have any pillars left on DNA Lab. We have a clear stage.
Means no hiding, no protection for either side, so it's all about those neutral exchanges. How
JM is already down to a third of his hit points. Gore's pressure has been relentless.
JM just cannot keep up with this right now. He's taking some heavy damage.
See if he can get a knockdown to try to get some more space, and he does land that roaster.
Definitely not an easy hill to climb, but it is definitely possible. JM cannot take any charge damage or this rush. And so far, he has been unable to dodge any of these, as he's just been eating heavy hit after heavy hit.
He's patient, he's holding on still. He's just trying to be more careful about his movement, make sure he doesn't fall into any of Gore's traps. Oh, that final toaster.
It's going to be a charged toaster.
Didn't break a sweat.
And with that, JM now in a deficit of 2 points. If he cannot claim this next match, he will be out of the bracket.
I thought that was
Wait,
round 3.
wait, was that?
No, that's 4.
Wait,
right?
was that? No, that was 1? Because JM only has the
never
-2.
mind. Okay, never mind. We're good.
We're all not good at math. This is 1-0. This is 1-0. I'm sorry. Alright, heading into this next one, JM going to actually be putting away one of his arms. We've got the Bubs. We've got the Slamamander in the field. We've got a lot of
He's going
customization.
with Roaster Bub. Let's see if that fast retraction on that glove is going to help him out in these boxing situations. But we are on Scrapyard. We've still got some pillars for JM to hide behind and get that moment so we can have that springy Cobra movement.
JM utilizing these arms as well as he can, but right now just cannot keep up with Coil. This is a very solid stage for any Dr. Coil, as she just gets to that high platform and immediately has all of the high ground, all of the advantage, all of the control.
JM patiently waiting for those opportunities, getting some uncharged hits in. No knockdowns, but he is landing that damage, putting these two players at about half health each. Both ready with Rush. They're waiting for that opportunity for the other person to expose themselves for a ton of damage.
JM has...
Unfortunately, that was not a great place to land the rush, and JM knows it.
Ends up
you've got to be careful on Scrapyard especially. That is one of the spots where you cannot hit a player on the high ground if you are too close to that wall.
It just does not work out for you. And currently things are not working out for JM, who is susceptible to a KO from this charged toaster. That's going to be another point. Or another round.
Yeah, it is very tempting to just jump and see if you can hit that high ground, but that sharp wall is a really tough obstacle on Scrapyard, and you got to be very careful about where you are throwing your punches from.
Slamamander stepping into the field. JM looking to try to lean towards his tried and true loadout. This is what's given him the best results against pretty much everybody. We'll have to see how it holds here. So far, we're getting some pretty solid damage out of that Mander.
It's a useful arm, and the curve arm is something that Gore is not in the muscle memory of dodging right now, since they've been having so many straight arm fights. JM using that slippery Cobra dodge to duck under those punches there. See if it gives him a good opportunity. He's got that rush coming up. Both players have that golden triangle ready to go.
In comes the rush.
This time he's coming from the high ground. Fortunately, Gore landed the block.
And ends up whipping the grab. That's going to result in some heavy 270 damage. JM just a little bit behind. That toaster going to deepen that loss, that deficit, as he has to work ever so harder to be able to try to take some control. Roaster definitely going to help out, though.
Alright, both players
dancing back and forth.
Down in the red after one uncharged slam hit.
Ooh, another one.
JM getting a few things, but Gore's ready with rush. We'll see if he turns this around in the last 10 seconds. He gets a grab. I think JM still has the health lead. Is there going to be time? Oh,
That's
and
going
that rush
to be
real
it.
close.
And now JM definitely in a very bad place. What I said before, if he loses this time, he will be out of bracket.
Rashiko helping me out with the scoreboard here. Getting a little distracted with some of the technical stuff going on here. There was a lot to keep track of, and we've been doing it all day long.
Yay, teamwork!
Yay!
It's needed. Alright, JM stepping one last time, and it looks like we are cursed to see DNA Lab. Maybe? It
Or
could
blessed to see
potentially...
DNA Lab. We'll see.
We'll have
JM
to
picking
see.
up that popper. We'll see if it serves him well. I feel like it did some work earlier. Gore sticking with those two toasters. JM patiently waiting for an opportunity as he watches this coil go back and forth. See if we can get a read on any of those movements. Close range fights happening here. JM using Cobra's jumps to try to keep coil on that high ground. Using those uncharged poppers to provide some pressure. Gore keeping the same tactics he's been using so far with that aggressive toaster pressure.
They're going to be able to secure a very confident health lead on top of that rush, just once again controlling this field.
We are already 2 pillars down, so the movement on this stage is still very open in this corner where they happen to be fighting right now. JM going for one of the pillars. We'll see. We got another one down. Very tense exchange here. JM ready with rush. Seeing an opportunity, lands the full damage of it for 255 and flinging coil into the corner with that wind arm. JM really showing how useful those uncharged light arms can be with getting little chips of damage, and he lands the roaster for the finish.
A nice catch on the wake up. That's going to give him a round point, give him a little bit more control, a little bit more breathing room to work with. Still has a lot of work to go, though, to be able to take this under
starting
control.
out with rush.
And health lead as well with those quick 2 toasters just dealing some light damage and securing more control, especially on top of this rush.
JM on reflex wanted to jump away from that rush, but unfortunately that's what caught him with it. Using those uncharged punches to see if he can get some opportunities. JM almost at rush. Gore with an arm down. JM gets a knockdown. See if this will give him an opportunity. Continuing to pepper with those arms. Ooh, nice counter with the rush. Getting 190 damage, mostly from that popper, not so much from the roaster. JM is looking a little bit more confident now that he's landed all of that.
Oh, starting to get a lot better ground. JM just looking for a little bit more damage. He's gonna safely
using
dodge
that
the
cover
rush.
dodging, very slick. That long super dash. I feel like he took a moment to recover from that one. He thought it was going to be the end.
JM just barely holding onto that health lead. 20 seconds left on the clock. You can
Very
see
close.
both players
We'll see how this
desperately
goes.
trying to get rush ready.
JM has it. We'll see who gets the opportunity first. This rush exchange could be a deciding factor.
Ooh, excellent
such
dodge, and
amazing
that's going
movement.
to
Oh,
keep
the
him
court blocks
in here.
it, but that gives JM. Ooh, and he went for a saucy grab, and JM punished him for it. That rush was not done yet, giving JM another round. Let's see if JM can get the salty run back. The chat is very excited about this. There's a lot of JM Canada fans out there in the chat. He is hyped. They are ready to go right back into Sky Arena.
It's definitely going to be a little rough of a stage for JM Canada. If he gets knocked into that hot pocket, it could be just a scary place for him to be. But if he's able to just hold ground, hold this lead, hold any lead he gets, that high ground can give him some very ample space and ample room to be able to fight back. Starting
Yeah,
things
we'll see
off
what he
though.
can do. We'll see how these players are adapting to each other over the course of this long set. JM sticking to those uncharged poppers. Gore very confident with those toasters. JM's movement is on point. He is narrowly weaving around those toaster shots.
Just doing a fantastic job of just utilizing all of Kid Cobra's options and opportunities. Normally, JM is so well known for just constantly staying in the air, but we're seeing a lot of solid grounded movement as well. Just keeping
for
in
sure.
the mix-ups.
It's good to see a bit more of those super dashes and those duck under punches. It's good stuff out here. Both players are ready with rush, looking for that opportunity. Gore with the health lead for now. But JM has the middle of the stage until he got knocked down there. But he's using those quick dashes to slide in and take over the middle again. But a few toasters will knock him right down. JM at one hit. He has that rush.
If he gets a charged popper, he can follow it up with the rush, but he's not going to have the
dashes and Gore
chance.
gets the read. Ooh, catching JM, waiting for an opportunity. Gore gets that grab. Both players have their rushes still, and JM lands it for a good 200 if it doesn't get the knockdown. JM in the gutter, not sure if he wants to be here or not, but here is where he is. Down to half. Both players have used their rushes. Get a grab to reposition. Gore still trying to keep the high ground here, really pressure JM into this corner. But JM is confident, able to get back onto the lane area of Sky Arena, get some uncharged popper damage, bringing Gore down to half. JM using Cobra's very high jumps to dodge some of these punches.
He's not able to get through all of them. Is on that final bit of health. Cannot
In the
take
red, both
anything
players
else
have the
here.
rush. JM's moving very careful. Oh, let's see. Oh!
And that's it.
And that light arm does not push through the toaster rush. That was a very close rush exchange. All right, but I believe that puts Gore up into the winner's bracket. Is that correct?
Yep. That means that I'm going to be slipping out. Hamma will be stepping in. Thank you. It was fun commentating with you, and thank you for
glad
the
we got a
great
chance to do
chance.
this.
Fun was had.
Everybody check out Mileve's stream after this. She helped stream a whole bunch of this event prior, and she runs regular ARMS streams and regular ARMS events. So check her out at twitch.tv/Mileve. And we will catch you when we catch you next, Mileve.
Sounds good. I'll drop a link in chat, and then I am off. Ciao!
All right, we need...
Hey, that's my call.
Welcome back.
Just need to make sure I am broadcasting here. All right. Hey, how's it going, everybody? You just made it through a bit of a tense few rounds there, but we are going to slide back in now for winners finals coming up. Just taking care of a few technical bits on our end right now, making sure we are all set up for what is going to be the final matchup for this tournament. And we are going to be getting Hamma in here to commentate alongside me. Lit and Mileve, having done some fantastic work taking you this far, we're going to pick up the heavy lifting here on the grand finals.
Oh, hey, thank you guys. All right, I'm still here for the moment. We're just waiting for Hamma to get in here, and then I will be dipping out of the voice. We are just loading up again. We have to swap accounts to make sure we can get all the footage of this for later.
That is a fair point. While we are sitting here, if anybody is here who loves ARMS play, tomorrow we are going to be featuring stuff here on Casual Arms. We've got our normal Sunday showdown coming up tomorrow, which is an open lobby event for anyone who wants to play ARMS. It is a bit of a more relaxed feel. We just keep it open for 2 hours. We log everybody's points as they participate and rank it on our leaderboards. So it is nice and simple. If you want to take part in that, swing on over to the Discord link visible on your screen right now, and we will be taking care of you tomorrow for the good times. But for now, we are in here dealing with the North American ARMS Open Grand Finals coming on up. We are just waiting for Hamma to join in the chat and find his voice. Here he is. Hello,
hey,
Hamma.
Everybody. Hey, everybody. It's Hamma here. I've got Astro queued up. He should be sending you guys a friend request soon. He's got lobby code whenever that's ready. So we should
Just
be ready
got
to
it,
get
in
this
fact.
underway.
All right, and I'm going to hop out of the voice here and stick to the technical stuff. So good luck, Arashiko and Hamma. I believe you guys are doing the rest of this tournament.
And thank you very much, Literary, for taking us this far. Hello, Hamma, my new friend.
Hello. One match left here to do today. Potentially a bracket reset. We have Astro versus Gore. 2 here today. Who would have freaking guessed? Oops, all coils.
Well, there's a lot of ways it could have gone down, and I think there are plenty of players who are in the bracket here today who could have beaten either of these people were they squared off again. But this is what we've got, and this is what we're going to be looking at moving into the grand finals. It is going to be a question of who can use that combination of arms and movement on coil the best, take advantage of rush better than the other person, because I have a feeling we're probably not going to see Gore slide back over into Helix in this one. We'll see. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think so though. I think Helix, while he's in tower mode, does have very good accuracy and aim potential. He just can't move in a way that evades Coil if Coil gets the right movement on his air jump, because he really has to jump out of everything. And that's why Helix is probably the worst character to teach new ARM players. When you say, don't jump, you're playing Helix. I know, I'm playing Helix!
Yeah, that's basically Helix in a nutshell. Helix, one of the few characters who basically just has to be jumping out there.
Yeah.
So, Hamma, now, are you planning to slide on in this lobby here? Are we going to see you in here in a moment?
Yes, I realized I didn't have your account friended, so I just joined through Astro and he got in.
There we go. That works. We'll have you in here
we
right
go.
now then. All right. We are just waiting for one more person to plug in. And Collected set down in the chat saying this game should have gotten more recognition. Been playing it a lot more recently, and you're finding it to be really, really fun. Wish you spent, or now that you are spending more time with it there. I am so glad that this has been able to bring attention. We've got people on screen right now that you're seeing who have been here for a long time playing ARMS, but this is bringing the attention out to people like yourself who can really plug in, see ARMS play, and go, you know what, I want to get down on that. And we are glad to be able to provide a community that can sustain that moving forward. Remember, this tournament is not the end of ARMS. There is stuff that's been going on, and it is going to keep going on afterwards.
Yeah, I hope for a lot of players that this is the start of their actual like ARMS career, because I think when you're first getting into ARMS, it's really hard to actually see the depth to it and how down the rabbit hole you can go with your skill. But if you like watch a tournament or play against someone that's really, really good at the game and knows what they're doing, I think that shows you a lot of the game's potential. And that's why I think at first ARMS, because everybody was figuring things out at the same time. But now that we've got all these eyes on the high-level players who have spent a long time figuring this out, you can see exactly why they do what they do and how to get there yourself. And I really, really am enjoying this part of the tournament.
Absolutely. There's definitely joy to be found in both parts of the tournament, but this is where you get to see that top-tier play in ARMS. And you can really see people taking advantage of their character's attributes. And one of the things we're going to be seeing here, likely going to be a pair of coils up in here. I stand by it. Coil's primary thing that they can do is maintain a lot of movement, stay mobile, and build charge for their rush better than most people. So let's see what happens as we've got Gore and Astro lining up. Gore does bring out the Helix. We're seeing it in DNA Lab, home stage.
Yeah,
good luck to you.
Usually characters don't have a very good time on their home stage, but I think once the pillars come down, Gore should be able to zone out Astro very well. It's just will Astro use those pillars to his advantage? He's going to go with two very defensive Funchug and the Toaster. A little bit of the Japanese coil meta showing up in our bracket right now.
Meanwhile, Gore trying to find a position while he can get that pressure out to keep Astro off his face. We're going to go ahead and slap ourselves behind Astro so we can see this really clearly with that full screen display as he pushes Gore back towards the wall.
Yeah, he pins him down right there. Gore is going to be able to get out of the way for the most part of the rush spread. It's so thick and it's so hard to avoid, especially for a character who doesn't have much air mobility like Helix.
Yeah, Helix is definitely going to struggle once that rush is active, and given the number of rushes that Astro is going to get... Ooh! A sneaky grab. That could be the start of some good things for Gore. If he can keep up that kind of pressure and surprise, he can definitely still change this.
All right, Astro does have a very domineering health lead right now, but Gore is going to get that rush up soon. Not before Astro gets final blow. Round one will be going to Astro. Now that a lot of pillars are down, though, Gore's going to switch over to that Tri-Bolt and try to keep him out a little bit better. I think if he just goes for a lot of uncharged shots, it could work.
It definitely could. We will have to see how Astro responds, whether he just continues to apply pressure or whether he has to adapt to what is being thrown back at him. It is going to be up to Gore to change the pace here.
There's that coil special forward rush. Make sure manage to move out of the way for a little bit. He's got way less range to do it at. Astro now using a lot of Cobra tactics to just fade in and out. It plays coil is a lot unlike other coils. He plays so slowly and methodically, whereas a lot of other coils just kind of want to oonga boonga with that third arm to your face, and I love seeing Astro adapt.
Yeah, Astro is definitely still applying pressure, so like not to pretend that he's slowing down.
My gosh, no, he definitely did not slow that rush game down either. 2 rushes in the same round is not uncommon for Coil, but Astro does it so fast.
Indeed he does, and he is going to lock down the first one there. I think this is where we'll probably see Gore switch it up. That was the prediction we were making going in, but I think the shift is going to happen now. We'll get the scoreboard up for you here in just a second, now that we have some scores to report.
All right, Gore switching? Yeah, there we go. Over to Sparring Ring for this one, a stage that Astro could maintain a lot of control on with the width that he can throw his punches at, but Gore had a very wide curve arms, the 2 easily most controllable gloves, and a very well spread arm with that Tri-Blast.
We're gonna split our view over to Gore this time. We've got the silver coil front and center with plenty of gloves to spare, but we have some variety here. Roaster and Nade giving slightly different options in what can be done. So if it goes the way Gore wants it to, he'll be able to kind of predict the mechanics coming out of Astro and give him some change up from 2 different arms here.
I want you guys to look at exactly what Astro is doing right now. Look at the way he's hammering Gore's nade over and over again. That's his spot of interest right now, is if Gore can't throw out that nade, he can't do anything to Astro, because he's just got to avoid 1 arm as Coil. That's freaking nothing to avoid this rush, but again, as Coil, like, how big of a struggle can that be sometimes?
At the same time, that's Gore trying to do the same thing, put out the pressure. It is 2 people trying to lay in pressure, box the other person into a corner, and get some advantage down. That nade finally sneaking in. You see the explosion. That is everything Gore wants. He just has to do it a few more times.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gore, though, Astro also kind of loves that explosion just on Gore himself. Both of them have rush. Astro's going to use his again, but the explosion will keep him from landing it. Gore able to shield just in time. Astro back on the offensive, though.
Ooh, now you see the grab there. I imagine that grab was probably to try and bait out a response so that he could activate his rush, throwing it off to the side to try and trick Astro. Unfortunately, Astro a little bit too on top of that one and does not provide the opportunity. Gore is going to have to find another one in the next 10 seconds here.
God, Astro has absolutely no fear right here. He's staring down the barrel of a coil rush with nade, which could do probably 400 damage. He built up another rush in the time Gore was hanging on to his? Are you
yes,
kidding
he did.
me?
That is what Coil does. It is all about building rush with Coil. That's the game Coil plays.
All right, Gore going to switch over to the a little bit of a wider range of movement. Astro, though, no stranger to using his hovers to get around that. Gonna use his dash to get around Gore and go for a round start rush. Gore still has the one from the last round he's charged up and still not using it.
Yeah, I think Gore is just waiting for the prime opportunity on this one, and you can say that he should use it when you have it, but if he hasn't found an opening for it yet, it's just because he's not confident it would land, and wasting that rush and running out of it is going to put you in a worse situation than just having it.
Oh, there we go. He finds the opportunity he thought, but no, Astro just keeps on sliding around. How can you hit something that doesn't stop freaking moving? And Astro gets a nice little explosion mix up there into the grab, taking game 2 super handily. Guys,
and that will bring us into the next one. We are potentially going through a pretty quick grand finals here, very much so. We are getting Astro up to 2 on these, which means we have potentially only one more match coming up here. Gore needs to find himself a solution, and he needs to find it soon, or this is going to be a short grand finals.
All right, I guess he thinks switching his skin might be the chance that he needs right here. Gonna be going over to an all glove set right here. Astro's just going to stick with the double roasters. Gore going to do the ditto. Finally, a true mirror match. All right, Astro putting out a lot more pressure right now on Gore than Gore's putting out, but Gore does manage to land the first two blows. Astro's going to get a lot of rush, though, since he hammers out fists so quickly. Tries to go for a bit of a Dendy grab right there, but Gore's just going to effortlessly slide around it.
It almost looks as though Gore has decided to move more in a direction of taking the approach Astro's been taking, settle in on something safe and secure, keep throwing it out there. But if Astro turns it around and keeps landing these rushes like he has been all tournament long, this is going to be over fast.
Yeah, it really seems like all the competitors here have been, like, imbuing the souls of their fallen opponents into their bodies, because Astro is honestly taking a little bit of a JM Canada approach with his movement right in his glove throwing right now, using them not necessarily as offensive punches, but as an opportunity to cut off movement with one and then finish it with the other. It's almost like how you see people use curve arms on 2 straight ones. Oh, there we go. That rush is actually going to hit Gore.
That is one of those things you don't necessarily expect. You see him trigger a rush. He seems too far away. The opponent seems like they have an opportunity to defend against it, but he slides on in with the coil movement and gets close enough to actually follow up with the rest of the rush right when when the opponent thinks they're safe.
His rush very shortly. Astro already did just half of his. Gore's closing in, though. He's back on his offensive game plan, and Astro looks very comfy just to a more defensive playstyle. Pulling up his shield right there. Not a button we see Astro used too often. Ooh, okay.
Not too often, but usually when he does see it, it is going for just long enough to trigger invisibility so he can get in there. Gore getting the block off this time, resetting that rush. Now they are both on even footing in here, but this is the final chance for Gore. If he does not come out ahead on here, this is going to be the end of the match and the end of the tournament.
You see these two players, despite playing the same character and same set, taking such different approaches. Gore is trying to hang out above these blocks if he can, and Astro wants absolutely nothing to do with them. As soon as Gore gets knocked down, he's right back up too. Astro now trying to get up in his face any way possible, even if it means dancing.
Now, there are definitely 2 different approaches to those blocks on Ribbon Ring. You can try to take them to your advantage, or you can just ignore them, knock them out when you can, and pretend they don't exist. 2 coils moving over top of them as though they are not even there. That is one of the strengths of Coil. And as that grab lands, you get to see the big high ground that Gore has standing on top of the second tower.
Gosh, it's almost like a bite and bark up so high. Gore goes for the rush right there. Astro able to block out of it. I think Astro has just a little bit of a health advantage right now. Widens it up.
A little bit
Gore
more
needs
now.
to find something in the last 2 seconds. Astro
And
just
that is
moves
not
away.
going to do it. That is the tournament, I believe, locked
Yeah.
down right there as Astro
Gore-
rolls through the grand finals.
Yeah,
And
Gore
that
rolled
is
through.
slick.
Gore rode through all of his opponents in the losers bracket, and I don't think he even took a round against Astro. Astro is by far the best coil player in North America.
I think that's definitely a fair statement, and that is why we see Astro here. Very well played by both players. That does bring us to the end of the tournament, though. Grand Finals sometimes just doesn't last that long. But you all came here, you got to see it. That was an 800 sign-ups tournament, almost 900 on the way in there. That is the biggest tournament we have seen in the ARMS community so far, and congratulations to Astro for walking away from that with the win. Very well played, and all of our top 8. Can we get a list of the top 8 here in the chat? Those are all the people who won the first bracket
They are
phase.
already winners. So we had what? Guff, Landfrog, Resolve, Hess, Astro.
JM.
There are 2 more. JM.
And Gore, I believe that brings us to the full
Anthony?
8.
I
I don't think we're missing
yeah.
one.
I don't
Goof,
have it in front of
Landfrog,
me,
Griff,
unfortunately.
JM. Yeah, let me just read down because I'm lazy. Goof, Landfrog, Gore, Astro, Hess, and Resolve.
There we go. That's our top 8, all
Fantastic
winners
gameplay.
today. And thank you to all of the other ARMS community streamers who helped out. Thank you for Mileve and Hamma for popping in with us to help us cast these final rounds.
Very, very glad to have all the casters that we had here bringing the community together. And again, shout out to Battlefy and for Nintendo and to Nintendo for making this happen. That is this kind of support that brings a scene back to life and shows a whole lot of people a whole lot of ways to have a good time. If you are here watching this after the fact on a VOD playback later, or if you are here and new to the ARMS community, do not pretend that this is the only thing happening. The community, especially on Discord, has been running all kinds of ARMS events, and we over at Casual Arms, as is on display right now, run regular weekly events, 4 of them every week, alongside plenty of other communities also putting out tournaments and stuff on the regular. There is
There's a link to
tons
our
of
Discord
content
in
out
the
there.
chat. Thank you, Squiddy. So if anybody would like to join us on Discord, we can also help plug you into all of the other stuff going on. Because there's Polaris with all their mentorship stuff. Leave is hosting tournaments. Network Era is also hosting tournaments. So if you want to get into ARMS, there is still tons for you to do, and we can get you plugged into all of that stuff. Whether you are a casual player or you aspire to get into tournaments and do as well as these players did today.
Yeah, also, don't forget about the Save Arms tournaments going on over on Paul's side. I believe the next one is in 2 weeks from today.
That sounds about right.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Paul, Save Arms. I think week 4 would have been today, but we had to move it obviously because the NA Open was huge. So I believe it is this upcoming Thursday. I could be wrong about that, but you can check out Save Arms on Twitter. You can use the hashtag Save Arms. We have indeed saved arms. So you don't have to worry about it being dead anymore. We got it all covered. There's a link to the Discord, to the Save Arms Discord in the chat. So if anybody is looking to get hooked up on those things, feel free to check out those links. If any of you have been plugged in on Discord, we can hook you up with all the communities that you need to be as active in the ARMS community as you would like to be.
Yeah.
But hopefully
And,
we will
thank you
see
guys
you
very
all
much.
soon after that. Yes, Hamma,
Yeah.
by all means, let's throw it out to you. This is the end of the stream here. Mileve sending in the thanks, and thank you, Mileve, as well. Shout out to Era for helping to run this tournament with the Battlefy staff. And as we
Absolute
have been doing stuff
All-star TO.
all day here on the stream with Casual Arms, I am going to throw it to Hamma, our guest commentator right now, to close us out and wrap this thing up. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and I hope the rest of your days are fantastic. Hamma, sign us out, my dude.
All right, thank you guys, everybody, for coming in to watch. Everybody who watched all of the pool streams, everybody who believes see the best matches of the day. This is by far the best tournament ARMS has ever had, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a nice.
ARMS, nice indeed.